Another day in the kangaroo court. We are going to be having. We're going to probably start out with a sidebar, and we'll see what shenanigans are in store for us today. Alright, so welcome everybody. It is nice to see. Once again, we are back because yesterday we had some catastrophic crash. Someone crashed into a pole, and now we're actually here live. So it is great to be back again. And yesterday, I believe it was, she was having a problem and she couldn't handle the situation with seeing the photos and stuff of the kids, and that definitely caused her problems. But some people don't always believe it. But yeah, that was something that was occurring. Yeah. But now, as we see, we're gonna wonder if we're gonna have more of the different things happen or something else. We will see, but it definitely is quite interesting to see what comes up of all this. Ready for a sidebar? Good to see you. Hello, chat. Yeah, absolutely. It's something quite insane that we have to deal with because this court. I remember yesterday they kept on. Yeah, she was wailing and moaning. Yeah, definitely. It's a really crazy. They were doing that, like that she was doing that in the way that they were handling the court. Because yesterday in the court, they kept on really acting foolish, where they did break, a sidebar, a break, a sidebar, another break, another sidebar, and then they got back to business. But man, it's really, Massachusetts is something else. Yeah, and yeah, so we're up for some more shenanigans in the kangaroo court with General Kangaroo. But yeah, and lunch. Yeah, during the lunch break, he'll just do abruptly do the lunch break. Time for a lunch break, and the lunch break ensues, and they just zoom in on the screen, and there he is, uh, Tennessee, not the Tennessee, the Massachusetts. I don't know how I got that mixed up. The Massachusetts court. The prosecutor with the bow. I think that she got her bow from Timu, maybe Sheen. I what I think she Yeah, she seems to be presenting the case, and a little bit part of this court system. I think she seems to be enabling the judge, or maybe she feels it helps the case. Both both of them. Yeah, the I just believe with the case that's happening with the prosecutor, she seems to be doing all right. The only thing that I'll say is with the sidebars and things like that, she seems to be enabling it. She's working with whatever she has, but she does say things that are kind of like cringe at moments. But the one I have the problem with is the judge. The defense attorney, I think he's doing. Many people are upset with him, but he's doing his job, very well. But yeah, it's the judge I have the most problems with because he just seems to be goofy. But then again, she's the state, and then she's kind of of enabling the state, but then again, maybe it helps her side of the case. One thing I'll say what points out is the bow in her hair. Saw said, I thought she was being cruel and unnecessarily presenting graphic evidence. She is, in my opinion, mean. Okay, Saw, understood. And she did, although the prosecution is going to present its case, and they have to go by the evidence that they have. It is true that she may have not been sympathetic toward the victims or Clancy, and she's doing it just ruthlessly try to win her case or produce a shock value into the audience, which I do agree with. That is what she is doing, and she does this unnecessarily, right? And yeah, I see what you're saying. But then again, yeah, remember she's a node of the state. She's a link to the state and the judge, which is seen Massachusetts seems to have some issues in general. But yeah, but then again, with her and her bow, it's just a lot of cringe going on with that. But in other areas, like I'm talking about, like with the questioning, it's just she seems to be doing regularly. But I see the type of evidence she's presenting and the way she's handling the case in general does seem to have not really to find justice, but to find a conviction. But then again, that's what they're trying to do. But then it's not a fair, you know, way of doing it. So yeah, because we want everyone to have a fair trial and impartial. So we will see if she lightens up or if she gets worse. But the state, I mean, the defense is doing well with how they're handling it, because he seems to definitely be exposing, and I think the reason saw why the defense, why the state might be being very aggressive like that, is because the way how well the defense is exposing all the witnesses and making them look inexperienced. So that's probably why the state is fighting and being the way it is. The true colors are being shown. So it's a cause and effect of the good defense that she has. But yeah, you definitely have a good point there. Yeah, so the Mickey Mouse, the Minnie Mouse bows are really wild to see, because it's something that you don't really see every day. And I am confident that there's going to be a sidebar right before we start the case. And I don't really know what the outcome of this case is going to be. It's something that I'm not really sure I can predict. Yeah, exactly. So, and he even wanted to have a fair. He wanted to have a speedy trial. Uh, and then the state doesn't really want to have a speedy trial. Yeah, definitely the mental health system, and a lot of people that I've been talking to about this trial is that there's flaws in the mental health system, and with some psychiatrists and different doctors in various fields that are not really nice to their clients, or they're slacking or lacking in something, and I believe that is a problem with the system. And it's good that it's being exposed once and for all, and the whole world can see that. Yeah, there was an incident that happened where the defense wanted to, because there's lots of delays and sidebars and stuff happening. So the defense didn't want to hold up the court and wanted to go as quickly as possible, for the jurors' sake. So yes, the defense wanted to be fair to the jurors and have it to go quicker when the prosecution seems like and everyone else and the judge seems to be going slow. But as I said, the problem I have problems with the. I'm not against the judge completely. He seems like he's just a you know he doesn't really seem like a bad person, but it's just the way he's handling it seems kind of silly. But it's just maybe how they handle things in Massachusetts over in Plymouth. I guess a Plymouth trial is a kangaroo trial. Yeah, and there's lots of issues with the mental health system, and giving her all these concoctions of different medicines, and it's like juggling a bunch of different things back and forth with that, like giving all these medicines and just making her more and more deranged, and all the people responsible for what they do. She was very on a lot of things that would cause a problem. People do not believe her story. I definitely believe that there is an issue with what they were giving her, and postpartum depression is. General Kangaroo had a similar case overturned by Massachusetts Supreme Court sometime in the past. Ah, yeah. See, it's a history of it. It's a history of this nonsense that's going on. It's really ridiculous. Definitely history of bad decisions in a judge. Yeah, going by someone's track record is very important because you always want to know like what they did in their history, what they're capable of. If they're reliant or they're not reliant. It all really will depend on that. When you have a track record of corruption, it really is something that when you bring it to the light, it's good to expose what the actual truth is, because so many people will see that and go, aha, see, that's why they're corrupted in their kangaroo court. Saw said I had to turn off comments yesterday in chat on LC. It was ridiculous. The conspiracy theories about Patrick people are just stupid and mean. Yeah, definitely people absolutely saw. It really is a crazy, indeed. Yeah, all the commercials are cringe. Definitely. Yeah, the commercials are. It's hard for people to watch something with all those commercials running. It really is messed up. Yeah, that's how they're programmed to increase moments of a trial, so people can see. So people can see what is going on. To like when people are trying to see what's going on, they're going to have those trials run and cause lots of issues to those people. That are watching. Yeah, it's just the way that the app was designed was really messed up. Where they have to have ads run, it hurts the user experience. I know they're trying to make money, but it's not good for user experience. I think he's very good job at his defense. He's very he reminds I would equate him to Brian Steele from YSL. I mean, he was this guy is very good. Hello, Miss C. Great to see you. Welcome. Yeah, hit the like. Yeah. Hey, it was vacuuming fleas and small brush. Okay, off. Jeez, the title. Okay, yes, yes. Yeah, that definitely is. The typos can be cringe. Yeah, and Sam hates the vacuum. I agree. A lot of cats don't like the vacuums, but some of them may not be bothered by them. Yeah, so definitely, understand that. It worked. Been waiting and try to Sam and his dog. It was weird. Oh, okay. Yeah.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to counsel over here just for a few minutes?
Yeah, and when I said earlier about the state, I kept saying the state over and over again. It's actually the Commonwealth. So it's the Commonwealth versus the state. I mean, versus the defense. Yeah, the Commonwealth rather than the state. I think I've been to PetSmart before. It was a variety of different things for pets. That's pretty cool. I've seen different pet shops, and there's like a whole, parrots or ferrets and different types of different critters to choose from. They're pretty cool. Yeah, fleas definitely are an issue. Yeah, and they take care of the fleas themselves. That's too expensive. Yeah, um, there's all kinds of stuff to do with fleas because the fleas can be definitely troublesome and cringe. Oh, Duke said he would start a flea circus. Hilarious. The flea circus and the flea Olympics. I wonder how many years they're going to take to do the side bar with General Kangaroo. Saw said she'd say about 10 years.
Court, all rise. Jurors in.
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question. Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? No. Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right, and a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate we're going to hear a number of witnesses today, and we may break early. All right, and then because of some of these issues, we're not going to be sitting tomorrow. All right, so you don't have to come in. You can come in if you want, but we're not going to be sitting on this case. So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax as best you can. And then we'll come in on Monday at 9 o'clock. And then expect kind of most of those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right? So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can so that we confirm that today. So probably an earlier date today, and we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay? And so with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Kyle Paveo.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I apologize. Can we just...
Sure, yeah.
Quick?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you start right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will be not only between the Commonwealth and the defendant class, but truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. That's great, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Paveo, Kyle, last name Pavao,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Magnet certified digital video examiner.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is it's a company that has proprietary software that parses through data. Most people know it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrite and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months of practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit-for-bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro?
Yes. So the image in this case is a bit-for-bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That is correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me just stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approached that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's so a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet and each Excel page is a section of the database, so the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event.
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is it's I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet, web pages all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid-90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximate. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back?
Yeah, so go ahead. So
I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022?
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lin.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969?
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you, with permission?
That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Music.
Spotify Music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What's that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a $ followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the web page?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked now as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that
Correct.
And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so, did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as Exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So, in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McElligott. He was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
and it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but that you could search.
It did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is, and I apologize. I had cataract surgery, and I can have it see. So it's just, what is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
Okay. And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's an inbox. This also doesn't. Which? Are we talking about this highlight here?
Yeah. What does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right. So what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay. So that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to? At the next thing.
This does not have. This here does not have Facebook, does it?
All right, use this if you want. How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook visit?
This one does, yes, correct.
Okay. You want to take a look at that.
Well, both of us.
Yeah, both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right here.
All right. Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these what are these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in, and then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And whose
inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right? You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay, Facebook, that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously, happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice.
Okay.
That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McElligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay, do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever and the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song. Yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went and went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided, I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd, at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and, say, 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I did not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide.
That is
right?
correct.
Led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
May know,
I had to
may
look
not.
that one up, too.
Okay. Lamictal versus it says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? It was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, you know, maybe not personally, but you know Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and you know Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26th report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile
Was a web visit.
right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
And a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
right.
maybe, I don't know.
That's all I have for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right. Commonwealth.
I would ask if I could, Judge, could I, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence? I think he agreed that that was part of the search.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah. That may be admitted.
And, Your Honor, I would offer, if I could, the medical records from the pediatrics associates that,
They're already in evidence.
well, I'd like to have it focused on that. You don't mind if we put that
Why
particular.
don't we mark that for identification? We can address whether or not, I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either. Oh, I understand. We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It is 235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctors.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No.
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
No, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. What has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health, pertinent to the child. You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware of
I'm
that?
not aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the.
So you don't?
computer.
The answer is no?
I do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby, to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive, and that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Timothy Chiappini.
Stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not come between the Commonwealth and the defendant? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, sir. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chiappini. Last name is spelled C-H-I-A, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the Academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I have been trained in gray key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrite, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Celebrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you as a user can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrite extraction and Celebrite analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Celebrite Physical Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrite Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrite software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters, and every time the extraction is opened in the Celebrite software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed, and the extraction would no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Celebrite Physical Analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native messaging application on the device known as iMessage. So it parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does it create a report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that extraction of a phone, do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available to me by the forensic tool that I'm using at the time.
So do forensic tools improve over time to allow examiners to get more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms. Clancy's phone was what the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the... Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can you zoom in on that, please? And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain time frames based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description in the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So, for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrite has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there at number 1, where it says activity census data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It's UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrate. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrate parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, HealthDB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom, for her contact information, it will show up as mom.
The software will show up will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom.
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that word is located?
Correct. The application, Microsoft Edge, has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So, for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern Time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for, it will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords?
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 20, 22, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone?
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please. What are we seeing here in this report from December 26, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. It does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways.
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would it be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things.
That's possible.
And so here, where we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, this separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And it's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp, or last modified timestamp, and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it. I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I've wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up, and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many times it was modified, you just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note, you just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one. Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on?
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it is when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way?
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC, or a live photo, is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones, that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live?
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way?
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4 o'clock p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame, 4:30 to 4:35. Using the tool, we'll search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could search 3D. In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
Sorry, there's a glare.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please, to the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message. It says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you can scroll down to the next message, is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up.
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying, also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m., is that from Lindsay to Patrick, stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu searched.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct.
And then number 98, is that another search for Pedialax?
Correct.
Excuse me. Now, both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialax are at 5:06:45. How does that happen, that there are two searches for two different things at the same time?
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3D menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialax.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So, how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
It wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 506:47, the menu at 3V Restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 506:48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 506:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to me. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950, and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source?
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialax?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialax liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 236. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself in Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
If I could have this marked as today's exhibit.
No objection. All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in, and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
37.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled Mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess, and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Wait, please.
Jurors are back in the courtroom.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you. All right, good morning. Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Reddington?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Do you have your record in front of you, your notes? Or
I do.
the record? Great. Thank you. And you can look at that anytime you want, just to refresh your memory. I know it's a lot. That's your thing.
Thank you.
Dr. Tufts, you are presently a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me where you went to med school?
University of Vermont.
And what were the years that you were at University of Vermont?
2014 to 2018.
Beautiful country up there. Great place to visit, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
And when you graduated from med school, you then did your residency?
Correct.
And where was the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell me, what is it exactly that you do as a psychiatric resident or a psychiatrist resident? What do you do?
You do a lot of different things. You rotate in all the different aspects of psychiatry, as well as internal medicine, so that you have a foundational knowledge of broad medical topics. You admit patients into the inpatient hospital. You manage emergencies in the hospital and in the emergency room, decide whether patients need to be admitted psychiatrically or not, and also carry a panel of outpatients.
And is this a hospital that you're working in, or is it Boston University? Is it a medical center?
So yes, it's the Boston University program located at the hospital, Boston Medical Center, with also a lot of time spent at the various Boston VA locations.
And what were the years, I'm sorry, that you did your residency?
2018 to 2022.
So you basically were working as either a person studying to be a doctor, graduating, and then becoming a resident for the entire pandemic.
For the first part of the pandemic, yes.
The pandemic ended when Joe Biden said it ended. I think it was July of 2022, right?
I'm not sure exactly when he said that.
Would you agree with me that when the pandemic started around 2019, when you began your residency, 2020, 21, into 22, it was a large portion, if you will, of the pandemic timeframe?
Yes.
All right. And we all had to walk around with masks and have no contact with people and make sure you have 6-foot radius before you touch anybody, all of that, right?
Yes.
How did that impact your residency?
Well, I still went into the hospital most of the time, wearing the proper protective equipment, but I absolutely still provided the necessary medical care that was needed. And some of the outpatient experiences were done via telemedicine.
Telemedicine?
Yes.
That's like on a television screen. Like a Zoom or something?
It's Zoom or something similar.
Did you touch people, shake their hand, give them a hug, anything like that while you were working in your residency during the pandemic?
Sometimes, not, I think everybody had to keep their distance at certain times. I began my program before the pandemic, so of course there was a lot more handshaking and things like that then.
You can't really keep your distance though when you're working as a labor and delivery nurse with a woman who's having a baby directly in front of you, can you?
I imagine not.
So, when you finished, do you graduate from a residency, or is it like you get a certificate or something?
Yes, there is a certificate for completing it.
And then, at that point, you are now a licensed doctor? Is that how it works?
Well, you're actually a licensed doctor the entire time that you're in residency. But upon the completion of that, you can obtain a full, unrestricted Massachusetts license and also become board certified. I think everybody had to keep their distance at certain times. I began my program before the pandemic, so of course there was a lot more handshaking and things like that then.
Can't really keep your distance, though, when you're working as a labor and delivery nurse with a woman who's having a baby directly in front of you, can you?
I imagine not.
So, when you finished, do you graduate from a residency, or is it like you get a certificate or something?
Yes, there is a certificate for completing it.
And then, at that point, you are now a licensed doctor? Is that how it works?
Well, you're actually a licensed doctor the entire time that you're in residency. But upon the completion of that, you can obtain a full, unrestricted Massachusetts license and also become board certified.
And the board certification, for example, you have a board certification in general psychiatry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you got that certification?
When was it?
Yes.
It was September 12th, 2022.
When was it that you actually started working as a physician, as a psychiatrist?
I started working as a physician and as a psychiatrist during the residency training program, but I started practicing completely independently at Astor Mental Health in August of 2022.
August of 2022.
Yes.
Now, prior to working with or at Astor, is that A-S-T-O-R or E-R?
ASTER, like the flower.
And what is Astor? What is it, like a group of doctors? Is it a medical center? What is it?
It is a outpatient practice that is owned by a psychiatrist. It has a number of psychiatrists as well as therapists.
And where is it located? Is it a brick and mortar type place where you have offices?
Yes, the original offices were in Braintree, Massachusetts, and now there's an office in Peabody as well.
Your office, where do you work?
So at the time I saw the patient, I was working in the Braintree office. I currently work in Peabody.
Where, I'm sorry?
Currently in Peabody, Massachusetts.
So when you start working at Astor, obviously like anybody else, you submit a resume, an application, you perhaps when they hire you, right?
It's a fairly lengthy process and a number of interviews with different staff at the practice, and some recommendations, letters of reference, verification of credentials, all of that. But yes, it can be comparable to another profession in that process.
Now, in August of 22, when you, congratulations, obviously you were hired by Astor, how many women have you treated in your residency that were postpartum?
With postpartum depression? Or just in the postpartum period?
How many women that were in the postpartum period did you treat prior to August of 22?
Many. It's hard to give an exact number, but I did have specific training in that population.
In that population. And where did you have the training in that population?
At Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell us in that 2-year period approximately how many women that were in the postpartum period that you treated as a resident?
Okay, so it's really hard to give an exact number, but if I had to say, at least 50.
So in the 2-year period, you treated 50 people in the residency that had postpartum. And can you tell me, what is postpartum? What does that mean?
Well, I just want to address that it was a 4-year period, not a 2-year period.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So
And sorry, what was your question?
Hold on. You saw 50 people in a 4-year period that had postpartum. In other words, they had been after having a baby, right?
possibly, more or less. I saw a number of other patients. I
Of course.
saw much more than 50, but yes.
So after you had your residency and after you were hired by Astor, is that when you began in August of 22 your practice as a practicing psychiatrist?
Yes.
And when was it that you actually got your DEA license that authorizes you to prescribe medication to citizens?
So during residency, I had a DEA license, but it was affiliated with the with Boston Medical Center. And then when I started at Astor, I had my own DEA number. I don't know exactly when, maybe sometime around August.
So August of 22, you start working at Astor. August of 22, you got your DEA license individually that authorized you to prescribe medication, correct?
Yes.
And it was when that you saw Lindsay Clancy?
I believe our first visit was September 15th,
Of,
2022.
so you were practicing as a psychiatrist for a little more than a month.
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month, but the training is just immense that goes on before that.
Absolutely, it must be. But that's a residency that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you know, in a residency, I mean, all I know is Grey's Anatomy, but I mean, you're working under a doctor, the doctors are supervising you, and they tell you what to do, and then you report to them, correct?
They don't really tell you what to do. They're there as a resource if you need additional support. But I followed many of my own patients. I was the only person in the room with them. And, my notes were signed off by an attending physician, and that attending was available for any support I needed.
So in August of 22, when you started working at Astor, you actually filled out a form for your advertising. Is that correct?
I believe that was handled by other people at the practice.
And who would that be?
Well, we have non-clinical staff that handle the administrative matters.
Okay, but you're a doctor and you're out there to the public. You're advertising yourself and your services to the public. Is that fair?
I believe yes. I'm not directing the marketing of our office, but yes.
Okay, never mind your office. I'm talking about you. You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't think there was an ad. I think we have a website that had some information about myself.
Okay. Now, in August of 22, up until when you saw Lindsay, how many patients in that month or so had you treated for postpartum psychosis?
How many patients in a month up until that month?
I'm asking you about when you started working in August of 22 for Astor, and you are now on your own as an employee. How many patients had you treated before you saw Lindsay Clancy for postpartum psychosis?
Well, in the span of 1 month, I would say none because it's a very rare disorder.
Okay. But it exists, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things would be the voices that people hear, right?
That is a symptom of psychosis, absolutely.
And that's legitimate, isn't it?
It is a legitimate diagnosis, absolutely.
No, not the diagnosis. People that have postpartum psychosis hear voices, do they not?
Many do. The disorder can manifest differently in different people, but yes, many people do hear voices.
How about postpartum depression? How many people in that month or so before you met Lindsay did you treat for postpartum depression?
In the span of 1 month, it's really hard to pinpoint that. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a couple? And do you recall how long you treated them for?
Again, it's hard to really pin down the individuals in a short span of time.
Can you tell the jury what you put in your ad or in the Astor website that you indicated that described you?
I don't recall.
Well, one of the things you did is that you said that you basically were a specialist in postpartum, people that have postpartum psychiatry. You indicated that on the website, didn't you?
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly the wording.
You've been working now for how many years now? 3 since you saw Lindsay? Or more?
Almost 4, yes.
You haven't changed your ad on the website, have you?
I have not personally, no.
And you've read it probably a bunch of times, right?
I've read it a couple of times, but I don't spend a lot of time on my website.
Okay. Do you recall that you indicated that you were specializing in any particular aspect of psychiatry?
Yes. It probably includes a special interest in women's health, in perinatal psychiatry, in trauma-related disorders, anxiety, and there may be some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah, like women that have babies and they're suffering from postpartum depression, right?
Absolutely.
You advertised that after a month in working for Astor, right?
That's listed as one of my interests, definitely.
And again, forgive me, how many women did you treat for postpartum depression in that month and a half before you met Lindsay?
I don't know, maybe a couple. But I've treated many of them in the residency, which was just immediately before.
So when a person needs to see a psychiatrist, generally they're not well. Is that fair?
Some are not well. It really can vary.
So when someone comes to see a psychiatrist like you, it's because they need help, right?
Yes.
And when they come to you because they need help, for example, with Lindsay Clancy, she came to you because of your ad, right? Or your website for Astor, what you said about yourself.
I don't know exactly how she found us.
Well, do you know why she came to see you?
I'm not sure exactly.
Friday, we spent a long period of time going through your initial or the initial intake that she had to fill out. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes, we did.
And the district attorney kept asking you, and this is in September, is it September 12th? Is that when that form was filled out?
I believe she completed the form on the 12th. The appointment was on the 15th.
So what does a person do? Do they call you or do they talk to somebody in administration? How do you get the form to fill out?
Yes, our administration handles that.
And what do they do? How does that happen?
They send them the documents, probably by email, and the patient fills them out. Actually, it might be all within the portal that we use.
Within the portal?
The patient portal, yes.
Okay, and that means that you go online and you can access Astor Mental Health, and then all these little drop-down boxes would come up?
Something like that.
Are you aware? Is it something like that, or are you aware of what it does?
So because I don't handle the scheduling and the sending of forms, I don't know exactly what it looks like.
Well, this is the form that you're giving a person that needs help because they're possibly mentally ill. Is that right?
Yes, and what's important is that I review the forms and we go through them in the appointment. Absolutely. Yes.
Now, understand that your records, Exhibit 219, I believe, the jury will have access to the Tufts records. Okay, you're aware of that, right? You know it's an exhibit.
Yes.
Because you have talked to the prosecution about what an exhibit is, and you know that your records are now in evidence before this jury, right?
If that's what you say, yes.
I wouldn't take what I said. If you
Well,
don't know,
really,
that's fine.
I don't know the details of how this works.
All right, have you talked to them prior to your testimony?
No.
You haven't talked to the DA's office?
No, not at all.
You're a defendant in a very large lawsuit, are you not?
Yes.
You wouldn't happen to be represented by an attorney, would you?
I am.
And the fact that you have an attorney is your right under the Constitution. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this case is very, very major to the outcome of your lawsuit. Is that right? Oh.
I don't actually know that.
So you understand that if, in fact, it's determined that you advertised as an expert in postpartum and in postpartum psychiatry, and you've had a month experience plus a residency, would you consider that to be negligent or misrepresentation?
I do not believe that I have been negligent.
Do you understand what misrepresentation means?
Yes.
With a month under your belt plus your residency, do you really want this jury to believe that you were an expert? And you advertised that?
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
You were what?
Answer.
No, go ahead. Good, you answer that.
I just think the wording was that it's an interest of mine. I don't believe I called myself an expert.
Are you an expert in postpartum?
I may be. I don't know. I think it depends on what you define an expert as.
Well, when a patient comes to you and they fill out the form, you agree with me that your records reflect that form that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And the form that the district attorney went through painstakingly with you is basically, it looks something like this, right? That's one of the forms that you have people fill out, right? Right?
Yes.
See the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark in there?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages again, how many pages does a patient, or how many pages did Lindsay go through to check the boxes for acid?
There were a lot of pages.
It was a lot, 10, 20?
Yeah, maybe between 10 and 20.
Okay. And basically, they're all little checks in boxes, correct?
Not just checks.
No? So does the person then answer questions by typing in an answer such as, do you have any pending legal problems? No. Have you ever been arrested? No. Things of that nature, right?
Those are some of the questions.
And the questions also, do they ask the patient what medications they were on
Yes.
before seeing you?
Yes.
And Lindsay told you that she was on SSRIs in the past, right?
Yes.
And SSRI means what?
A selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
And that's pretty powerful stuff, isn't it?
It's an effective treatment for depression and anxiety.
Well, it affects the serotonin levels in the brain, doesn't it?
Yes.
It rewires the brain, doesn't it?
It doesn't rewire the brain. It increases the serotonin, and many individuals with depression have low levels of serotonin.
So Lindsay told you that she had been prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the SSRI?
Prozac.
And how long was she on the Prozac?
I'm not sure.
Never asked.
I probably asked.
Probably asked. Isn't it true? Don't you guys have a saying that if it's not written, it didn't happen? You take copious notes, do you not?
It's impossible to write down every single thing that's said, so I write down what is clinically relevant, clinically necessary, but there's a lot that is discussed over an hour that is not able to be written down.
Such as the fact that a person was on an SSRI when they were in nursing school is not an important fact to find out.
Oh, no, that's important. Sorry.
No problem. I'm not doing, the Sophie Cunningham at you. I'm just asking a question, that's all, and you can answer it, okay? How about if she had a reaction to Prozac?
I asked her about the Prozac.
Is that written in your notes?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that she took it for a period of time. She didn't mention any side effects.
Oh, she didn't tell you that she had side effects. I see. So when a patient comes to see you with a month under your belt and they're sick and they're looking for help, you wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was and was able to provide that for me.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes.
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you, wasn't she, in answering these questions, right?
I believe that she was.
We all spent some time talking about the fact that she declared that she had consumed alcohol, that she felt guilty about it. Recall that on Friday? We dwelled on that for a while, didn't we?
Yes, that was a component, yes.
I mean, that's something that's important, right?
Yes.
What was her drink of choice?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask her?
I'm not sure. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use
Well, the DA certainly was Friday, right?
All right, well, here's, and everybody knows, Doctor, wait for the question, all right? And then same thing, I'll have counsel wait until you finish your answer, all right? Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
So is it important, Doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes.
And you know that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
Yes.
You know that she graduated, obviously, from college, right?
Yes.
Is she a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall
Did you
that
ask her?
specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you know that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct? Or did you?
Sorry?
Or did you?
He attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
Ah. And did you say hi, how are you, and do a handshake when you came in your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from September till January? 14 appointments?
Yes.
Every single one of them were by telemedicine, weren't they?
Yes.
Until you came in this courtroom Friday, you never saw this woman in person, did you?
Correct.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed.
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
Because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but that's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
I imagine. Now, I'm looking at you, and you've got the witness stand cutting you off in half, right? So I can't see from your waist down, your legs, your feet, your hands, anything. That's the same view that you have on the telemedicine, right?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you've studied and that you've learned that there are objective manifestations that patients may have that would be a tell, like if you're playing poker, you have a tell, that would be an indicia of the fact that they're stressed or emotionally disturbed, right?
Yes.
Like hand wringing, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see the hands wringing when you were on telemedicine?
I don't recall seeing her hands.
You recall, you know how people sit there and they do this with their leg and the leg bounces because they're going through some type of emotional stress? You couldn't even see her legs, could you?
I couldn't see her legs, but I knew that she was under stress.
So when she came to you, September 15th, I believe, is the first time that you all actually discussed her condition, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the medical records, which the jury will be able to look at, it says visit date September 15th, 2022, and you can look along with me if you wish. Indicates why she came to see you, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she come to see you? According, not guessing and speculating, never mind the TV. You just look at your notes. Tell me what brought Lindsay Clancy to your office.
Postpartum anxiety.
Is that it? Is that what you noted in the records?
Well, those were her words when asked, what are the problems for which you are seeking help?
I see. Postpartum anxiety. Now, as a psychiatrist, meeting with this young woman after a month or so of working as a psychiatrist for Astor, there are tests that you administer to a woman who's in postpartum to find out what type of anxiety they have, right?
Well, there are some screening tests, but the most important thing is what the patient tells you and what my assessment is in the session.
I see. And that would carry through the Tufts evaluations for all 14 of those meetings, is what the patient tells you, right?
Yes, and what I observe in the session.
Through the television.
Through the computer.
What, if you can tell me, is the Edinburgh test?
It is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PPD?
I wouldn't say it's a major test.
It's a pretty big one, though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
It's a what?
Commonly used.
Commonly. All right, so when you used it on Lindsay, when was that administered to her?
I did not use it on Lindsay.
Why?
We use the PHQ-9, which is
PHQ-9?
It's a depression screening form.
That's like generalized anxiety disorder, general depression. It's got nothing to do with a woman suffering.
Order. All right. Jurors in. The court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. and the other gentleman that testified, Pavo, is that his name?
Paveo, sir.
Paveo. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
It's the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
okay,
browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, texts, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper, now Sergeant Paveo, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237, and that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
It says Celebrate. That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's
a little box.
You're doing the brightness instead of the zoom.
Yeah, I know that. You see the little box? Oh, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been, presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time. Well, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022 at midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry on
did.
her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
The subject is 10 a.m. Callan, Kingston vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just what the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m.
Okay.
The subject of the entry is 9:45 Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay. Now, looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training with Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key Technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extraction is using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date and the time and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
Reference is a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing in the same day. Okay. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there is a title with an email.
What's the name?
I'm sorry. patrancy@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that's signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had along with photographs, perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. You see this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0009225E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report?
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
I don't know where to look at that. If you can tell me if that's, because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
For Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, or whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, for a minute. Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics, such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Run right off of these?
If we could just see them at sidebar.
identification.
QRST identification.
Thank you. And just, thanks. And if I can, for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these three exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
Sorry. Is the
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir, if I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mommy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now let me give you Exhibit 238, and just a representative example. I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir?
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds?
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night? Question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please, at 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the 10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good? Question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good. Period. At the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better? Question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05?
AM or PM?
PM.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying?
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
So she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun. referring to what was fun, if you know?
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what? That's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. It's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th, District Attorney asked you about the Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also, prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, oh, wow, you're a good mom? Do you recall that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis, can you be in DKA without high blood sugar, page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone, Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone, Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? I'll say that.
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction book, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? See where it says schizophrenia? Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Okay. Zoloft?
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds p.m.
And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds a.m.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
Okay. And there is a search for keyword ketamine. Ketamine.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39:0 seconds p.m.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal was part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23:13 seconds a.m.
Okay. Is there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Is that on the Celebrate report for Lindsay's cell phone?
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Give me the idea, like, for, the bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone?
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started and when did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38:42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see where it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat search for Ativan?
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06:30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct?
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01:28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17:58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33:49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
No objection.
Okay, those may be admitted. Do you want to admit it's individual?
All one? Is one individual or all one? I don't care.
Why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
Exhibits 240 through 260 so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize, I neglected to ask about this celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone. This you agree with me is another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
And looking at that, if you can, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's town hall the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Month-old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down. Just
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves. I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
What do we
sir.
have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds p.m.
Okay, I just want to get a frame on the time. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds p.m.
Yeah, go ahead, finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. That's
And then finally, sir, approaching you with, like it would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the thing, the header on the top of it, that's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Okay. Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? Do you know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date,
Yeah,
sir?
sure, just
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat, loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42:16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would
Receive, sir.
The time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages.
Okay,
From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
Well, I'd like to have this.
I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Mike.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Okay. Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, that's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, were you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that as an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
To know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums of little babies all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect.
Thank you. All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc Exhibit 236 in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on Exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asked some questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday, never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
Was there also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Rankin?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with text messages. Would you agree with me, again, that this came off of Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay? You can kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one or the other. It's up to you.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you, again, extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish, would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It said Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
and D for identification.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01, so they'll hold that against me. So we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock and go with the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything, and then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in the cover page and the wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So do you have any objection to the substitute status? It's the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought that I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
All right, so you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
Is it from this new batch?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
That was yesterday.
From postpartum depression, does it?
I disagree.
Well, do you agree that people perhaps that may know a little more than you determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me how it's graded?
No, I cannot.
There are 30 questions in it, are there not?
I don't use this scale, so I don't know how many questions there are.
So the Edinburgh scale, do you even know that the cutoff for someone that is depressed in their condition of postpartum would be 15? Anything over that, they're in severe depression?
Okay.
You know that her first Edinburgh test that was administered to her put her at a 23
Objection.
Overall.
severe depression?
I was not aware of this test. I was not aware that this had been administered to her.
Well, you know that except for the Prozac that she had when she was a nurse, what, 23, 24, 23 years old, she hadn't, other than seeing her own doctor for having a baby, she hadn't seen any doctors. You knew that, right?
I didn't know exactly which doctor she sees. I think we ask about your primary care doctor, but she did not report any other medical issues that she was under treatment for.
So is it important for Dr. Jennifer Tufts to know whether or not a patient who is coming to you for help has a prior medical history other than what they might tell you?
Well, when patients are able to advocate for themselves and share their medical history, we rely on what they tell us.
Was she able to advocate for herself, in your opinion, when she came to see you, when you evaluated her in September?
Absolutely.
About October.
Yes.
How about November?
Yes.
How about December?
Yes.
And your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating, was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So,
No. You used the word deteriorating on Friday, did you not?
she was a little bit worse at certain appointments, and the deteriorating word, which is not my word choice, is what is in the note because I had to select that.
Because why? You have some kind of a program that you have to check the box and you have to bring down the drop box? You can't take a pen and write something down about a patient?
There are certain parts of the note where I can write whatever I feel is necessary, but that specific aspect of the note is a button where you have to click one of three choices.
So when the jury's going through your medical records, one of the things that they're going to see is that when you meet with a patient, you have a form that you fill out where it says, if you feel like you're going to harm yourself or somebody else, make sure you go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
If you have any urges to harm yourself or others, go to the nearest emergency room. That's in every single time that you meet with a patient, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that if there's any, call the Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline. If you feel that you're in crisis, you may text home to a particular number anytime. What's a suicide hotline?
It's a phone number that patients in crisis can call and speak to a trained counselor.
Now, a psychiatrist, you'd agree with me, is not a counselor, that's for sure, right?
Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
like
but
what?
we did.
Like what?
Providing emotional support, listening to her.
Hold on, no, please.
Finish your answer.
Hold on, hold on, everybody.
Sorry, Judge.
She can. You asked a question, we're going to let her finish, and then you can follow up with any questions you want. Go ahead, Doc.
Anything else you want to say?
So her sessions were largely focused on the medication management, but there was an aspect of therapy including those items.
Okay, and the sessions were for what, 17 minutes?
No,
How long were they?
25 to 30 minutes.
So 25 to 30 minutes on the television, and would you face the TV screen with her for the full 25 minutes?
Yes.
And that's not noted in your records. It says 17 minutes in all your records, doesn't it?
So if you look closely, it says the therapy component was for 17 minutes. It doesn't say the entire duration is 17 minutes.
So what do you do when you're trying to give therapy as a psychiatrist to a patient that came to see you? What do you do? What do you do for therapy?
It depends on the person.
Well, how about Lindsay Clancy? What did you do for therapy with her?
I listened to her. I listened to her concerns and provided support. I tried to provide her with hope that eventually things would improve.
So you listened to her concerns, and you'd agree with me that her concerns were, for example, that she actually was unable to sleep. Was one of her concerns, right?
She was having a lot of difficulty with sleep.
On the September 15th meeting, you indicate that her mood was okay, but her affect was anxious, and you called it incongruent. What does that mean?
She said she was feeling okay. She appeared anxious, and she also stated that she was anxious.
So one of the things that you talked about Friday is when a patient presents with an incongruent something like that, I don't remember, appearance perhaps, that would mean that they're saying, I'm okay, but they don't look like they're okay, right?
Well, it could. I don't think her affect and her mood were really that incongruent at that time. I think that she didn't appear terribly depressed. I didn't say she was terribly depressed in that initial visit, but she said she was anxious and she appeared anxious. That's pretty congruent.
Okay. So did you put in the report that she was congruent or incongruent?
So that is not an option for me to indicate in that section, but
So-
it was congruent.
You're like a robot. You can't take a pen and write something down. You have to do the drop box and the X's on the computer.
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up there
You're a doctor. Why are you limited?
because of the technology.
What technology? The fact that there's a form on a computer? You're trying to treat a human being who comes to you for help.
And that's what's most important. What's most important was the treatment, not what is checked off on a box.
Makes sense. So you were unable to make a note as to whether or not her affect and her mood appeared to be in conflict and that she would have been incongruent and that she had poor insight. You couldn't write that down. Is that right? Because the box doesn't let you.
Correct.
So basically she's telling you that I'm okay. Well, actually, when she came, do you know that she never saw, other than when she was in nursing school, would it surprise you, a psychiatrist? And that was only for like a week when she got the Prozac in nursing school because she was afraid of public speaking? Did you know that?
I was aware that she did not have a significant past psychiatric history. I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were the first psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think it was.
And isn't that important for you as a doctor to take a history?
I did take a history.
So can you tell us? You're testifying here for the governor. Tell us whether or not she had any past psychiatric history other than in nursing school for a week with the Prozac.
She did not report any other past psychiatric history other than the Prozac and Wellbutrin.
So when a patient comes to see you and you're treating to help that patient, if they don't report something to you, you don't know about it apparently, right?
Well, I think it depends. There are certainly things I can assess, but if it's related to their history, I do need them to tell me.
Well, you can't assess it unless you ask, right?
Unless I ask or they volunteer it or they
Of
fill
course,
it
we
out in
already talked
forms.
about the volunteering. How about you as a doctor, when you're evaluating a patient coming to you for help, do you ask them questions?
Yes,
You didn't ask her a prior history.
I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that her prior history was what we discussed about the Prozac in the nursing school.
So, basically, other than hoping to give her hope, is what you said, for the therapy. How do you give someone hope for therapy, the other doctor?
Try to encourage them and...
The 15th.
Sorry?
What did you encourage her to give her hope on September 15th?
What did I encourage her?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly the words. It was
Did you write
almost
it
4
down in
years
your
ago.
records?
No, we don't write those details of
Well, that's
everything
the
that is
therapy
said.
we're talking about, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you don't write down the therapy you give a patient in the records, right?
Well, I write something about it.
You write it
I
down,
mentioned
not-
that.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
So yes
You
or
gotta let
no?
her- Hold on. You gotta let her finish the question. You listen to the question and answer just what they ask, okay? Go ahead. You can rephrase that question, Counsel.
No, I'll let her answer.
All right.
I mentioned that I provided supportive therapy.
What is supportive therapy?
It's listening to the patient's concerns and providing emotional support and validation.
So emotional support and validation, all sounds good. Here's a young woman who was what, 20, 29, 30 years old, came to see you?
Yes.
And came to see you for help, right?
Yes.
Told you she couldn't sleep and she was anxious, correct?
Yes.
You know that she was postpartum, correct?
Yes.
You know that as a patient who was postpartum. By the way, what is your opinion of the period of postpartum wherein one can have postpartum depression or, more importantly, postpartum psychosis? What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
So she was well within that time frame, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to provide therapy by giving her hope. And how long do you figure did that take? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it was different in each session.
Okay. So the only thing that you diagnosed Lindsay with on September 15th was GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, correct?
It was generalized anxiety disorder as well as an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
And you prescribed medications to her, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you provided to her was the sertraline, right?
Yes.
And the sertraline would be Zoloft, right?
Yes.
Now, this is a little chart that shows the prescriptions that Lindsay was on. And you are the yellow colors. Okay. You can see that. Do you agree with me that on September 15th you prescribed sertraline, Zoloft, 30 count on September 15th, 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
Have you ever read the website for sertraline?
The website for sertraline?
Yeah. I mean, sertraline, Zoloft, is a chemical that is marketed as a pharmaceutical, right?
Yes.
Right? It's a pill, right?
Yes.
And as we said, it's an SSRI pill, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that Zoloft is not indicated for generalized anxiety? Why'd you give her Zoloft?
It is a very effective medication for generalized anxiety disorder.
So you're familiar with the drug labeling for Zoloft, is that correct?
Generally.
Generally. Are you aware of what the manufacturer of Zoloft indicates it can be used for, to treat?
I'm aware that it's used to treat various forms of anxiety disorders as well as major depression.
So when Lindsay came to see you, you know that she had stopped breastfeeding her son, right?
Not at the time of the first appointment.
When did she stop breastfeeding? In October?
Something around then.
You know that she had little or no psychiatric history other than seeing you, correct?
And the Prozac, yes.
You know that, in fact, that she had stopped drinking whatever it was that she was drinking, because you never asked, right?
I was not concerned about her level of drinking.
Well, it's in your form, right?
That was at the intake, but
Wait, did you know that she wasn't drinking when you were meeting with her, correct?
Yeah, that's what she told me.
Okay, and you believe what she told you, right?
Yes.
So when she sees you, she's not on any psychiatric antitropics or whatever they're called medications, correct? She wasn't on any medication.
Correct.
And she had stopped drinking anything, whatever it may have been, right?
I'm not sure when she completely stopped drinking, but yes.
You don't know when she started, when she stopped, what she drank, do you?
Well, I was not concerned that she was an alcoholic.
That's a yes or no. Did you have any idea? Because we spent a long time on Friday talking about her guilt and having that she drank alcohol. you don't know what she drank, when she started, when she stopped, do you?
I know some details about her alcohol use, but it was overall minimal.
What were the details then? Tell me what the details were. There was that one little box that was checked off. What other details were there?
That she drank 1 to 2 times a week, 1 to 2 servings 5 times a week.
And you don't know where, what it was? You have no idea, right?
I think she had mentioned at some point that it was calming. It was something that was helpful.
I'm sorry.
Calming.
Calming. Okay,
Calming.
so it was numbing. It was like trying to numb something, I guess, right?
That's one way of saying it.
I mean, I imagine you've treated veterans that have post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that many times when people have an anxiety disorder or PTSD, whatever the case may be, they try to numb their feelings? Is that fair?
Sometimes they do.
And sometimes they use alcohol, right?
Sometimes they do.
But we don't know what alcohol. We don't even know if it was a beer, do we?
I didn't think that was relevant for her.
So, with all of that, with that information, you then prescribed Zoloft to her, correct?
Yes.
You went over the side effects of Zoloft, sertraline, I imagine, with her, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that one of the known side effects is suicidal thoughts and actions and ideation?
Well, that's specifically in children, so I don't think I mentioned that because it wasn't relevant.
Not really. Suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation is a black box warning on Zoloft, along with other SSRIs, right?
Under
Yes
age,
or no?
for children and adults younger than Lindsay.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can you just listen to my question and answer it yes or no? Is there a black box warning on Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And a black box warning is required or prescribed by what? The FDA?
Probably.
Probably. And it basically warns that, especially with young people or young adults, that it may cause suicidal or, God forbid, homicidal ideation. Yes?
Yes.
And you're aware that, in fact, the FDA has determined that that goes up possibly to a 23, 24, 25-year-old. You know that, right?
I think 24 is what they
All
said.
right, I'll give you 24. It's possible, is it not, that the SSRIs that get into a person's brain affect a person that's 3 or 4 years older than the FDA cutoff with suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation? It's possible?
There's a lot of development that happens in the brain between ages like up to 24 and closer to 30. The brain is fully matured at past age 24, and so it's less vulnerable than in a younger individual.
So with 24, you're suggesting as a cutoff, are you suggesting to the jury that a drug that increases the risk of suicide in a 24-year-old patient cannot increase the risk of suicide in a 29 or a 30-year-old patient? Just a little bit?
I don't believe there's evidence that it causes that at all in individuals over 24.
So, as a psychiatrist who had the ability to issue these types of medications to patients and citizens, what research did you do on Zoloft and suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation?
I was taught extensively about SSRIs and suicidal ideation in my training.
Right?
In Vermont, in Boston, yes.
Okay, so in Vermont was when you get your medical degree, right?
Yes.
And in Boston would be when you were a resident, right?
Yes.
And then you had board certification on general psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You can have a certification on a subspecialty, right?
There are certain subspecialties, yes.
Right, and some of the subspecialties deal with postpartum or women that are pregnant and have babies and have psychiatric symptomology.
There's no board certification for perinatal or reproductive psychiatry.
Well, there are plenty of classes that are recognized as, for example, at Harvard Medical School, there's an annual class or symposium, if you will, for postpartum. Have you ever been to that?
No, sir.
What have you done to research or to improve your education? I understand you went to med school and that you were a resident. What programs, continuing education, symposiums have you attended since you got the ability to prescribe these medicines to people?
I have not attended a symposium.
Have you attended anything?
I have not, but I have done a lot of reading on my own, of research and guidelines about this area in psychiatry.
Did you tell Lindsay when you were going, because one of the things that you guys are always concerned about is what's called informed consent, right?
Yes.
And what is informed consent? What does that mean?
It means
In a medical sense, not just like out in the street or something.
explaining to a patient the risks and benefits of treatment and possible alternatives, and making sure that the patient understands what you're saying.
Now, when you were going over the symptomology or when you were going over the side effects of Zoloft, one of the side effects of Zoloft is, and I quote, severe trouble sleeping, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that?
Well, insomnia is listed as a side effect.
No. You already said yes, you know it. Did you tell her that Zoloft has a side effect of giving the patient severe trouble sleeping? That's all.
So I didn't use the word severe because it typically doesn't cause severe trouble sleeping, but I thought you were referring to when she told me that she did have severe trouble sleeping,
Well,
and that
that's
was
what
true.
she told you, right? That she had severe trouble sleeping, right?
She told me, yes.
And you know that one of the side effects of Zoloft is, let's say, trouble sleeping. You know that, right?
Yes.
Your answer is yes? The jury has to be able to hear you.
Yes.
And why would you prescribe Zoloft to a young woman who's postpartum, who's coming to you with anxiety, who's telling you she can't sleep, she's got all of these symptoms, and you prescribe a medication that would have a side effect of trouble sleeping?
So individuals have very varied responses to medications. Some have no side effects, some have one or two. It's impossible to predict, but Zoloft is a top choice, a first-line medication for
Says
her.
who?
It was
Says who?
says it's the general consensus
Well, know
among
about the lawsuits
psychiatrists.
against
Hold on,
Zoloft, right?
again, we can't have both of you talking at the same time. So let her finish her answer, and then I'll give you plenty of time to follow up any questions regarding her answer. So, you finish your answer on that?
There's extensive research supporting the use of sertraline in this instance, and the general consensus among psychiatrists is that it's a first-line safe medication for individuals, including postpartum women.
How about the kids that shoot other kids in high schools and the lawsuits that come out of that against Zoloft? You ever read about them?
Overruled.
Sorry?
You didn't hear me?
I wasn't sure what the question was.
The question was, in response to your observation about how all the psychiatrists or the psychiatrists think that it's a very, very safe, wonderful first-line drug, and you researched it. How about the kids that kill other kids in schools with the lawsuits that arise out of the use of SSRIs? Have you ever researched that?
I don't know much about that.
You know about the SSRIs and messing with someone's brain, they go out and they shoot people for no reason, right?
I'm not aware that that's linked to SSRIs.
So you didn't really talk to her about increased risk of suicide when 24-year-olds are down because she's 4 or 5 years older than that. You didn't talk to her about the trouble sleeping that can be a side effect. But she describes there's other drugs that you could have given her that would be perfectly safe and common and allow someone with no psychiatric history to sleep better, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you prescribed her with the Zoloft. It was 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And when you prescribed her with the Zoloft, 25 milligrams, was that increased up to 0.05 milligrams, or did you increase it at some point?
The instructions were to increase it to 50 after 1 week.
After 1 week?
Yes.
And you expected that she would listen to your instructions, right?
Yes.
And she did, right?
She waited about a month, but then yes, she did.
Why did she wait a month?
I think it took her some time to decide whether that was truly what she wanted to do.
Right, she was afraid of the drugs, wasn't she?
She was afraid of side effects.
And she didn't want to take the pills, did she?
She eventually did want to take the pills because she wanted to feel better.
A month later, right?
Yes.
So you prescribe the Zoloft, SSRI, and then you tell her after a week to increase it, and she doesn't take that medication for a month, correct?
Correct.
And then she did take the medication, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with her or talk to her before she actually started to implement that particular regimen?
I had met with her beforehand, but I was not aware of when she made the decision to go ahead and take it.
So you met her on the 15th of September, right?
Yes.
When was the next time you met her?
Can I check?
Sure, of course, absolutely. You can look at anything you want.
September 28th.
And on September 28th, did you discuss with her the fact that she was afraid to take the Zoloft?
Yes.
And did you recommend that she do that?
Well, she said that she was feeling better at that point and wasn't
It's a
sure.
real easy question. When you
Okay.
talked with her, did you recommend that she increase or take the Zoloft?
At that visit, I don't think that I did.
Okay. So when did she actually take the Zoloft?
She told me in her October 20th visit that she had taken it 1 week prior.
And she told you that when she increased it in accordance with your instructions, she went off the rails, right?
I don't think she used those words, but she had
What words did
side
she
effects.
use to you as her doctor?
She felt awful.
Awful. Why did she feel awful? Did she have a stomach ache? Did she have a headache? Why did she feel awful?
She did have some stomach aches. She had some diarrhea and had a difficult time eating. She also had increased anxiety. She had some more depressed feelings. She had more difficulty sleeping.
And what was your advice to her as her doctor on the 28th of October, after she told you about the effect the Zoloft had on her?
I told her to stop it, stop the medication.
Okay. Now, Zoloft being an SSRI, and a patient that is taking the Zoloft, and 0.05, we spent Friday afternoon going over the drugs, and 0.05 milligrams is the lowest dose, and all that. That's the dose that is prescribed to people, invariably, correct?
It goes up to 200, but that is a starting dose.
For pretty much all of you psychiatrists would agree with that, right? 0.05, right?
50.
50, okay. And you then told her to stop?
Yes.
What does it mean to titrate something?
To slowly increase the amount.
What do you tell patients when they're on an SSRI as to weaning them off the SSRIs?
Depends what the dose is. If it's a high dose, you need to slowly decrease the dose, so kind of the opposite of titration. But if it's a low dose to begin with, you can stop it.
Are you supposed to tell a person that's on an SSRI to stop immediately or to slowly withdraw from it?
At 50 milligrams, it is perfectly fine to stop it immediately.
So you didn't have any concerns at all about telling her to immediately stop taking the Zoloft? And what did you do, put her on another drug?
Not immediately.
Okay. So did she relate to you on that October 28th meeting that you had? Was it the 28th or the 26th?
I met with her the 21st and then the 26th.
Okay. Now, on the 26th of October, what did she tell you her condition was?
So she was feeling back to how she was before the Zoloft, which is not great still, and that she was considering a new medication.
So she was considering it. Did she do research on medication as to what medication she wanted to take? Is that what you're telling this jury?
She didn't specify exactly what medication she wanted to take, but that she wanted to try something else because she was still having significant anxiety.
So when you say she wanted to try something else, I'm just asking, did you tell her what you recommended she try, or is that something that she decided she'd do on her own?
No, I gave her my recommendation.
Okay. The only reason why I ask that is that, you know, a lot of times people might think that she's a psychopharmacologist, that she's a heart surgeon, that she's a vascular surgeon, that she knows everything about medicine. That's not true, is it?
No.
Would you agree with me that prior to telling her to stop the Zoloft, that one of the concerns that you had is that Zoloft affects anxiety and affects sleep, and you hope that it treats the underlying anxiety by balancing brain chemistry and increasing serotonin, right?
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. And you'd agree with me that it does, as a side effect, have an impact on a person's falling asleep or staying asleep, as a common side effect, right?
It can happen. It doesn't happen to everyone, but it certainly happens to some. But it is temporary. That's the important distinction. Is that there are many side effects that disappear entirely, and then the medicine is quite helpful for those certain conditions.
What's that?
Yes.
She had problems sleeping, didn't she?
Yes.
Even after the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
So you, not her, you recommended a particular drug that she should take, right?
Yes.
And again, as it relates to what one would expect a young woman who's a labor and delivery nurse to know about psychiatric medication. What is methadone? Do you know?
I'm sorry?
Methadone.
I'm not sure.
How about hermababate? B-A-T-E. H-E-R-M-A-B-A-T-E. How about that? You ever heard of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
That's what's used to administer to a woman who's going through birth. You don't have an obligation to know that, do you?
No.
You have an obligation to know about psychiatric medications, though, right?
Yes.
There's a difference between what's known as nescience, which is not knowing what you have no duty to know, and ignorance, which is you don't know what you should know. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, did you ever gauge Lindsay's knowledge or ability to judge what medication would be good for her?
So that was my role.
Right.
I didn't expect her to know significantly the details about different psychiatric medications.
Is it important to know that a woman that's coming to you because of postpartum issues, shall we say, had prior problems in prior deliveries?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're on the front line of health care for pregnant women when someone comes to see you, either pregnant or after having a baby, right?
They're usually referred by a therapist or an OB, but yes.
Okay. So being on the front line and dealing with these people, and you advertise that you deal with pregnant people before they have babies, right?
Yes.
And after, correct?
Yes.
Did she have any prior issues with her prior babies?
I knew that she had had some anxiety symptoms with her prior, after her prior child was, after her second child was born.
And that would be Dawson?
Yes.
And when she saw you after having Callan, how old was Dawson?
A few years old, maybe 2 or 3.
Did she tell you what the side effects were after she had Dawson?
She did. I did not list them because...
Excuse me, that means you didn't write them down?
Yes.
So what is it, your memory? That we'll go by that, right?
Sorry?
We'll go by your memory?
Go by my memory about what? I don't recall exactly which side effects she said, but I recall that they were some of the very common ones, the ones that are temporary.
Hold on. You're telling this jury that you don't recall what the side effects were that she told you, but your memory is that they were general, common? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because if they were anything else, I would have documented it.
Well, how about she took Zoloft? Did she take Zoloft, SSRI, after having Dawson?
I think she took it for about a week.
You think? Or she did?
She did.
So isn't that something that would be indicative of the fact that there was some psychiatric issues after she had her second child?
Yes, but she did not describe them as being severe.
Well, as a psychiatrist, can you ask her whether or not they're severe, or do you just wait for them to tell you?
Based on her description, they did not sound severe.
Tell me about bipolar. What's bipolar?
Bipolar is a mood disorder that has both depressive episodes as well as episodes of mania.
And is it your understanding that if a person has a difficult birth and in fact has some psychiatric attributes as a result of that difficult birth, that you should not prescribe SSRIs to that person because they could be bipolar?
Having a difficult birth does not, it's not a contraindication to an SSRI.
So after she had her second child, she took Zoloft, and you did not detail any side effects, and you don't remember any side effects. Do you agree that Lindsay had, at this point, a history of mental problems during postpartum?
She had a history of anxiety postpartum.
Anxiety to the point that it was prescribed an SSRI?
Yes.
And she also had mental problems when she came to see you, right?
Yes.
So she had mental problems after she had the second child, mental problems after she had the third child, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this is not easy stuff for somebody to be talking about. People get embarrassed in our society if they had mental problems, don't they?
Some do.
She did, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
So, not documenting any of the side effects, did you think it would be important to document the side effects of the drug before you prescribed Zoloft a second time? She's telling you that she had, you don't know, but she had side effects with Zoloft. Was it important for you to document the second time that you're giving her Zoloft?
I did not feel that it was necessary to document the specific side effects.
So if someone comes to you as a person who is in postpartum and is all the symptomology that she had related to you, that if she told you that she was on Zoloft after her second child and had side effects, you don't think it's important to document the side effects, number one, right?
It depends what the side effects are.
Which we don't know because you didn't write them down, you don't remember it.
I would have written them down if
No,
they
not
were.
what you would have done. What did you do?
No, overrule. Go ahead.
I would have written them down
What
if
did you do?
I wrote that she had side effects.
What are they?
I'm not sure.
And then you prescribed Zoloft again, didn't you, in 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall, in the period of September of 22, October of 22, into November of 22, that she used the word overwhelmed, told you that she was overwhelmed? Is that correct?
Sorry, which visit are we looking at?
Well, the period of time, September, October, November, did she use the terminology that she was overwhelmed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were treating her, you didn't think that she was just merely overwhelmed with 3 children. You knew she was really struggling, didn't you?
I did.
And it was at that point that you diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition, and you prescribed psychiatric meds. Isn't that right?
I prescribed psychiatric medications, yes.
So when you prescribed the Zoloft and told her to increase it, she told you that she was having all these difficulties. You told her to stop. Did you give her therapy when you saw her?
Yes.
What did you do?
I think that I provided
Again, I
reassurance.
apologize, but not what you think. I want to know what you did. And that's why you write stuff down. So take your time and look at your notes. What did you do with this young woman for therapy?
On which day?
On what?
Which day are we talking about
When
specifically?
she came to you and told you that she was overwhelmed, and you diagnosed her with a mental illness and prescribed a psychiatric condition, the psychiatric meds. What therapy did you give her? Because you told us that when you're on the television, you still give them therapy too, right?
I do.
What did you do?
Well, I'm having trouble identifying exactly when she said the words overwhelmed. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what I said in a span of, a number of different visits.
Did you indicate that there's information on the website that if a person has an emergency that they should do something?
I did, and I advised her the same.
So basically, if one of your patients becomes suicidal, and on that note, did she tell you at that point, up to November of 22, that she was dwelling on suicidal thoughts?
It was a while before she mentioned anything about suicidal thoughts.
Tell us when.
I might need to look through the records to
right
see
ahead.
when she first did. December 1st.
So on December 1st, what did she tell you?
That she denied feeling suicidal, but that she was close to feeling suicidal.
That's kind of like being a fisherman out in the ocean who's worried about the possibility of a storm and is thinking about the storm and is dwelling on the storm, almost in fear of the storm, right?
Objection. No rule.
Isn't it?
I guess.
So when she tells you that she's, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did she say? She's having suicidal thoughts, or what did she say? All close to it?
She denied having suicidal thoughts, but felt that she was getting close to it.
Okay. So she was dwelling on it or thinking about it, right? Is that fair?
she was fearful of eventually having those kinds of thoughts.
To kill herself?
Yes.
And how frequently were the thoughts?
I'm not sure exactly how frequent they were.
Did you ask her?
It's
Sorry?
very likely that I did ask her the frequency.
Would that be in your medical records? When you see some patients, you have some patients other than Lindsay Clancy at that point, right?
Yes.
And you document when a patient, my God, when a patient comes in and tells you that she's in postpartum distress and she's close to having suicide thoughts to kill herself, that's important, isn't it?
It's important that I am aware that she is having these thoughts.
What thoughts?
That she is fearful she could become suicidal.
And she told you, I imagine, or you asked, how frequently these thoughts were.
I don't have it documented how frequently they were, but that is a question that I usually ask when we're talking about suicidal
When we're
thoughts.
usually testifying in a murder case, we usually have facts that we can tell the jury, not speculation.
Objection.
Yeah, sustained.
Did she tell you, or did you ask about suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What did she tell you? If you don't know, tell us.
No, I know, sorry, but it's what I said before, that she denied having them, and she wasn't having them, we were meeting, but she felt close to it, close to having those thoughts.
Okay. So would you agree with me that many times patients, especially psychiatric patients, may minimize their symptomology?
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman has just had a child and has other little kids at home, if you're worried about the government taking kids away from them, because you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Overall.
You're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm close to it, and homicidal thoughts, you'd report that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. I think it really depends on the context, but having suicidal thoughts alone is not a reportable condition.
All right. So basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Oh, okay. So as a result of that, you then gave her therapy, I imagine, right? With the television.
Yes.
And what therapy did you give her in November of 22?
I gave her supportive psychotherapy.
And what does that mean? It sounds great. What do you do?
It's listening to the patient and providing...
Sorry? Listening to the patient, like when they say they're having...
Hold on. Good. Sustained. Next question.
So...
You could finish the answer.
Right. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. Listening to the patient. That would be when, for example, one of your patients tells you, after all the treatment that you had provided prior to that, all the symptomology that she had, and insomnia, and anxiety, and all of that she's close to having suicidal thoughts. That would, I imagine, impact on you.
Yes.
So what did you do with this psychotherapy?
So I provided emotional support and validation and
What does that mean, validation?
encouragement.
What does that mean?
Something like, I understand this is a very difficult time. It really, it varies on the individual.
Sure. How about Lindsay?
I don't remember the exact therapeutic words that I used.
Okay. How long did you give the therapy? Validation and all that stuff?
I don't remember exactly the duration.
Be about 10 minutes?
Maybe.
Through the television, right?
Through the computer.
as we pointed out, you tell the people that come to see you, when I say you, I mean collectively Astor Medical, that you would expect that if a person is in crisis, as you guys say, or is suicidal, that they would have to go to a computer or their cell phone, right? They would have to punch in your office, right? Look up the number.
We advise them to call 911 or go to the emergency room as quickly as possible.
How about suicide hotlines? Do you give them advice to call them?
That's an option as well, yes.
Sure. Did she call suicide hotlines?
I was not aware that she did.
Did you ever ask her?
I don't think I specifically asked that question.
Not specifically. Did you ask her anything? Did you beat around the bush maybe? You ask her anything about suicide hotlines?
I don't think I asked her about suicide hotlines.
Would it surprise you to know that she called suicide hotline in that time frame, not once, but twice, and was turned away? You guys were in the front line of this, aren't you?
No, overall.
It does surprise me, yes.
It does what?
It surprises me that she called them twice.
And you never asked her if she had ever called the suicide hotline, did you?
I don't think that I did.
Yeah, I understand. You're a doctor. You were trying to do the right thing. You obviously, this is just horrible, isn't it?
Yes.
She continued on with her treatment with you, correct?
Yes.
What was the next medication that you put her on? Let's say we're up to, I guess it would be the October 26th date?
Yeah.
Is that right?
October 26th.
Is that when you prescribed Ativan?
I prescribed that on the 21st.
Sorry?
I prescribed the Ativan on the 21st.
All right. Did you prescribe anything on the October 26th appointment?
Yes.
And what was that?
Buspirone.
Buspirone. And would you agree with me that, is that also Vanspar?
Buspar or Buspirone are the common names for it.
Okay. You ever heard of Vanspar? V-A-N, V as in Victor, A-N-S-P-A-R? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of Buspirone?
Every medication has side effects, but
Okay, so my question is pretty simple. Buspirone, you mentioned it, I'm asking, any side effects?
yes.
What are the side effects?
They could be tiredness or dizziness or rarely some upset stomach, but it's generally a very, very well tolerated mild medicine.
And do you recall, was she taking any other medication at that point, if you know?
Yeah, she was taking some of the Ativan.
Some Ativan, right? Did you prescribe that to her?
Yes,
When did you prescribe the Ativan to her?
the 21st.
And she was compliant with your recommendations, right?
Yes.
Was she also reporting to you that she was taking Benadryl, like over-the-counter stuff?
It was being used as needed, yes.
So that's PRN, on the records, PRN or whatever, you take it as required, right?
Yes.
And she reported to you that she was taking Benadryl, right?
She reported that, yes.
And you didn't document how much she was taking, right?
It's only available as one dose over the counter.
Okay. Did she re-up the dose over the counter? Do you know?
She didn't tell me that she did.
Did you ask her?
I don't remember asking her about if she increased it. I think she was just taking one of them.
You think? Did you know that Ativan and Benadryl are contraindicated, that they can have a serious impact to the central nervous system and depressant effects?
Yes, but can I explain that when they say depressant?
Excuse me, the answer is yes, right? Is the answer yes?
Yeah, if the answer is yes, if that's the question, the Commonwealth may be able to ask you further questions if you'd
Okay,
like.
well, I can't say yes to that entire statement.
All right, next
Did you
question.
discuss anything about Benadryl combined with Ativan on October 26th?
I don't recall.
On October 26th, was she still worried about suicidal thoughts?
She denied that.
And on October 26th, how did she deny that? Is that, you have that noted in your record?
I do.
And what does it say?
Patient denies suicidal ideation.
Okay. So there's a huge difference between suicidal ideation and somebody having thoughts of suicide or being close to it, right?
Not exactly.
Well, you knew that the last time you spoke to the woman, she told you that she was close to having thoughts of killing herself, right?
Yes.
And you're her doctor, right?
Yes.
So what do? You just say, do you have, and check the box, and say, do you have any suicidal ideation? And she says no, and you check the box?
No, it's not that simple.
Do you ask her, like, well, gee, the last time I spoke to you, you told me that you were close to having suicidal thoughts of killing yourself. Did you pursue that on the 26th of October?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That she wasn't.
Now, how long was that appointment, if you recall? Would you agree it was 17 minutes and then there was some therapy?
The entire appointment was something between 25 and 30 minutes.
And that was again through the television, right?
The computer, yes.
Computer. Did you also add a drug called hydroxyzine?
Yes.
When was that?
So that was the same visit as an alternative to the Benadryl.
Okay, so on October 26th, when she told you that she was taking over-the-counter Benadryl, I asked you what you prescribed to her, and you said Ativan, right? Right?
Yes.
And then I asked you about the contraindication of Ativan and Benadryl, right?
You asked me about that, yes.
And then you, on October 26th, started her on Buspar, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Buspar? Is that for anxiety?
Yes.
And what kind of drug is Buspar?
It doesn't really fall into a class, but it does act on serotonin.
So it's another, similar to an SSRI, right?
It's kind of like a more mild version of an SSRI.
Okay. So she's on Benadryl over-the-counter, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, Buspar, which is an SSRI, and then you prescribe hydroxyzine on the same day, right?
They weren't all to be taken at the same time.
What's hydroxyzine?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine.
Okay. Is that over-the-counter, or is that, can you just buy that over-the-counter, or do you have to go to the back where the pharmacist is?
You have to go to the pharmacist.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, she was taking the medications as she was required, right?
That's what I was told.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Did you, by her?
Yes.
And did you at any time tell her that she should keep a diary of her medications and keep a diary of any side effects that she has?
I didn't instruct her to do that.
You don't have to instruct somebody to do anything, but did you recommend it? Like say, hey, if you're on all these meds, if you're having an effect, you should write it down. When, time, date, anything like that?
I didn't tell her to do that.
Would that be helpful?
Maybe, but usually we go through all of that in the appointments, and we met very frequently.
Now, you'd agree with me that at this point, prior to the next appointment, which was November 2nd, she had gotten significantly worse, even after all this medication that you had been prescribing, right? Did you make a note that she was telling you that she had depression and that she was crying, had more anxiety, insomnia had increased, brain fog, and worrying about suicide?
In the couple weeks after starting those medicines, I don't recall that the symptoms were significantly exacerbated.
Okay. Friday afternoon, you answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay. What is brain fog?
It's it's a very subjective feeling that someone might have where maybe it's, hard to think of a word that you're trying to think of, or maybe it feels like, maybe you're thinking of things a little bit more slowly than you normally would.
And how often was she dwelling on suicide?
At what point?
At the point she told you that she had anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, crying inconsolably.
Objection, if we could have a date.
I think he's going to get to that. Good.
October 26th, heading into November 2nd. Do you recall, I'll rephrase it, do you recall going into the November month, meeting with her, and she told you that she had brain fog?
It was mentioned at some point. I
Okay.
don't see that on the 26th specifically.
All right, so let's talk about brain fog. Did you ask her what that meant? Because when you say subjective, that means that's her interpretation. That's in her head. She's telling you, right?
Yes.
As opposed to objective, which would be what people in general would think, right?
Yes.
So when she's telling you, in addition to the anxiety, in addition to the crying, in addition to the stress that she was undergoing, she was worrying about suicide, she talked about brain fog. So you must have asked her, what does that mean? Subjectively, what does that mean?
Subjectively means in the patient's, own opinion, that's what their experience is.
Okay, so she's the one that's inside her head, right?
Yes.
So what were the symptoms? What is it? When a patient tells you that they have brain fog, is that something you would consider as being a potential side effect of the medications that you would put her on?
It depends.
On what?
I mean, sometimes it could be, and sometimes it could be unrelated. It's a symptom of depression as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell what it's attributed to.
So at this point, heading into November, your answer was to prescribe more medication, 3 more drugs, right? You prescribed Ativan, or increased the Ativan. What was her load for Ativan at this point? Do you remember?
Sorry?
What was her milligrams, if that's right, or nanograms, whatever it is, on the Ativan, on the script that you had provided her?
Objection, if we could just have a date.
I think you said, no, if you can answer that, go ahead.
Which date are we referring to for the Ativan? Because there were. I'm sorry.
She already objected. He already said you can answer it. When did you increase her Ativan and to what level?
So she was prescribed Ativan 0.5 milligrams.
Right.
And then when I next saw her, she said it was a little bit helpful. So I said you could increase it and see if 1 milligram is more helpful.
Did she increase it?
Yes.
And when was the next time you saw her to talk to her on the television or on the computer?
Well, I saw her on the 26th, and then I saw her on the 31st. I'm sorry.
How was she on the 31st? Halloween, how was she?
That's not my note. That's her therapy note.
Okay. So how about this November 2nd? Was that the next time you saw her?
I saw her on November 2nd.
And she told you that she was hesitant to use the medications, the Buspar and the hydroxyzine, right?
She said she was hesitant to try the Buspar.
She was scared of the drug. She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drugs and told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the Buspirone.
Did you advise her or counsel her or give her therapy about that? Validations?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
Well, I advised her of, the risks.
What were the risks?
Well, the risks of the medicine, like we had said, sedation or dizziness.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Cora, all rise. Jurors enter.
Yeah, would you? That would be helpful.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here with right up to the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will now pending before the Commonwealth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us, within that unit, what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM?
PM.
And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe this, the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
264.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please. If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
And if we could see the next photo. Maybe go back to the first one. Actually, we can go back, yes, to the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there, were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these three photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? No. Fine. They may be admitted.
Exhibit 265.
Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection. I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police, or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other, and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd ask to play just a small portion of that. That has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court permission.
Sure.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Cora's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
And at some point, does the switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes?
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer. Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked...
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to effect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause death?
Can we not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? It's her witness.
You want to ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Reid.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drug?
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? You look at it?
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything I had, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, and send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Hey, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it? The jury, I told you we might break a little bit early today, and finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this point. So I'm going to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now I've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far in this case. Don't make any little road trips to go by any places or try and fill in any gaps. The other thing I want to remind you, you have to still keep an open mind. All right? It was probably easy easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now you've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence, all right? You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you on that. I want to thank you so much for so far all the work that you've done and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right, thank you.
Cora, all rise. Jurors, I close the notebooks. This way, please.
Jurors, can I say Cora?
All right. Can I see counsel again over at sidebar? We're going to address the Commonwealth's motion regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols. But we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility, and there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this, and the nature of his relationship with the defendant, could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest,
well,
I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
So first of all, here's the list. If they want the list, we don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father at that church. And that guy has been with her for 3 years, through the hospitals, through Brigham and Women's, going to Tewksbury. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week, first time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public,
Let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Who?
What his involvement is with going back?
No. I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department throughout in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right? Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. How about interfering with sleep?
Buspirone doesn't usually interfere with sleep.
Not usually? Did you ask her about any thoughts of suicide or being close to having thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she had any thoughts of suicide at all?
Not at that date.
Did she use those words, or is that a box that you checked off?
I don't remember her exact words, but we talked about suicide or, thoughts of hurting yourself.
Right. And there's a distinction between, in your records and the notation, between suicidal ideation and I quote, worrying about, thinking about suicide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what did she mean when she told you, as her doctor, that she was worrying about, thinking about suicide?
You mean in the prior appointment?
I'm talking about a woman that's sitting in front of you on your television or your computer telling you that she was worried about thinking about suicide.
Well, on the second, she didn't say that.
Okay. When was the next time that she told you that she was worried about or thinking about or suicidal ideation?
That was the December 1st visit.
Okay. So go back to the November 2nd visit. Would you agree with me that she, after you talked with her for that period, however long it was, that you then brought up 4 medications to her, recommending that they might be safer, and I quote, safer alternatives? Would you agree with that?
I see the word alternatives, not safer alternatives.
Do you remember talking to her about Remeron?
Yes.
Did you recommend that she take Remeron?
No.
Did you ever prescribe Remeron?
No.
And is that mirtazapine, as far as its generic name?
Yes.
And Remeron is an antidepressant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you did not feel that that would be an appropriate medication for her to take at that time?
It was a very reasonable option, but we didn't decide to start it.
So is this a collaboration? In other words, you and the patient, you would both make a decision as to when to start a drug? Or is it your decision and advice to the patient?
Well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd appointment, right?
Yes.
And it was at that time that she told you that she had been to see South Shore Perinatal Clinic, right?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was seeing someone from the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I think she told me that it was because they were exclusively focused on treating perinatal conditions.
Yeah, but so were you, right?
Not exclusively. I'm a general psychiatrist.
I see. And did she mention the name of any doctor or nurse practitioner that she was seeing at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
Who'd she mention?
I think she said something about Jolee.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And a woman by the name of Nurse Gelada?
I heard her name a little bit later, but
Okay.
yes.
Did she advise that, in fact, by script, she was using Ativan and Benadryl, and you told her to taper off the Ativan at that appointment, right? Had she tapered off the Ativan?
I think I had told her I gave her a prescribed taper prior to that appointment.
What does that mean? What does that mean, you gave her a prescribed taper?
So I told her that she should reduce her dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until the medication was stopped.
Did she do that?
I don't believe that she completely stopped it, no.
No? You don't believe, or she didn't?
Well,
Trying to give the jury facts.
Yeah, she said she was taking Ativan, so no, she didn't completely stop it.
Had she tapered?
I'm not sure how much she had reduced the dose because I wasn't prescribing it again.
Right. So, did you know that she had been, or had she been, to any emergency wards between that period of time that you last saw her and when you were seeing her on this meeting?
I know she went to the ER, but I think it was after that.
Okay, which ER did she go to, do you know?
I think she went to Mass General.
Do you know why she went to the ER?
Because of depression.
So, was she treated at the ER? Did they make any, to your knowledge, as her doctor, make any recommendations?
I'm not sure what they told her, but they ultimately
Go ahead.
discharged her. They didn't admit her.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. Was she put on any medication?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records.
None.
Because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Objection.
She's visiting with you as a patient and you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA form?
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records,
Yes.
but you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know? She's got a mental disease and she's seeing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days. She provided a lot of incredibly detailed information. So it showed me she was capable of doing that.
So when you talked to her husband, Pat, how many times did you talk to her husband, Pat?
I think
The guy was living with her.
I think it was once.
And he came to your office, right? No, he didn't. He got on the television or the computer screen, right?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was the December 16th visit.
So let's.
Mr. Reddington, before we get to that,
Okay.
it's probably a good spot to stop. We're going to take the morning recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. This way, please.
Exit out, sergeants. Well, you got your little going back.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington.
If you would just please look at your medical records that you have in front of you, I believe. And just go back to the October 20th record, where you have, I believe it's called interval history.
I had trouble hearing the date. Can you repeat that?
Sure, October 20th? Sorry.
Okay.
So looking at the interview history, that's when that you decided to start Zoloft. It says a week ago, right?
That's when the patient started it, yes.
Okay. And she then increased the dose, and it says last night, right?
Yes.
And what was she telling you on the computer screen when you were talking to her? What did she say about increasing the dose of the Zoloft?
That she felt awful. She couldn't sleep. Had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
So you gave her some therapy, did you?
I gave her some therapy in conjunction with discussing all of her symptoms and assessing her and managing the medication.
Okay, and again, I apologize. You have to keep your voice up so people can hear you way down here. So when you say you were talking about the symptoms, and what did you do? Just talk about the same thing that we just gone over, the symptoms?
Well, there were a number of them to discuss in more detail. That's the summary of them.
Okay. So did she discuss it in detail?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her symptomology at this point on October 20th was so bad that she had to have her mother come and stay with her?
Her mom was coming to provide support, yes.
She wasn't coming to provide support. She was coming to stay with them, to live with them, wasn't she?
Yes, I don't know for how long, but yes.
Did you bother to ask her? Why is her mother having to stay with her?
Because she needed some help.
Do you know how long her mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you decided that you'd stop the Zoloft and you would monitor closely, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, monitor closely?
Well, I saw her the next day, so that's monitoring, an example of monitoring closely.
So this would be on October 21st that you saw her the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 20th, you made reference to the fact that you also recommended that she try fish oil and things of that nature, natural remedies.
Yes.
You also wanted to look into what's called Zulresso, Z-U-L-R-E-S-S-O.
Yes.
What's Zulresso?
It is a treatment for postpartum depression.
And when you say that you were looking into it, what did you do? Did you find out if it was available and if she could participate in the program?
I did some digging online to see where it is done and how to do it. I hadn't officially recommended it, so I had not started that for her. It's not really an easy medicine that I can just start because.
What? I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's not a medication I could start on my own. It is it's infused through an IV in the hospital, so it's a bit difficult to coordinate.
It's a 60-hour infusion, right?
It's a long infusion. That sounds right.
And it's about 2.5 days of infusion, and it has to be under hospital circumstance, and the only hospital around here is in Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And did you ever recommend that she do that?
It was something to consider. I couldn't make the official recommendation because that's not something I prescribe.
Why?
Because you can't pick that up at the pharmacy.
Well, no, obviously you have to go to a hospital setting and basically have an infusion through your veins for 60 hours or 2.5 days, but why didn't you look into it or recommend that she do that?
Well, I did look into it.
So what happened?
She ended up actually going to a partial hospitalization program at the hospital that does it. I don't believe the program was completed, but she went, and I advised her to discuss it with them because they have access to that medicine. I don't have access to it.
Of course not. Is this Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island that you're talking about?
Yes.
So when you looked at the medical records for the Women and Infants Hospital, did they make reference to your inquiry for Zulresso?
I never received records from Women and Infants.
Did you ever look at them, or even online?
Online?
Yeah, like online, like you do when you talk to patients.
No, I never had access to them.
Why?
It's similar to South Shore. It's a completely separate hospital that I don't have access to. I don't work there.
Well, of course you don't work there, but you're a doctor and you're treating a patient who's got medical records that you could access through a HIPAA release, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, she didn't ultimately end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary.
She didn't end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary. You can't just walk into that place and say, hey, I'd like some Zulresso, can you?
I don't exactly know how it works.
And then again, on that date, which would be October 20, when the jurors are looking at the records, you checked off the boxes again on objective findings, mental status exam, appearance, speech, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 minute, Judge, jurors. So when she was telling you on that date that she was in quoting your records, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts and something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone, what did she mean by that?
Well, those were a lot of her words.
Right. Isn't that a concern? If your patient is telling you she doesn't want to be alone, why didn't she want to be alone?
Because she was very anxious and had the feeling like something bad might happen.
Okay. Did her mother ultimately and dad come to stay with them?
Yes.
How long did they stay with them?
I don't know.
When you talked to the mother and the father, did you say to them, what is she doing? How does she appear? Is she in bed all day? What did they tell you?
They never called my office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So that's their fault, but they didn't call you, the doctor, I guess, right?
Sustained. Next question.
So, do you think maybe it would be reasonable if you're the doctor and you're investigating your patient's symptomology that you might, when you know that the parents are staying with her, that you would make a phone call yourself?
It's not typical when you have an adult who is able to advocate for themselves to speak with their parents.
So while she is telling you about her symptomology and tearfulness and crying and unable to get up and anxiety and the medications and the mental illness that she had, you felt that she could advocate for herself?
Yes.
Okay, on the television, on the computer.
Yes.
The next time you saw her was on October 26th, is that correct? And you can pull up your record.
Yes.
Now, and if you look again at the interval history where you put down what's going on in the patient's life that time, this is when she indicated that she's back to where she felt that she was before Zoloft, which was not great, and that you guys were considering a new medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you started her on Ativan, as we talked about, right?
Yes.
And then you started her on the buspirone, right?
Well, she had already been started on the Ativan, and then we added the buspirone.
So my question was, you started her on buspirone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And also you added hydroxyline as needed, right?
Yes.
And you continued the Ativan, correct?
Yes.
Did you discuss side effects with her at that point?
Yes.
Did you also discuss starting Remeron or pregabalin?
Yes.
What did you tell her about Remeron and pregabalin?
I don't think I went into any detail about those medicines, just that those might be things to consider in the future.
And then you saw her on October 31st, right?
That was her. I think that was just a therapy appointment with a different provider.
Would that be Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So it's a different provider in the sense that she works for Astor, right?
Well, yes, it just wasn't myself.
Right. So on October 31st, they did a suicide assessment, or she did, right, McAllister?
I wasn't there.
Well, I know you weren't there, but these are medical records that have been introduced into evidence that the jury's going to have in the jury room.
Objection, is that a question?
No, good. Next question.
McAllister did a suicide assessment, apparently, right?
I'm sure she assessed
No,
for
no, no.
suicide.
Look at the record, please.
Where do you see it? Sorry.
Where it says suicide assessment. There's only 4 pages for October 31st.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there would be 8 because it's 2 sides.
So that is the assessment that you go through. If somebody reports any thoughts of suicide, then you ask those questions, which go into a lot more detail about them.
So here you have a patient who's already reported to you as a psychiatrist that she's got suicidal ideation, worried about suicide, worried about killing herself days before October 31st, and a suicide assessment was done by McAllister, right?
I wasn't there. You would have to ask her.
Well, maybe I will if she comes in.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me what the record shows? Did they do a suicide assessment? Did she check off the little boxes?
I'm looking for that section. It says that patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation at this time.
Okay, so again, this is on October 31st, right?
Yes.
The patient, within a period of a couple of days and meetings with you, that McAllister has access to because the records are within your business, right?
It's not my business, but yes.
Has reported suicidal ideation and fear and dwelling about killing herself and afraid of those thoughts, right?
Let's see. I just want to be absolutely clear. No. So yes, a little while earlier she had voiced those concerns.
Right. So as a result of voicing those concerns, is it your understanding that McAllister did not do any of the suicide assessment questions because Lindsay reported that she wasn't suicidal?
It appears that she asked about
You already
suicidality.
told us that. I'm asking you about, excuse me.
Hold on. Ask the next question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not asking you. You told us 3 times now that she said she was not suicidal when she spoke to McAllister. I'm asking you about the suicide assessment for the 3rd time. You see it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, did Lindsay answer any of the questions that were asked over the 2 pages, possibly 3, of the suicide assessment? Yeah, 3, done by McAllister.
I don't see anything written here.
So was there a suicide assessment?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know what the
And you don't know
conversation
from looking at
was.
the records, right?
From looking at the records, I don't see evidence of additional suicidal questions beyond asking if it was there or not.
So, the suicidal assessment, doctor, is in the medical records. It consumes almost 4 pages, does it not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the questions, like asking, have you felt life is not worth living? Is death something you thought about recently? Are you dwelling on that? What leads up to the thoughts? What are the thoughts? All those questions, right? For 4 pages, right?
Yes.
And there is not one notation indicating that that test was ever administered to her on October 31st, correct?
Correct. But it looks like it was asked in other ways.
Yeah, okay. November 2nd. Oh, it was asked in other ways? Is that what the little checkbox where it says deny suicidal ideation?
Can I read something that she wrote in
You
the
have
note?
indicated repeatedly that she denied suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The suicidal assessment was not administered, according to the record that's in front of you, by McAllister, yes?
The additional suicidal assessment, yes.
November 2nd. By the way, as a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, you have the ability to prescribe medication, obviously, right?
Yes.
And that's what we talked about, the DEA number and all of that, correct, which you had for about a month, other than when you were a resident, right?
Yes.
So you're prescribing these SSRIs and antipsychotics and antitropics or whatever they are, and it's important as to the metabolism of your patient with those drugs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. What does metabolism mean?
The body breaking down the medication.
So how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
It's not done for that.
It's not done for that, meaning a blood test is not done to determine the metabolism of your patient, of your medications?
Are you referring to genetic testing?
No, I'm asking about the metabolism. I'm not talking about genetics. I'm talking about the metabolism of the SSRIs in her body.
Okay.
You can tell that metabolism rate through blood testing, right?
Not in the way that you're describing.
Okay, what way would it be?
There is genetic testing that can give information about metabolism.
Like what?
It can talk about different enzymes that a person might have to suggest it provides information about the enzymes that a person might have the genes for.
Okay, so it provides the enzymes that a person might have the genes for. Forgive me, I'm having difficulty with that. What does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No,
Did you guys do the enzyme test?
they are not typically done.
Why?
Because, again, it's genetics
Does
and...
insurance cover it?
She's in the middle of answering.
Good. You finish that answer and I'll allow a follow-up. Go ahead, Doug.
So it's not as simple as testing for an enzyme or not. You can test someone's genome, like we have the ability to test the entire human genome now, but which is great, but the clinical use of that is not there yet. So while we can test these things, it does not yield meaningful clinical information, so it is not commonly done.
What is the Cytopro P4-50 system?
That's one of the enzymes that I'm talking about.
So the Cytopro P450 system talks about and tests for the breakdown of psychiatric meds in the blood, right?
It's not in the way that you're describing. It doesn't tell you what medicines to take.
Again, one at a time. Finish the answer and then you can ask follow-up. Go ahead, Doug.
It just, yes, this is a test that is done, but it doesn't tell you what medications a patient will do better on. It's not useful in that way.
So what's it useful for?
I mean, I don't find it terribly useful.
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field?
I'm sorry?
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field, psychiatry?
Well, it's an enzyme in the body.
Well, I know what it is. I'm asking you about the system, the testing. How long have they been using that?
The genetic testing, maybe a few years. It's very new.
Very new. Does insurance cover it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. So it is nevertheless a legitimate test to determine the breakdown of psychiatric meds in a patient's blood, correct?
It exists, yes.
It exists. Well, it exists, but you didn't use it, right?
It would not have made a difference.
In what? In your opinion?
In her treatment.
Because you go by the checks in the checkbox and what she self-reports, right?
No, not just the checks in the checkbox.
Oh. In any event, tell me about the thyroid.
The thyroid?
The thyroid.
It's an organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
And what, if any, import and impact do thyroid levels have on your evaluation of a woman who is in the throes of postpartum depression?
They don't.
What is the purpose of a test to determine the thyroid levels?
Well, you can test something like the TSH.
Well, I don't know what a TSH is. I'm sorry. What is a TSH?
Thyroid stimulating hormone.
Okay, thank you.
That's something that can be tested, typically by maybe a PCP, primary care, or endocrinologist if they have concerns about someone's thyroid function.
Were you aware of a study that was a major study that was peer-reviewed? What does peer-reviewed mean in your business?
That it was reviewed by other researchers in a similar field.
And the report or the article or whatever it may be has to be approved by the peers that are reviewing it before it can be published, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in the medical field, it's a big deal to have publishing articles on your resume, right?
Yes.
And how many articles have you published about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, anything?
I have published something, but it's not a full article. It's just a small thing.
Okay. Are you aware of the Psychiatry magazine article dealing with, in 2021, thyroid function in postpartum psychosis and exploratory study. Have you ever heard of anything about that, let alone read an article about it?
No.
Are you aware that there are studies that have compared thyroid function between psychosis with postpartum onset, PPO, psychosis without postpartum onset, PWPO, and normal postpartum? You aware of that?
No.
Well, you're supposed to be an expert, or you specialize, or you have an interest in treating women that have suffered from postpartum, correct?
Yes.
Have you written any articles at all about postpartum? Depression, anxiety, psychosis?
No, I'm not a researcher. I'm a clinician.
Have you read any of the articles, such as thyroid function in postpartum psychosis?
I've read many articles. There are thousands. I have not read that specific article.
Thousands? Thousands of articles on postpartum psychosis and the thyroid?
No, not on that specific topic.
So, when the Astor doctors are treating a person like Lindsay, it's your testimony to this jury that testing, whether it's blood testing or whether it's the Cytopro P4 testing, is not necessary because Jennifer Tufts doesn't think it's necessary, right?
It does not yield information that would influence treatment.
Really? So if there was elevation in the thyroid, that wouldn't impact on your treatment at all, your evaluation, your investigation?
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned the cytochrome issue. Are we talking about that one, or are we talking about the thyroid?
Talking about the thyroid.
Okay.
Yeah. So if
Can you
there were
repeat?
tests that revealed elevation in the thyroid level, is it your testimony that you wouldn't care?
If I somehow found out that a patient had elevated thyroid levels, I would advise them to talk to their primary care or maybe get an endocrinologist to discuss it.
Did you ever recommend that Lindsay get an endocrinologist?
No, she did not.
The answer is no. And you basically did not have any information that you could use to even realize that there might have been a thyroid issue with this woman that was postpartum, right? Because you didn't do any blood tests.
There was no clinical reason to obtain a blood test.
All right, so you continue on with your meetings by the computer, correct?
Yes.
November 2nd. You can get November 2nd out. You got it?
November 22nd?
No, it looks like November 2nd. I apologize. That's what I'm looking at. Tufts, Jennifer, MD, Clancy, Lindsay. Follow-up note, November 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. And you're still diagnosing her with generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, right?
Yes.
You add in there an adjustment disorder with depressed mood, I guess because of what she had been telling you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the psychiatric condition, you note that it's improving. Right?
Yes.
And then you determine that you will decrease the Ativan to 0.75 milligrams for 2 weeks, and then decrease it to 0.5 milligrams for 2 weeks, and consider alternatives for sleep anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you note if she's having urges to harm herself or others, to go to the nearest emergency room and call 911 and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
So is that a form that you basically press a button and because it seems to be kind of like a generic advice. Call 911 if you're feeling suicidal and things of that nature.
Well, that's advice that we provide for every single patient.
Okay. And then you note that half the encounter was on counseling or coordination of care. on November 2nd, right?
Yes, that's a typical statement. It's just a part of documentation that doctors use.
All right. Now, on November 2nd, you were suggesting the 4 drugs that she would start would be Remeron, Trazodone, Pregabalin, and hydroxyzine, right?
Those were just things we were considering.
Oh.
I wasn't starting all of those medicines.
I see. On November 22nd, now that would be almost 3 weeks later, right? You saw her, right? And did you ask her about whether or not she was still having suicidal thoughts or worrying about suicidal thoughts, for example? Did you ask her that?
Yes,
And how do you know that? Because the box is checked?
it's written in my note.
What does it say?
Patient denies SI.
Okay. What did you ask her about that?
I don't remember the exact words, but I know that I asked about that.
Did you ask her about how things were going at home with the mother and father staying there?
That I don't remember. I didn't document how her parents were doing.
Okay. Well, I don't really care about how her parents were doing. I'm asking about whether or not you asked her how it was working out while her parents were there helping out. If you did, fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
Yeah, I don't think that I did. In this
Okay.
appointment, sorry.
Okay. That's all. That's fine. December 1st was the next appointment, correct? And you can look at the interval history.
Yes.
Now, on that December 1st appointment, this is after she had transferred to South Shore.
Yes.
She disclosed to you that she had been seeing South Shore, right?
Yes.
We already talked about the fact that you never got the records from South Shore, so you don't know, other than what Lindsay reported to you, what medications she was on, right?
Right. I knew what she was telling me.
Right, and she told you that she was doing the Ativan taper, right?
Well, she said she had tried doing that, but that then she was having worse sleep.
Having difficulty sleeping is what she indicated to you, right?
Yes.
And she tried other meds that you had suggested, but stated that she was having difficulty with those meds, including trazodone, right?
Well, the trazodone she didn't have a problem with. It just didn't seem like it was particularly helpful.
Okay. Did you prescribe the trazodone or somebody else?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
She said that she did.
Did you suggest in your discussions that she try Remeron?
No, I did not.
Did she indicate to you that she had rebound anxiety and intrusive thoughts, that she was going to die? Do you recall that?
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Okay. Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Did she then have a script for Prozac, 10 milligrams?
That's what she said.
And she said that she couldn't sleep and had worse sleep, so that had to be stopped, right?
Yes.
Then she was on Klonopin, right?
Yes.
And what is Klonopin?
It's a benzodiazepine.
And on December 1st is when she told you, again, that she was close to having suicidal ideation, feeling hopeless. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, on the interval history, on that date, you indicated that she can't sleep, she's panicking, she had worse depression, intrusive thoughts, she was numb, nothing mattered, I feel like I'm going to die, denies suicidal ideation, but, quote, yesterday, close to it, feeling hopeless. Did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
What did you do? You got a woman that's telling you that she's hopeless. She doesn't care if she dies. Can't sleep. What did you do to validate on your therapy?
Well, I told her that this was something that we could address, that there was hope, that there were treatments, and there are different types of treatment programs that are more supportive, like partial hospitalization programs. So she knew that she still had options and a reason to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in and see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
Now, you'd agree with me that in December of 2022, COVID was all done, right?
It wasn't completely all done.
Were you still nervous about dealing with people and wearing masks and stuff, or were you able to sit down and talk to somebody face to face?
We were definitely feeling more comfortable about being face to face with people, but I think, it was still something that we thought about.
You discussed trying Seroquel with her at that point, right?
I didn't really discuss it. She had told me that was something that she had discussed with her other provider.
So looking at your notes, does it say also discussed trying Seroquel alone tonight? Do your notes say that?
It says yes, but I wasn't making a recommendation about the Seroquel. It was just a medicine I was providing her more information on.
So you were telling her about the Seroquel? You're providing information?
Yes, we were talking about the Seroquel.
Right. Why?
Because her other provider had recommended that she started it.
What is Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic.
You also discussed with her the possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder, did you not?
It was discussed.
And undiagnosed bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRIs, right?
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that
Does your note say, and I quote, also discussed possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder given extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia, period. Does it say that?
Yes.
Those are your notes, right?
Yes, the way you were saying it made it sound a little bit different before, but that's exactly what I wrote.
I read it directly from your note, right? How did I make it sound different?
I don't know. It sounded different the first time you said it than the second.
So did she have bipolar?
No.
Did you make that decision that night? That day?
I assessed that with her pretty much every time that I saw her, and she never had mania.
What about mood stabilizer like Lamictal? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
It's an anticonvulsant, but it's used in treating mood disorders.
So what was the end result of your meeting with her on December 1st? What did you guys do? Did you give her any recommendations, advice, anything?
Yeah, well, so at this time, I was not prescribing her medications, but I was still concerned, not concerned enough that she was at imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said. But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
Where was that?
Well, the one that I had recommended was HRI.
What is that, HRI?
It's a hospital in Brookline.
And did she ultimately go to another hospital?
She ultimately went to the Women and Infants Hospital for one day.
And those are the records that you didn't get, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided that she did not have bipolar disorder because, in your opinion, she did not meet, and I quote, the criteria, right? That would be the criteria in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And the DSM, of course, is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Roman numeral 5R, meaning text revision, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were using back then? Would be this thing here, DSM-5, TR? That's the DSM, right? It's like a cookbook, right?
It's more of a guideline that we use to, to help us in our treatment, but it's not the psychiatry Bible that people sometimes think that it is.
Right. Hypomanic bipolar disorder. How many days does that require under the DSM?
A hypomanic episode lasts for at least 4 days.
And is that per the DSM?
Yes.
Remember on Friday you said that the most important criteria is 7 days with continued high energy levels?
Yes.
So is it 7 days or is it 4 days? And who says?
Well, mania is 7 days. Hypomania is 4.
Discussed again on December 1st, and that would be the Lemaitre sheet, right?
Yes.
And do you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling? And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, correct?
Yes.
You agree that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental disturbance at that point that was manifesting itself?
She had a maybe moderate heading towards severe.
Moderate heading towards severe mental issue, okay. You'd agree with me that she had increased anxiety, right?
Yes.
She had very, very increased depression, right?
Well, she did. She said
Okay, so as you
since
answer
the
yes,
Ramadan.
can you just answer yes or no?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to check the record.
Okay, you can check the record all you want, but if I ask you a question respectfully, can you just not go on and ramble? Answer yes or no, that's all.
It's sometimes impossible to do that.
All right,
Listen, here, if you can't answer yes or no, just say you can't answer yes or no. If you can answer yes or no, answer it yes or no. That's how we do it, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, mental issues like anxiety that was diagnosed, and depression that was diagnosed, and the fact that she indicated yet again that she was close to suicidal ideation, quote, worried about suicidal thoughts, but you indicated that she wasn't suffering from suicidal ideation on that date. Is that fair?
She denied it.
But she told you that she was worried about suicidal ideation and having suicidal thoughts, right?
Well, this was the time she said she was worried that she was close to having suicidal thoughts.
So did you ask her what does that mean? Does that mean that she's standing at the edge of the stairs and she's thinking about falling down the stairs, or what? What does that mean, I'm close to suicidal ideation?
So I asked about that, and that's when she said she described it further as using the word hopeless.
So did you prescribe the lamotrigine on that occasion or no?
No.
On December 16th, that's the next appointment she had, right?
Yes.
That'd be 2 weeks later? Right?
Yes.
She was still not well, correct? She told you she was having a really rough time.
She was sleeping, but she was still feeling very poorly.
In your notes, does it say that she was having a really rough time?
Yes.
So when I asked you, if your notes reflected that she said she was having a really rough time, why do you feel compelled to say she was sleeping?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's an important detail.
Yeah, I guess. How about the rough time? What did that mean? What were the symptoms of having a really rough time for this kid?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that.
So finally works, referring to the Valium and quetiapine, but very depressed during the day. No motivation, some SI. Do you want me to continue?
Sure.
Went to MGH emergency room for SI, declined inpatient, feeling hopeless, no intent or plan, and feels like depression related to Seroquel.
Okay. Now, that's the question on Friday that, well, strike that. So what was the SI, suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And can you read that back to me again? What did she say about SI?
So that when she went to the hospital, she went because she had no motivation, some SI.
Some SI meaning that she had some suicidal ideation, right?
Yes, in her words, yes.
Yeah, in her words. As opposed to thinking about having suicidal ideation or worrying about suicidal ideation. She actually indicated that she had suicidal ideation, right?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
Well, it's in your notes that she said that, right? Yes?
What is in my note?
Do you understand my questions?
I'm a little bit confused right now. Can you repeat what your question is?
Sure, of course. We've spent some time talking about thinking about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicidal ideation. Now, saying she had suicidal ideation, right?
She said it, yes.
Well, this is the only source of information that you're getting, apparently, is what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
So what suicidal ideation did she have? Was she thinking of cutting her throat? Was she thinking of throwing herself off a building or running out in front of a car? What?
No.
What was she thinking of?
So I asked her those important follow-up questions, and that's, so what do you mean when you say I'm feeling suicidal?
Okay.
And that's when she said, it means I'm feeling hopeless. And then I asked, do you have intention of hurting yourself? Do you have a plan for hurting yourself? And she denied those.
And that's where you left it?
I mean, I'm sure more was said, but that's the most important part of that clinical encounter.
And did you give a therapy by the computer on that date, too?
Yes.
What did you do for therapy about her suicidal ideation and saying she wanted to kill herself?
Well, we explored what that meant, and what to do if you're feeling that way.
To do what? Call 911?
To go to the emergency room.
Did you discuss prescribing Seroquel to her, or was she getting Seroquel? Did Seroquel enter into your discussion at all?
We talked about it. I was not prescribing it for her.
What is Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic.
So, at the conclusion of your meeting on December 16th, basically what you took away is that she had now increased to suicidal ideation, was feeling hopeless, all the rest of the things that we've talked about, and then she what, just moved on, went home?
Well, she was assessed in the emergency room and was not admitted, and I assessed her on that day again, and while she was certainly struggling, she did not require hospitalization at that moment. So she was planning on going to the Women and Infants program, and I supported that.
Did you know that around that time she confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Would that have been something you were concerned about?
If I heard that, I would have been very concerned.
You would have called DCF, right?
I might have.
And when you spoke to Pat, did you ever ask him what his observations were of her spiraling into November and December? Not that one time that he stuck his face on the computer and talked to you. Did you ever talk to him?
He never called me again, or he never called at all. I never spoke with him again.
So he is a husband of a woman, just had a baby, was postpartum with all of these symptoms that we talked about, all of the drugs that you were prescribing, and that she was dealing with trying to get help. You never talked to her husband about what he observed because he didn't call you?
Well, we did speak on that visit.
Which visit?
The 16th. Or I think that's the one that he was at.
You think it was? It's not noted in your record?
It's not noted, but I remember some of what we talked about, and so in reading that record, it seems like that's the likely one that he was at.
December 16th, on your objective findings, you note that her mood was depressed, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Did she just say, I'm depressed, or did she give you symptoms? I mean, you checked the little box.
Yeah. Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor. You checked the little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
She said she was having a really tough time.
Her affect was flat, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed. You check it off twice. One under mood and one under affect, right?
Yes.
And then at the next page it says recent lab work. That wouldn't be blood testing, would it? Does ASTA do blood testing?
We don't have a phlebotomist or a lab, no.
Well, why does it say recent lab work typed into your form where you check off the little boxes?
That's something that auto-populates. It's a template that,
It's a what?
many different, it's a template. The whole note is something that psychiatrists or probably all across the country use.
Probably. You can't diagnose someone's illness by a template, though, can you?
No.
You'd filled in, no lab results were found, right?
There were none in the computer, yes. I didn't type that in, though. It
So who typed it in?
auto-populated. It was auto-populated.
So on the next page where it talks about symptom goals, treatment goals, I'm sorry, symptom reduction and improved functioning. What does that mean?
Symptom reduction is to have fewer mental health symptoms, and improved functioning means improved day-to-day life functioning, things that she's doing in her daily life.
Really? Did you tell her all that?
Yes.
You're a young woman that's obviously mentally ill, very sick. She's deteriorating, whether you like that word or it's automatically imported. What, on that date, did you do? Never mind all those words you just said. What did you tell her on the television or the computer?
I told her to go to the partial hospitalization program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts again, or felt like she was at risk of hurting herself or anybody else, that she should go immediately to the emergency room.
How long did that meeting take?
Probably about 30 minutes.
And was that the therapy that you provided, telling her to go to the emergency room?
That was probably a component.
So the plan, excuse me, on December 16th was to follow up with women and infants, right?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I don't know exactly the day. Shortly after.
Then you were considering a brexanolone infusion, right?
That's the Zulresso.
That's the same thing in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't go anywhere, right? That's
No.
It says start Lamictal, 25 milligrams daily, right?
Yes.
Continue Seroquel, right? What was the milligram for the Seroquel up to at this point?
Well, she had told me it was 200. That was that. I did not write that prescription, so that's what her provider had prescribed her.
Okay, so you can ask somebody to show me the pill bottle. You can ask somebody to show me the CVS receipt. You can ask somebody that you can call to verify, right?
I could.
But anyway, she said that she was on Seroquel 200 milligrams, right, and had stopped with the Valium, right?
Yes.
And then you go on with that form thing saying if you have urges to harm yourself or others, you got to call 911, crisis hotlines, and everything else, right? That's the next two paragraphs that are in that report, right?
Yes.
Was her mother and father still staying with her on December 16th, if you know, with Pat and the kids?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody other than her how she was doing?
I asked her husband when he was at the appointment.
Yeah, that's the other appointment. How about now? We're talking December 16th into the month of December. Did you ever ask anyone how she was doing?
Well, I think he was at that visit.
You think he was at the visit? How did he tell? What did he say to you about how she was doing?
He said she wasn't doing well.
She's got an objection, Judge.
Right.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He said she wasn't doing well.
Anything else?
Yeah. He felt that it might have been, his opinion was that it was related to when she started the Seroquel.
He basically said you guys are turning her into a zombie, right?
Objection.
Those are words?
Overruled.
I don't have that written. He may have said that.
Does that kind of hit you, though, that you might remember that? You might have been, as some people worry about suicide, you might be thinking in your brain that he did say you're turning her into a zombie? Possible?
It's very possible.
Next meeting, after the December 16th, was it? Is it
Yes.
December 16th? Is that what we were just on?
Yes.
Okay. The next meeting was January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And how does this happen? Does the patient call? I know you don't set up these appointments. Somebody has to deal with somebody in administration or whatever. But do you, like on December 16th, say to Lindsay, call me or set up an appointment for January 6th, or do they have to do it themselves?
So at the end of an appointment, I typically will schedule their next appointment.
So did you schedule January 6th?
I think that one she scheduled herself.
Yeah, that was the day after she got out of McLean, right?
Yeah, usually the hospital coordinates the discharge appointment.
Well, if I tell you that, in fact, the hospital told her to set up the appointment, and that within an hour, she set up the appointment. Is that in your notes?
It's not in my notes, no.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal that she was in McLean, Locked Woods, for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
I mean, she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
Yeah, she wasn't doing well.
And she admitted herself to the Locked Woods at McLean, right?
Yes.
And what was the diagnosis at McLean?
I believe they diagnosed her with major depression.
Did they recommend any medication?
They took her off of the Seroquel.
They took her
Off of it.
off. Okay. So, did you look at the McLean records?
Yes, definitely.
And those were imported easily because you're part of the same structure or whatever?
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
All right, so if I tell you that the McLean records are really pretty voluminous, that's not what they fax. They fax you like a 2-page discharge summary, right?
Yes.
You didn't get that by fax, right?
No.
So what did McLean tell you? Look in your notes.
Which part do you want me to read?
Did you ever have her sign a release from McLean? Did you ever get access to the McLean records?
I had access to the discharge summary.
Okay, so put the discharge summary aside, because that's what they faxed you, a couple of pages. What about the records?
No, but that's typically not
No,
done.
never mind typically. The answer is no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
No what?
No one called me. I wasn't notified about the hospitalization until she was discharged.
So you just sit there behind your computer and wait for people, Patrick, wait for the doctor from McLean, wait for the sick person who's the patient to call you? And if these people don't call you, it doesn't exist apparently, right?
No, not exactly. I had no way of knowing she was even at McLean.
Well, you did once she got discharged, right?
Yeah, but that was after the fact.
Right. So did you care why she was in McLean?
Of course,
And why was she in McLean?
because she was depressed.
And what was the, does your record indicate that she was discharged yesterday? Under interval history?
Yes.
And discharged from where?
Well, I said MGH.
Is that Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And she was currently on trazodone?
Yes.
She indicated that the goal was to come off Seroquel,
Yes.
and she described herself as still being very numb.
Yes.
She couldn't sleep, right?
That's not entirely true.
Am I lying? I'm reading the medical records here. Sleep, taking Ativan and trazodone, slept 5 hours broken, wondering about increasing trazodone and switching to Valium. What does that mean?
Well, it means she was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't that she wasn't sleeping at all.
I see. Okay. So was the trazodone increased at that point?
Yes. Yes.
How about on January 9th? Did you see her through the computer or whatever then?
Yes.
And did you prescribe medication to her on that date?
Yes.
And was that diazepam?
Yes.
14 count, 1 milligram? No, I'm sorry. 14 count, 5 milligrams.
That sounds right.
Okay. Did you also, on January 12th, 3 days after January 9th meeting, prescribe additional medication to her?
I'm not sure. I don't have a record from January 12th.
Do you recall on January 12th that, in fact, you prescribed trazodone 150 milligrams, 30 count?
Yes.
3 days later, or a couple of days later, January 16th, do you recall prescribing amitriptyline?
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
It's a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does a tricyclic antidepressant mean?
Well, it's an older antidepressant. It It's called a tricyclic because it has 3 rings. If you look at the chemical itself, like a tricycle, but it's an older but efficacious medicine for depression and anxiety as well as insomnia.
On January 16th, look at your interval history. She indicated to you that her mood was very low, no motivation,
Yes.
numb,
Yes.
able to force herself out of bed, taking care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby, bonding feels forced. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Through the computer, right?
Yes.
What did that tell you? Were you concerned about this woman postpartum well within the year from the CDC at that point with these symptoms that she's telling you about?
I was concerned that she was depressed.
And in all of the times that you spoke to her, you'd agree with me that she appeared to be honest and forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No.
Diazepam taper on January 16th, 5 milligrams last 2 nights, slept for 4 hours, and then a light sleep, maybe 2 hours, stretches. Did she express that she was still having concerns about side effects from medications?
Not at that point.
So what does ROS mean under interval history that we're looking at?
Review of symptoms.
Okay. And then it says patient denies SIHI, that'd be suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
Denies other questions or concerns, and you recommend a low dose of amitriptyline for depression, correct?
Yes.
Patient agrees with the treatment, and you guys were also going to explore ketamine treatment. Is that right? Esketamine.
Yes.
Now, did you know that she was on her computer looking up medication after medication after medication after medication, treatments, ketamine treatments, and all that? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever ask her whether or not she was looking up the symptomology of pharmacology and having interactions between drugs?
No.
January 23rd, you had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes.
And this is after, obviously, excuse me, the January 16th appointment. And in the January 16th appointment, she told you that her mood was very low, and that's the worst that she ever reported her mood to you. Isn't that right?
On the 16th?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the worst it was ever reported, but it was certainly bad.
And you didn't recommend that she have a hospital evaluation, did you? This is the day before she killed the kids, right?
The 23rd?
Yeah.
It was the day before.
You didn't recommend a hospital evaluation, did you?
No, there were no...
The answer is no?
No.
They'll ask you all the questions they want.
Okay.
Your answer is no. January 23rd, Friday, you testified that she said her mood was depressed, and you noted that her affect was depressed and flat, right?
Yes.
She also reported that her heart was racing, right?
Yes.
She had no motivation, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she had been feeling numb and no emotion for 17 days straight, is what she told you, right?
I'm not sure about 17 days straight, but that's how she was feeling.
You didn't reach out to her mother and father at that point? They didn't call you, I guess, right?
No.
And Patrick didn't call you at that point, right?
No.
So she's sitting in front of her computer getting help from her doctor on January 23rd. And what did you do?
I thought about how I could best help her, the medicines that she'd tried and what her current symptoms were, and it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
It increased the amitriptyline.
Yes.
That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
So it is.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this time, all right?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please sign and close the notebooks. This way, please.
Jurors are next to the coroner's court's in session.
Doc, you may take off from the stand. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time.
All right.
Be accurate to state that the defendant only saw Jennifer McCall. Good afternoon, doctor. I apologize for my voice. If you can't hear me, just let me know.
Okay.
You were asked on cross-examination about your residency. At that point, you were already a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And during your residency, that was a 4-year period, correct?
Yes.
And you were saying that you treated patients during that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there someone with you while you treated these patients telling you what to do and how to handle them?
No.
Were you alone responsible for the evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of your patients?
For the most part, but if I had questions or, needed to talk it through, I had help.
And approximately how many patients did you treat during those 4 years?
Thousands?
And those were all psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
You said approximately 50 of those patients were patients dealing with postpartum depression or some postpartum issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also said you had some specialized or specific training in that area. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, I did a specialized elective with a specifically perinatal psychiatrist where I worked in an obstetrics clinic and I saw patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
Yes.
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
It's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to postpartum issues?
Yes, it wasn't every single day, but it was continuing the same patients for about a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you were asked about postpartum psychosis, and you said it was rare. How rare is it?
I'm not sure the statistic, but low.
Low. Have you dealt with patients in your 4 years of residency that had other types of psychosis?
Yes, many.
And psychosis, whether it's from postpartum or some other mental illness, does it present the same or does it matter what the underlying illness is?
I mean, it can present different based on the individual, but it's the same general disorder.
And so what are the symptoms or signs that you look for to determine whether someone has psychosis?
So you look at them, you assess their appearance, are they disheveled, and then you look at how cooperative they are, how they're engaging in your interview, are they answering your questions or maybe refusing to answer your questions, maybe being very aggressive. You look at their speech, whether they're speaking very fast, very loud, or the opposite, like maybe not really even speaking much at all. You look at what their thoughts are like, and we assess thoughts by what they're saying. That's how we know what people are thinking, and whether what they say makes sense linearly, or whether someone's jumping around and you can't follow them. We also assess the thoughts for their content. If someone is speaking about things that are very bizarre, things that are very paranoid, if someone is talking or making noises, or it seems like they're communicating with somebody that's not in the room, those are all things, behaviors that we assess for.
So although you'd never treated someone with postpartum psychosis, you had evaluated, diagnosed, and treated people with other types of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any signs of psychosis in any of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
Defense counsel mentioned that part of your residency was during COVID. Did mental health issues just stop during COVID?
Of course not. They often got.
So you kept busy seeing patients on a daily basis?
Yes.
You also mentioned that some of the patients you saw in your residency, it was outpatient care, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that similar to the care you were providing to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And was that all 4 years you were providing outpatient care to psychiatric patients?
For 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4. You were also asked about telehealth. Is telehealth appointments in psychiatric care standard in the industry?
Yes.
And how long has that been standard?
Since COVID.
And is it a fairly common and accepted practice at this point?
Yes.
Most of the session, for a psychiatric session, you're talking to someone, right?
Yes.
Does looking at someone through a computer screen somehow inhibit how you hear the answers?
No, it does not.
Or inhibit the way you ask your questions?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about, not being able to see below the waist someone's shaking or moving, but if someone's sitting and they're bouncing, can you see it elsewhere? Can you see other movement?
Yeah, sometimes it can reverberate in different parts of the body.
You were also asked about the Edinburgh scale. You said you don't use it, right?
Yes.
You said you use the PHQ-9. Why do you use that instead of the Edinburgh scale?
It's not my choice. That's the practice at Astor of what we use.
And the PHQ-9, what does that look for?
It assesses various symptoms of depression.
And postpartum depression, are there questions on the PHQ-9 that look for the signs and symptoms of postpartum depression?
Not specifically postpartum depression, but the symptoms of postpartum depression are symptoms of depression that occur during postpartum. It's the same symptoms.
So the PHQ-9 is asking the patient questions that would reveal whether or not they might be depressed, but not whether or not they just had a baby.
Correct.
And then with your interaction with the patient, you're able to know whether or not they are in the postpartum phase.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that you take the PHQ-9 plus the information you learn from the patient, put it together and come up with a diagnosis?
Yes.
When you take a history from a patient, you were asked about taking history from Ms. Clancy. How important is it that the patient give you accurate information?
It's very important.
And why is that?
Well, that information is being used to make treatment decisions, and a lot of things can be assessed. The things that I described before. That's very helpful, but we can't see what someone else's thoughts exactly are. So the person does have to tell them to us.
And would you agree that people in the medical field, such as nurses, are acutely aware of the necessity of an accurate medical history and symptom presentation?
Yes.
You mentioned that the defendant was able to advocate for herself. In what ways did she show you that?
In scheduling her own appointments, in presenting herself to the emergency room when things were really not going well, in communicating her concerns to myself, and sharing about a lot of detailed information about all of the different medications, doses, times they were tried, what the reactions were, all of that information.
If a patient is clearly advocating for themselves and can communicate in that way, would you typically reach out to family and friends to let them know, hi, I'm her psychiatrist and I'd like to talk to you about her treatment?
No, in fact, we don't have HIPAA permission to do that.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked about therapy in your sessions. Do you keep a recording or a transcript of everything you say in your therapy sessions?
No.
Is your therapy conversation or what you say to a patient the same for every patient?
No.
Is it a script or a conversation?
It's a conversation.
So if I'm your patient and I'm telling you certain things, is your response dependent on what I'm telling you?
Yes.
And so when you're providing therapy to someone like Ms. Clancy, is that dependent on what she's telling you and then how she's responding to what you're saying, basically a conversation?
Yes. Therapy is a lot of listening.
Would you say it's more important in therapy for the psychiatrist or therapist to talk or listen?
Listen.
And why is that?
Because that's how you really understand what a person is feeling.
Now, is it accurate to state that in every one of your sessions with Ms. Clancy, you told her about individual therapy and encouraged her to attend individual therapy?
And that was the treatment recommendation each time. I'm not sure if I explicitly mentioned it each time, but I did many times.
And you, in fact, wrote it on the work form that we talked about previously on page 104 of the records. It lists, was the patient referred to other healthcare providers for evaluation or treatment? It says yes. If yes, state the nature of such treatments and expected duration of treatment. And it says individual weekly therapy, correct?
Yes.
And this is the form that the defendant asked you to fill out, correct?
Yes.
And you sent it back to her, and the first version, she wanted you to make some corrections on, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't ask you to change that portion, correct?
No.
And in fact, on the second version, on page 107 of the record, it still says individual weekly therapy recommended, correct, for follow-up?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant only saw Jennifer McAllister twice the entire time that she was with your practice for therapy?
Yes.
You were asked about Zoloft being used for general anxiety disorder. Is that a common drug used for general anxiety disorder?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's effective and it's safe.
You were also asked about the suicide warning on it, that there is a suicide warning. Is that for all ages?
No.
What ages or groups is that suicide warning for?
It's really for children and adolescents. They do say up to 24 years, but it's really children and adolescents.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant was 32 years old when she saw you?
That sounds right.
Well, if you want to check the records,
I can check.
To be sure.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 32 years old is not 3 to 4 years older than 24, correct?
No.
Why didn't you have to titrate the 50 milligrams of Zoloft?
You mean to stop it?
Yes.
Because it's still a very low dose, so it can be stopped right away.
So it wasn't necessary?
Not necessary.
The defendant waited about a month after receiving the prescription before taking the medication, correct?
Yes.
And she only took the medication when she decided she was ready to take it, correct?
Yes.
So she was taking in the information you gave her, correct?
Yes.
She was making her own decisions, correct?
Yes.
She was not forced to, correct?
Yes.
She actually had an appointment in between when you first prescribed it and when she started taking it, where she was still discussing with you whether or not she wanted to take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the advocating for herself that you were talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the medical sophistication that she possessed that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at some point, in light of the fact this is direct, I have to object.
Sure, yeah, if you could just not ask the leading question.
Sure. I want to direct your attention to the September 12th, 2022 form that the defendant filled out. On page 16 of the record, we have different page numbers,
We
right?
do, but if you just tell me what you're looking at, I can find it.
The past psychiatric history.
Okay.
What did she tell you, Ms. Clancy, tell you about the, where it says, if yes, list the reason and dates? What did she tell you?
She said anxiety, September 2013 to September 2014, postpartum anxiety, May 2020.
And on the following page, under the past or current psychiatric medications, which ones did she list?
Prozac, 50 milligrams, and Wellbutrin, 100 milligrams.
Is there a column there that says effective, yes or no?
Yes.
What was the defendant's answer with whether or not Prozac was effective?
Yes.
What was her answer as to whether or not Wellbutrin was effective?
Yes.
Is there another column there that said experienced side effects?
Yes.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Prozac?
No.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Wellbutrin?
No.
Going to the October 20th, 2022 appointment. About documenting side effects in your notes. Did you document the side effects that the defendant reported from the Zoloft on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what did you document?
Well, I checked the box for GI, but I also talked about the side effects in the interval history.
And so what does GI mean?
Gastrointestinal.
So would that mean stomach issues?
Yeah.
And what did you put in your notes?
Couldn't sleep, insomnia, worse on increased dose, doesn't want to eat, diarrhea, food really unappealing, was more depressed on it, crying all day, yesterday, not normal, mental fog, terrified to start something new.
And so you did document the side effects that she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You also documented in the interval history, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Was that the defendant's phrasing?
Yes.
And is there a difference between someone being worried about having suicidal thoughts and someone actually having suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And what's the difference in terms of how a psychiatrist sees it?
So that's the difference between what a patient might answer and then what the psychiatrist actually assesses. So say a patient might say they're having suicidal thoughts, but when they describe them, they're not actual suicidal thoughts. They're fears of suicidal thoughts. So that's the difference there. And I'm sorry, I think I forgot exactly what your question was.
So what's the difference in your training and experience between someone having fears of suicidal thoughts and actually having suicidal thoughts?
Well, so if it's a fear, then it means that they're not actually having suicidal thoughts. It's a negative.
And does that affect the way you proceed with treatment?
Yes, in some ways, yes.
How?
Well, you still proceed with treatment. It's still concerning, but it is a level of concern that can be managed on an outpatient basis, not requiring hospitalization.
And so, according to the defendant, she was not yet having suicidal thoughts at that time.
Yes.
So when defense counsel asked you repeatedly why you didn't document how many times she had those thoughts, she hadn't had those actual thoughts yet, correct?
Correct.
That was later in December, is that right?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that she was worried about that something bad might happen, so she arranged for her mother to stay. Is that correct?
Well, she arranged for her mother to stay. I'm not sure if that was because she was afraid something bad was happening, or it just seemed like they needed more help.
Okay. So you don't recall the two being together as a thought?
Correct.
And the fact that she was struggling and arranged to have her mother stay, got support, advocated for herself, would those be protective factors?
Yes.
How so?
So if someone demonstrates that they can advocate for themselves, that they can seek help if symptoms worsen, then that shows that they have good judgment. They can be trusted to present for care if serious safety concerns were to arise.
So based on your training and experience with Ms. Clancy, where she says she's worried about getting suicidal thoughts, and she has her mom come stay with her, do you see that as a positive decision?
Yes.
You were asked about not asking the defendant if she had called the suicide hotline. If a patient denies suicidal ideation, would you typically ask them if they had called a suicide hotline?
No.
And why not?
Because I wouldn't think that they would have. If a patient were to call a suicide hotline, I would think that they would be telling me they're having suicidal thoughts as well.
You were asked about prescribing hydroxyzine, Ativan, and Buspar. Did you tell the defendant how to take those medications?
Yes.
What were your instructions?
So the Ativan was to take as needed for severe anxiety. The Buspar was to be an everyday medicine. And the hydroxyzine, we had started that to see if she could use that as an alternative to the Ativan. So to take it instead of the Ativan. But if the if the hydroxyzine wasn't working, she still had the Ativan to use, it's stronger.
So was there ever an instruction for her to take all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about the contraindications of Ativan and Benadryl. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there contraindications for taking the two together?
It's not an absolute contraindication. You have to be careful that the person is not excessively sedated, meaning like they're so sleepy that it's hard for them to, engage in normal activities because they're so sleepy, or maybe they might feel a little bit dizzy. But it's not an absolute contraindication. You just have to monitor them.
And is that one of the reasons that you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
Sorry, is what one of the reasons?
It's the fact that the two of them together, Ativan and Benadryl. Well, let me strike that question. Why did you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
So she had been taking Benadryl, which is not a prescription medication. It's not classically within the scope of psychiatry, but it's very similar to hydroxyzine. So I thought that, hydroxyzine might be a better alternative than the Benadryl.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct you to your November 2nd, 2022 interval history. Now, would it be fair to say that on the November 2nd date, the defendant reported she was fine all day, evenings, bedtime, get anxious, Ativan helps, sleeping great on it, afraid to try something else, but knows it's not a long-term solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of that did the defendant tell you was not a long-term solution?
Taking the Ativan.
And why is that?
Because it was indicated for short-term use only. The people can struggle more with dependence if they're taking it for a very long period of time.
And was there a plan developed based on that concern?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan?
To reduce the dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until she was off it.
So the defendant was able to express to you a concern she had about the medication, you had a conversation about it, and you addressed that with her and came up with a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
Did she tell you that they had prescribed trazodone to her at that time?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that she was trying some alternative methods like weed gummies?
No.
Do you have any way of knowing these things if the patient doesn't tell you?
No.
Now, on December 1st, 2022, defense asked you about that date. That's the date that she, again, said she had the fear of thoughts of suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, had she consistently denied suicidal ideation or intent or a plan?
Yes.
Had she consistently denied homicidal ideation, intent, or a plan?
Yes.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. When you talk to a patient, do you ask them, do you have suicidal ideation?
Not usually.
What do you,
not in that way.
How do you get that information from them? What types of questions do you ask?
It depends how the course of the conversation is going. I might ask if they're having thoughts of hurting themselves, if they, sometimes wish that they weren't alive. It can be a lot of different words, and sometimes I use, the patient's own words, but things like that.
And is there a difference between having thoughts of suicide versus having the intent and a plan to do it?
Yes.
And are there different types of treatment or things that you would do if someone has intent or plan to do it?
Yes, that would generally require hospitalization.
And so if Ms. Clancy had told you she had thoughts of hurting herself, or actually, if she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
And that would be a Section 12?
Yes.
You were asked about the October 31st therapy session with Jennifer McAllister, and I know you weren't present from that, you're just going from the records, but you did say that in that session the defendant denied suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason based on your training and experience to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny every other detail about suicide.
That further evaluation, is that very specific questions about planning for suicide, how you do it, all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked about evaluating the defendant for bipolar, and you said that she, based on your conversations with her, there were no signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
What are the types of questions you ask a patient to determine if they've experienced an episode of mania?
Well, a lot of it is what I can see in the session. I might also ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or racing thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose that.
And what would you see physically?
So I might see that the person is talking very fast, and it's almost impossible to interrupt their rate of speech. And it might also be very loud. They might be hyperactive, not able to sit still. They might be yelling and jumping from one thought to another without any linear connection between the thoughts. They might, I guess that's probably what I would observe in terms of behaviors.
Did you observe any of those behaviors with Lindsay Clancy?
No, it was the opposite.
What do you mean it was the opposite?
So, the opposite of euphoria is dysphoria or depression. The opposite of hyperactivity is tiredness and fatigue. So, in a way, it was the opposite of mania that I observed.
And in terms of the questions you asked about her past behavior, were any of the answers that she gave indicative of mania?
No.
You were asked about discussing Seroquel with the defendant, even though you weren't the prescriber. Why did you discuss that medication with her?
Because the patient was asking about it, and her husband was also asking me about it. They really wanted my opinions about it. It wasn't necessarily that I was prompting this line of conversation.
And what did you tell them about it?
Well, I shared that it has very good evidence for treating depression, and I may have shared that Seroquel does different things at different doses, right? So sometimes people are concerned that it is called an antipsychotic, but it actually doesn't function as an antipsychotic until you get up to really high doses, like 800 milligrams. So in low doses, it's more of a sleep medicine or an antidepressant. So I think that I explained that to them, and it's obviously a very important part of it. But they were also concerned about that causing the depression that she was experiencing. So we talked a bit about how you would tell. It kind of can be hard to tell whether a medicine is causing that or it's just occurring because of depression.
What did you tell them in terms of how to tell?
That it's really based on the timing. If you were to notice a significant decline after starting or increasing the medication.
And prior to Ms. Clancy taking the Seroquel, had you noticed signs of depression in her?
Yes.
And after she was off of the Seroquel in January, did you see signs of depression in her?
Yes.
So that was completely off of Seroquel, both before and after, still showing signs of depression?
Yes.
During January, the defendant told you she had trouble getting out of bed?
Is there a specific visit?
I think it was right after she got out of the hospital. Maybe your first or second visit with her.
I see that on the 16th, she did say that she was able to force herself out of bed and take care of basics, so on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few hours there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on January 15th, the day before that session, she had been to the Cape Codder down in Hyannis with the family, interacting with the kids and going down little water slides and all of that?
No.
Were you aware that on January 14th, she watched all three kids while Pat went to a brunch and was fine?
No.
Were you aware that on January 16th, her husband took Cora skiing and she was alone with the boys all day and had no issues?
No.
You were asked about the thyroid and how that can affect mental health and postpartum. Were you aware that at both South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital, her thyroid limits were in normal range?
No, I was not.
You received a discharge from summary from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
What's contained in the discharge summary?
So it includes information about how the patient initially presented, what they said when they first came to the hospital, and their initial assessment from the psychiatrist that they spoke with. It talks a bit about their course, their treatment course, how things progressed, any changes that were made, and then it talks about how the patient appears on the day of discharge.
Does it also include what medications they were prescribed and what the diagnosis might have been?
Yes.
And was that sufficient in terms of your review of the information that you needed for you to know about your patient at that time?
Yes, that was a very helpful amount of information that I would typically review that amount of information for a patient after the hospital.
Now, you were asked about your January 23rd, 2023 session with the defendant. Defense counsel asked if you had, recommended a hospital evaluation for her on that day, and you said no. Why not?
Because she was completely denying any suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation. There were no signs of psychosis or mania, so there were no serious signs that her safety or that anyone else's safety was at risk.
And during that session, did she ever tell you that she planned to harm herself or the children?
No.
If she had done that, what would you have done?
I would have, it depends exactly how it would have played out. It would definitely include hospitalization. If the children were in immediate harm, it might include enlisting help from my staff so that they could call the police while I'm on the phone with her. I think it depends, but I would address it promptly.
You were asked by defense counsel about the amitriptyline that you prescribed on January 16th, 2023. That initial prescription was for 10 milligrams, correct?
Yes.
Explain the bottle from the exhibit 155 of amitriptyline. Would you agree with me that this shows that the prescription was filled on that same day, January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
And out of this pill bottle here, there were 30 pills in this prescription, correct?
Yes.
And there are 8 pills missing from this bottle. So filled on January 16th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd would be 8 days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 23rd is when you said she could raise it to 20 milligrams?
Yes.
So if there are only 8 pills missing, she never took that additional dose, correct?
That's what I would think based on what you just said.
So the amitriptyline, increasing it from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams, wouldn't have pushed her over the edge, correct?
Well, if she didn't take 20 milligrams, then that's correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right. Then recross.
Briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you pertained to whether or not you could reach out to a third party. You recall that question, like mother, father, husband?
Yes.
And we already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes, that was an additional detail.
All right. So what does that mean?
HIPAA is the privacy law for patients, which we have to respect and honor very diligently. So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother and father and her husband, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't.
Did you ever ask her to sign a form?
A release, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I did not ask her to sign a release.
And if she did sign the release, even though her mother, her father, her husband didn't call you, you could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for themselves.
My God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she, because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? That she was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the woman and infant's hospital records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection. Didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
Beyond the
records.
scope.
Overruled. You can ask that question.
She asked you about marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the woman and infants hospital records from Rhode Island dealing with Lindsay Clancy.
No objection.
Okay, they may be admitted.
I just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy.
Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
And it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
And you always, in your opinion, found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
If I could approach you with Exhibit 220, excuse me, and see the second paragraph, it begins in the middle of November. Could you read that first sentence?
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
So, the records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried, and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
Then you told us that there's a difference between a thought of suicide versus a plan of suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
A suicidal plan means that they are, they know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it, they've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
district attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed, is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Oh, I thought she said low, but normal or low, MGH, Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
My question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, this is jurors' accounts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said that it was normal, or within normal limits.
Almost fine, we'll go with normal. So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
I don't remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay. Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Do you know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it, pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you...
Objection is writing on this.
Oh, all right. You know what? I'll ask her to just look at it.
Might take a look at it, and if you want to get the actual exhibit, we could do that.
All right. So forget all about my sloppy writing. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No, sorry. No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yeah, the word is, the word not is right before not hyper, comma, pressured speech. The
Right, so
two
what
are
does it-
following
what
the
does a comma mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have pressured
Did you write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech? Did I read that right?
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
As opposed to yours? That's all I have.
Just in regards to what was raised there.
Yes, just two brief issues. Approaching you with your records from October 21st, 2022, this labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
And defense asked you about the thyroid levels. Would it be accurate to state that I asked you if you were aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything further? All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Thank you.
I'll just that, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to submit the certified copy of the Spalding rehabilitation records. For
No
the
objection.
defendant.
That's by agreement.
Okay. By agreement of counsel, the Spalding records will be introduced.
Exhibit 221.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as best you can and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
That's good. All right. Come on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the record?
It is Kimberly Hardy, KIMBERLEEHARDY.
And what city or state do you currently live in?
Cypress, Texas.
And back in 2023, where did you live?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And in 2023, where did you work?
Kingsbury Club.
Where's the Kingsbury Club?
In Kingston.
And how long did you work for that club?
4 years.
What is the Kingsbury Club?
It is a tennis club, but it also has like a gym. It's kind of like a Y where people can come and drop their kids off in the playroom and stuff like that.
Okay, is it
Help! 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 Those are the words that Amanda Morris and Sarah Bucksbaum heard as they were walking up the Apodaca Trail on March 24, 2025. Amanda and Sarah heard those words, help, 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 and they rushed up the trail thinking that somebody had fallen off of the cliff on top. They get to the section with the cliff and they see, and Amanda sees, a man on top of a woman. A man holding a rock. The man swings the rock, hits the woman in the head. Sarah sees that same man standing over that same woman, holding that same rock. Both of them see the woman, Ariel Koenig, with a face covered in blood. In this trial, you will learn about Ariel Koenig, who she is, what happened that day. But you'll also learn about the man holding the rock, the man who hit her with that rock, Dr. Gerhard Koenig, anesthesiologist, Ariel's husband, and the defendant in this case. Now, Ariel and Dr. Koenig, the defendant, normally don't live on Oahu. They're from Maui, where Ariel works remotely and Dr. Koenig practices anesthesia. But that weekend, March 24th, 2025, just under a year ago, they came to Oahu for Ariel's birthday. Ariel's birthday, March 24th, the day this happened. It was actually Ariel's very first trip to Oahu. Her first time coming to this island. The defendant planned the trip. The defendant booked the tickets. The defendant booked the hotel room. The defendant planned the couple's activities. The defendant researched and planned the hike that he took Ariel on that morning. That morning, March 24th, 2025, around 10 o'clock in the morning, the defendant drives Ariel up to the Poly Lookout. They get to the Poly Lookout, the big tourist area overlooking the whole bunch of the windward side, and they get ready to go on the hike. The trailhead for the Poly Puka Trail is in the bus parking lot of the Poly Lookout, so not where rental cars or other people park. It's on the other side, next to a set of bathrooms over a wall. So the defendant takes Ariel there, but when they get to the trailhead, they see other potential hikers. They see other people looking for how to start the trail. And Ariel wants to help them. She wants to help them find where the trail starts so that those people can hike up the trail. And she suggests that to the defendant. She says, why don't we show them where the trail is? And he tells her, no. He wants to hike with her alone. He doesn't want to help those people. He wants to hike with her alone. So, they don't go up the trail at that point. They go to the Poly Lookout, they go to the tourist area with the plaques, they go to the lookout looking all over the windward side, and stay there for a few minutes, take photos, then go back to the trail. Now when they go back, there's nobody else. They're alone, and they start the hike together. They start the hike. It starts in a heavily forested area. You climb over a wall, you go past a sign, you start going up a hill. It's a steep hill, a lot of tree roots, but not a lot of brush cover on the very start. So they go up this hill, and they get to the top of the ridge. Once they get to the top of the ridge, the trail goes left. The trail follows the top of the ridge. On one side, the town side, there's a steep hill covered in forest, heavy brush on the ground. But on the other side, the windward side of the trail, sheer cliff, a several 100-foot drop all the way to the bottom of the Poly. They start to hike up the trail. They start to hike up the ridge. And they go for a few minutes. Everything's normal. But they get to a point where you need to climb with your hands and your feet, a scramble area. Once they get to that point, Ariel gets freaked out by the exposure. She doesn't like that there's a big cliff to the right. She doesn't like there's a steep hill down the left. Doesn't like that she has to climb on her hands and feet. So she wants to turn around. And the whole reason of going to the Poly Puka hike is because there's a puka. Up the trail, there is a puka, a hole in the side of the mountain where you can look through the hole, take photos, where you can look out through the puka down at the windward side. But they never got there because Ariel wanted to turn around. So Ariel stops hiking. She says she's not comfortable with this. She wants to turn around. The defendant goes on. He hikes another couple minutes up the trail. He hikes another couple minutes, then he comes back and he tells Ariel, tries to convince her to keep going. He tries to say, oh, this is the hardest part. Everything beyond this little bit, easy. But Ariel's still not feeling it. Ariel doesn't want to go on. So they start to descend. And as they start to descend the trail, as they start to walk down that ridge, now, at this point, the steep hill with the forest is on the right, the town side, and the cliff side, the windward side, is on the left. They walk down the trail. They're taking photos. They're sending photos to their family. Defendant ends up taking Ariel's phone to take photos of her, to take a selfie. And Ariel actually takes a photo of the defendant with her phone as well, right by the cliff. Ariel takes a photo and she sends it to her family on an application called Snapchat with the tagline on there, "Don't look down." The defendant then wants to take a photo with Ariel right by the edge of the cliff. and she says she's uncomfortable with it. She's uncomfortable with the cliff. She's uncomfortable with the fall, with the danger. So she goes, she holds onto a tree, and she tries to take the photo. The defendant goes back up, away from the cliff, back towards the trail. Ariel follows. And then as Ariel's moving down the trail to safely get by the defendant at this narrow spot with the cliff behind her, the defendant ends up grabbing her by her shoulders. He pushes her backwards towards that cliff. Ariel goes to the ground. She goes to the ground. They start wrestling. They start struggling. They start fighting. And in that fight, the defendant gains the advantage. The defendant gets on top of Ariel. The defendant is straddling Ariel over her waist, pinning her onto the ground. And Ariel's trying to fight back. She's trying to struggle. But she sees in the defendant's hand a syringe. She sees in the defendant's hand a syringe, and she tries to hit it away. She hits it. The syringe falls out the defendant's hand, and then she sees a vial in the same hand. As the defendant reaches into the backpack he had, reaching in there, trying to grab something, Ariel still struggles. She still tries to take that vial out of his hand. And they keep fighting. And at this time, the defendant has Ariel's phone. The defendant is holding on to Ariel's purse. The defendant is holding on to Ariel's wallet. Ariel pleads with the defendant. She talks about their children. She asks the defendant not to do this. She begs him not to do this. And the defendant says, "I'm sick of this shit." He's sick of this shit. Ariel calms the defendant down. She thinks she calms the defendant down until the defendant picks up that rock. Until the defendant picks up that rock that Amanda Morris saw. Until the defendant picks up that rock that Sarah Buxbaum saw. And just when she thought the defendant had calmed down, he starts to take that rock and bash her in the head multiple times. "Help! Help! Help!" is what Ariel says while the defendant is hitting her. And those cries were answered. Those cries were answered when Amanda Morris and Sarah Buxbaum arrived on the scene. The defendant stood up. Amanda again saw him hit Ariel. The defendant stands up. Ariel is able to scoot away. Ariel is able to get to Amanda and Sarah, and they're able to get Ariel safely down the rest of the trail. Once Ariel got to that safety of Amanda and Sarah, the defendant was left alone at the scene. Alone with Ariel's phone. Alone with Ariel's wallet. Alone with Ariel's purse. Alone with the syringe. And alone with the vial. All those items, Ariel's phone, purse, wallet, the syringe, the vial, those were never recovered. The story doesn't end quite there once Ariel gets to safety. A few minutes later, at 10:36 a.m., the defendant takes his phone out. He dials his son, his 19-year-old son, named Emil. He calls him on the FaceTime application on his phone. There's a video call, so Emil can see his dad. And Emil sees his dad with blood all over him. And what does the defendant say to Emil? He says, "I'm not going to make it back. I tried to kill Ari, but she got away." That's what the defendant tells Emil. He doesn't just tell Emil that he tried to kill Ariel, though. He tells her why. The defendant tells Emil, "She's been cheating on me for the last 3 months, or the last several months." He gives his motive to Emil, and he explains his reasoning. He even tells Emil, "I'm at the end of my rope." An hour later, the defendant calls Emil back. The first question the defendant asks him, "Emil, did you tell anybody?" And Emil says yes. Emil says, "I told Judy and Peter Mast, Ariel's mom and stepdad." And how does the defendant respond? He says he's going to jump. Emil tells him not to, tries to convince him not to, and the defendant ends the phone call by saying, "I gotta hang up so the police don't find me." That phone call was at around 11:40 a.m. That's the last anyone heard of the defendant for the next 6 to 7 hours. The defendant told Emil that he was turning his phone off so the police couldn't find him. And for a long time, they couldn't. Despite a manhunt that lasted for almost 8 hours that day. Multiple different agencies, Honolulu Police Department, Honolulu Fire Department, the Department of Land and Natural Resources, multiple agencies all trying to find the defendant, all searching for him in that forest up there at the Palipuka area. None of them could find him. But later on, as the sun was getting ready to set, a few minutes after 6 p.m., March 24, 2025, 3 HPD officers are headed back to the station. They've been called off the search. They're done. They couldn't find him. But as they're driving on that road that goes from the Pali Lookout back to the Pali Highway, back to town, they're driving out and they see a man. They see a man exit the forest. A man matching the description of the defendant. They identify themselves. They say, "Police! Police!" The man runs. He tries to get to the forest. He tries to escape them. The officers catch up. They apprehend him. They do use force to do so. And the man is identified as Dr. Gerhard Koenig. Now, you'll hear about this case. You've all been informed about how long this trial is going to be. So you hear about this case in a couple different phases. First, you'll hear from witnesses, Amanda Morris, Sarah Bucksbaum. You'll hear what happened up at the Pali Lookout on March 24, 2025. You'll hear how the investigation proceeded. You'll hear from the HPD officers who responded. You'll hear from the DLNR officer who responded. You'll hear from the evidence specialists who went to the scene, who took photographs of the bloody patch on the ground, of the crushed plants, of the trail of blood. You'll see those photos. You'll see the photos of Ariel at the scene and how she looked like immediately after this happened. You'll hear from Ariel herself. She'll testify as to what happened on March 24th, her birthday, and she'll testify on March 24th of this year. 1 year later. She'll describe what happened that day. She'll describe the 3 months, almost 4 months, leading up to that day. She'll describe this cheating that the defendant was upset about. Because back in December 2024, the defendant found WhatsApp messages between Ariel and a coworker. Ariel describes them as flirty. You will see the messages. You will see the messages, and you will get to see what they say. There's nothing lewd. There's nothing sexual. There's nothing romantic. They're flirty. But this was an issue in their relationship. The defendant was upset. Ariel wanted to stay in the relationship. They take the steps. They go to couples counseling. Things are getting better. Things are getting better. And Ariel keeps thinking, okay, now it's time. A romantic trip, birthday weekend, we're back on track. Lastly, Ariel will explain what happened after this incident. So after March 24th, what kind of injuries she had, what kind of effects they had on her. She'll explain, and you will hear testimony, that Ariel, after this happened, by several days, removed the money from a joint bank account that she shared with the defendant. You'll hear that Ariel removed that money, that she used it to pay the mortgage, that she used it to pay for the tuition for the children she shared with the defendant, that she used it to pay marital debt that they'd incurred, that she used it to pay the defendant's own credit card bills. So you'll see what Ariel did with that money. Okay. Beyond that, you'll hear scientific evidence in this case. There will be DNA testimony. All of the blood that was found on the trail was swabbed. All that blood was subjected to DNA testing. And all of that blood, through the DNA testing, shows an incredibly high likelihood ratio that supports it is Ariel's blood and only her blood. But not only the blood from the trail, several different swabs from the defendant's clothes recovered from his person all will show Ariel's blood and none will show his. You'll see the evidence that was collected. You'll see the rock. You'll see the rock that was recovered from the trail. The bottom half jagged, covered in Ariel's blood. You'll also hear in this case what's called digital forensics. The police recovered a laptop, the defendant's laptop. And they looked through that laptop for certain terms, and they found from December 2024 through March 2025 several relevant things that you'll hear. you'll hear the defendant on Christmas Eve 2024, 3 in the morning, was on the internet looking up internet forum posts about infidelity. You'll hear the defendant on Christmas Day at 4 in the morning was doing the same thing. You'll hear that on New Year's Eve, 8:30 p.m., the defendant was looking up Ariel's financial information. You'll see from the forensics that in those months leading up to March 24th, you will see what was on the defendant's mind by looking at the digital forensics. You'll see that he was looking up divorce. He was looking up how much his prior divorce had cost him. He was looking up notes on Ariel's computer about divorce. He was looking up Ariel's financials. And lastly, from the digital forensics, you will see these messages that the defendant was so upset about. Okay, almost there. Okay. Near the end, the last couple phases of this trial, you'll hear from Emil Koenig. He'll testify what happened on March 24th. He'll testify about that first phone call, about what his dad told him, about why his dad did it. He'll testify about that second phone call, about what his dad told him he was going to do. We hear that the defendant confessed and that he planned to hide from the police. And lastly, at the end, you'll hear from the officers who successfully apprehended the defendant. On their way back to the station, just ran into him. So you hear from them what they saw, what the defendant did, and how they managed to catch him. And at the end of this case, at the end of all this evidence, the state will come back, the evidence will show, and the state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Dr. Gerhard Koenig consciously, intentionally made a choice on March 24th, 2025 to try to take a life. And when the state does that, we will ask you to find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Osaki, are you ready to present the defendant's opening statement?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please.
Just a second to get set up here.
Take your time, whenever you're ready.
Thanks.
Ready? Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are often two sides to every story, and it's only fair that we wait to hear both sides before we start to make up our mind. You just heard one side. You just heard one side. And this is my opportunity to share with you the other side. To share with you the full story, both sides. To share with you the complex human interactions between Gerhard and his wife, and the complex human chain of events between December and March that resulted in him sitting here falsely accused of attempted murder. And the evidence will show he is falsely accused of attempted murder. And let me get one thing straight from the start. He never, ever confessed to his son on that phone call. The evidence will show that's not true. This is a long, complex human story. And I'm going to walk you through all the details of it this morning. However, the evidence will show that this story, this human story, can be summarized best in 3 words, just in summary, 3 words. Unfaithful, unwilling, and untrue. Unfaithful, unwilling, and untrue. Unfaithful. Ariel Koenig was unfaithful to her husband. In the latter part of 2024, she engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a man she worked with, a married man named Jeffrey Miller, an affair. When Gerhard discovered it in early December 2024, he was heartbroken. He was devastated. And he didn't know if they could come back from that. He didn't know if he could trust her again. He didn't know if he wanted to. But they both had a lot invested in this marriage. They both had moved to Maui. They had 2 very young boys together. And they thought they should try. Both of them wanted to try. But in order to try, there was going to be things that Gerhard needed on a human level. On a human level, there's just going to be things he needed to heal from her inappropriate relationship with Mr. Miller. He was going to need her to quit her job and never speak to, communicate, or be together with Mr. Miller again. Understandable. She loved her job. She liked her job very much. It was a very rare, unique job. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But he needed her to quit and not be around Mr. Miller. He needed her to accept responsibility, not minimize, not be defensive, show remorse for this relationship that she had. And you will see the messages, some of them, because she deleted most of them. But the ones you'll see. And you'll see where she, in text messages to him, admits that she had an affair. You'll see it. So he needed her to accept it, and he needed her to show remorse. And he needed her to give up some of her secrecy. She had been hiding things, deleting things, so he needed that. If he was going to trust her again, he needed her to be more open and not hide these things. And he needed some intimacy from her, emotional intimacy, but also physical, to feel better, to feel like she still cared about him. Unwilling, second word. The evidence will show that after being confronted by him, she initially admits to it, accepts responsibility, and says she wants to do these things, says, yeah, you're right, I want to make this work, I'm going to quit my job, no more contact with Miller, do all these things. Very quickly, that changed. She very quickly became unwilling to do those things that it was going to take to live this way, to make it work. Primarily, she did not want to quit her job, and not seeing Mr. Miller in person was affecting her job. So she didn't quit. She said, but I just won't talk to him, I won't be with him. But that was affecting her job into January and February. So she quickly became unwilling to do those things. And that unwillingness led to a very tumultuous January and February of 2025, because they would make some progress, and then she wouldn't be willing. They would take a couple steps back. It was an emotional roller coaster for both of them. Complex human interactions. But they were trying. This leads to March, when, in an effort to try, Gerhard asks her, hey, your birthday's coming up, what do you want to do? She is the one who said, hey, I've been wanting to go on a staycation to Oahu. You will see it. She admits to that. So they go on this trip to Oahu, and they go on this hike, and I'm going to get into a lot more details, but you're going to hear how on the hike she brought it up, and she said, hey, it's been a while now, I got to see Mr. Miller again for work, you got to trust me. And he's dumbfounded. He realizes they made zero progress over the last 3 months. She doesn't understand what he's going through. She's not willing to do what it's going to take. And he tells her, well, this isn't going to work. You're going to have to move out. And I'm going to tell all our family and friends about your affair. It's just not going to work. This leads to a physical altercation that she started. She came after him, started kicking, punching. They end up on the ground. She's swinging at him. He's grabbing an arm. She's swinging with the other arm. She's kicking him. As the prosecutor said, they're on the ground. She picks up a rock and hits him in the face with it. And he quickly reacts, human reaction, grabs the rock, hits her twice, and stops. Untrue. After that, knowing that the marriage is over, knowing that this is heading for a divorce and custody battle, the evidence will show Ariel Koenig says many untrue things about what happened. And she did so, you will see, to get the upper hand in the coming divorce and custody case. And you will see how she is using the allegations in this case, in the divorce, to get everything. His retirement, the house, full custody, everything. Unfaithful, to her husband, unwilling to do what it was going to take, untrue things after all of this happens on the cliff, says untrue things. I'm going to get into this in a lot more detail over the next half an hour, but there's a few things I want to address up front. The evidence will show there was absolutely no premeditated plan to take her up to this busy parking lot, the Pali Lookout parking lot, in broad daylight in the middle of the morning at 10-something in the morning, and try to kill her in broad daylight. There was no premeditated plan. This was a unplanned, unanticipated scuffle that happened between a couple. There was no plan. Number two, the evidence will show there was absolutely no syringes on the mountain that day. He didn't have any syringes, wasn't trying to stab her. The evidence will show he never tried to throw her off the cliff. She attacked him, pushed him, and they ended up in a scuffle on the ground. He never tried to throw off the cliff. Number four, the evidence will show he did hit her with the rock. He did hit her with the rock. And she does have, I'll tell you, she's got a bad cut on her head. She's got a severe laceration on her head from it. And it bleeds a lot. But the evidence will show, medically speaking, it looked worse than it was. You'll hear from Queen's doctors who treated her that day and said that there was no substantial risk of death from the cut, and it didn't even rise to the level of serious bodily injury. She had no skull fractures, brain bleeds. They stitched her up. They let her go the next morning. That's what the medical evidence will show. The evidence will show he never confessed to his son. I'm going to talk more about that later. That's what the evidence will show. Now, before I get into the details more, I want to share a little bit with you about Dr. Koenig, Gerhard. He's 47 years old. He was 46 when this happened. He was actually born and raised initially in South Africa. His parents, Peter, his dad, and his mom, Anwil, flew in today. They were raising the kids. He has 3 siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. LaRue, Ruan, and Lisa, his siblings. At some point when Gerhard was about 9th grade, they moved to San Diego. Just things going on in South Africa at the time. They wanted to come in a better situation. Gerhard graduated from high school, went to college, UC San Diego, majored in bioengineering. Worked a little bit, went to med school. He got married young, his first marriage when he was 20 years old. He married a lady named Jessica Ray Patella. And they had 2 kids when he was relatively young, still in medical school. Ophelia, his older daughter, and then Emil. You're going to hear a lot about Emil. And he finished med school. He did his residency in anesthesiology and became board certified, was actually teaching as a professor. And sometime in his residency, his first marriage, they separated, they got a divorce. So he knows what it's like to get a divorce. You know, it's not ideal. He didn't want to do it again. But it wasn't a situation where, like, if, you know, he had to, I'm going to kill her if I can't be with her. No, he's been through it. So they separate, and from his first wife. When it's time for him to start dating again, he goes online and uses dating for a couple of free dating apps. It didn't really work out, so he paid for a subscription to eharmony.com. And at some point, Ariel Koenig reaches out to him, and they go on a date at a bar, and things progress from there. They get married in 2018. They have their first son, Olin, is born in 2020. And they're living in Pittsburgh at the time. He's working, she's working. And they wanted to find a safer place to live. There was a lot of gun violence in the area. It was important to them to find a safer, maybe warmer place as well. They fell in love with Maui. For those reasons, they fell in love with Maui. It was going to be a hit to their careers, though, because especially her, what she does, nuclear engineering, and she works on these big nuclear energy projects. There wasn't really jobs like that in Maui, but she wanted to do that and come here. And so that's what they did. They moved here in March of 2023, and right before they moved here, literally the month before, their second son, Vigo, was born. Right before they moved. So they moved here, and from March 2023 until December 2024, for Gerhard, it was a dream life. He got a good job at Maui Memorial. He loved his wife, he loved his kids, living in paradise on Maui. It was a great life. He loved his marriage. In 2024, we find out Ariel didn't necessarily feel the same way. In August of 2024, she has to travel a lot for work because she works virtually. In August of 2024, she goes on a trip to South Africa with Jeffrey Miller. And Gerhard knows about it, but he has no reason to be concerned. He's not really worried about it at all. She comes back. In October, the family, they go on a trip to Kauai for Emil's birthday. And for the first time, he starts to see some red flags. He overhears her talking on the phone to Mr. Miller, which is supposed to be a work call, and it just didn't sound right. It was overly flirty. It was the way someone in a relationship would talk to another, and it bothered him. But he said, maybe, I'm not, it's weird, but, Things progress in November and December. He keeps seeing these things. When he walks in, she's texting somebody, she hides her phone, and he starts to, a lot of red flags. So he goes into detective mode. And in early December, when she's sleeping, he logs onto her phone, and she's not text messages, not emails for work. She finds a WhatsApp message thread between her and Miller. And it was more than flirty. It was very, very concerning. It was inappropriate. And what concerned him a lot is it was clear she was deleting a lot of it. She was deleting a lot of it. So he's really, really worried. Really worried. He stays home the next day, and now he uses his computer and he logs onto WhatsApp, and he's able to log into her WhatsApp. And he sees live the communication throughout the day between her and Miller. And it was clear what was going on between the two of them. And he'll tell you about what he saw. Knowing now that she was in this inappropriate relationship and this affair with Mr. Miller, he was heartbroken. And he didn't know quite what to do. So a couple of days go by. They had a trip planned to San Luis Obispo, and he ends up confronting her about it there. She's immediately apologetic. She says she admits to it, and they have, it's hard. It's a lot of tears, a lot of crying, a lot of working through it that weekend. They don't know what to do, and he was telling her, I don't know maybe you should move out. Maybe you should move out. And by the end, they agree. Okay, not going to move out, but these are the things that he needed, right? And we talked about that. And he shared, with her, she needed to quit her job. She needed to not see him anymore, and all the things that I talked to you about earlier. They get back to Maui, and she actually starts looking for a new job. You will hear that there's no other job like hers. And she quickly realizes she wasn't willing to give that up. She wanted her career mattered to her more than doing what Gerhard needed to stop working with this man. Now, January and February, like I said, a lot of emotional roller coaster, working on it, making progress, realizing she's not really, she starts minimizing, she starts bringing up things he should have done differently. They end up in counseling. The counseling's about other things as well, and they're making some progress. It's kind of like one step forward, two steps back, but they're still trying. And this comes to the March trip that I talked to you about. Now, he does suggest, let's do something for your birthday. She says, why don't we go on a trip to Oahu? This was not some big plan of his to get her to Oahu, the more crowded place, and try to kill her in broad daylight. Okay, that's the evidence will not support that. They came here for her birthday. The first night, I think they get here on a Sunday. They have a good day. They go to the spa together. You'll see some photos from the trip. They're enjoying themselves. They go to dinner that night. Next day is her birthday. They wake up, they go downstairs, they get coffee. The plan was they were going to go on this hike. She knew about the hike. They researched it together before coming here. She packed her hiking stuff. It was something that she was excited about. And then after that, they were going to spend some time at the pool. And you will see the reservation from Fett Restaurant that he made for dinner that night. You will see it. He had dinner reservations for Fett that very night when apparently he had a plan to throw off a mountain that day. There was reservations at the restaurant. So that was what the day was supposed to be. You'll hear they start heading up to the mountain, And that morning, you'll hear about some life insurance issues. You'll hear that after this affair and all of that, as a way to kind of commit, he wanted to increase his life insurance for her. He wanted to increase his for her. So you'll hear he took the steps to increase his life insurance to $1.5 million. And it came in 2 stages. The million got approved about a week or so before, and that morning, the second half of that got approved. And you see on the document, he made her the sole beneficiary. He got an email that very morning of the hike, and he shared it with her, and he said, hey, look, good news, it's all approved. 1.5 million in effect. I think hers was up to maybe 250,000 or something like that. And so that was on the way there. He shared that with her. So they get there, and you're going to see the body cam, or you're going to see evidence. It's a super crowded parking lot. Tour buses, tourists, people everywhere, cars everywhere. He says, well, it was a separate tour bus one, and that they're right next to each other. It's the same parking lot. It's a very, very crowded place. It's a popular trail. This incident that they described, that I'll describe today, it took place about 5 minutes in from that parking lot. It took place 5 minutes in from that parking lot in broad daylight. There was no effort to go on this hike alone. They had some trouble. First time there, they're looking for the trailhead. They go to check out the Pully Lookout. They start up on the trail. On the trail, they start talking about the progress they're making and things like that. And she says, hey, I need you to start trusting me more. It's been a while. We've made progress. I got to be able to travel for work. I got to be able to be in the same place as Mr. Miller. You don't have to worry about it, but I do need, it's impacting my work, okay? We're not here saying that she wanted to divorce him and marry Mr. Miller. She had this, affair on the side and whatever it was, but now she was worried about her job. And she was saying, I got to be able, it's affecting my work. And he's like I said, he's dumbfounded. It showed that she had zero understanding of what he was going through in the last 3 months, how hard it was for him. And that leads him to tell her, this is crazy. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. And you're going to have to move out, and people are going to ask why, and I'm going to tell them why. Because of your relationship with Mr. Jeffrey Miller, your co-worker. Of course, she's upset. And this is very important. You will hear this from her. At that point, she says, I don't want to go on this hike anymore. Understandably, they're in a big fight, right? But they're 5 minutes in from the parking lot. You'll see it's not very far up. It's not sheer cliffs on every side when you're walking up there. Just bushes and, they're 5 minutes in. And she says, I don't want to go on this hike. Very important. He says, okay, well, fine. I'm going up on my own. And he leaves her there and continues on. That will be undisputed. Leaves her there. Equally important. He goes up a little bit, 5 minutes in, and he's like, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to go on this hike. Just forget it. Let's just go back to the hotel and just, go home. Comes back down, and she will tell you this, undisputed. He gets there, and he says to her, oh, you're still here. I thought you were going back to the car. The evidence will show he had no plan to take her up there and kill her. The evidence will show he left her on the hike thinking she was going back to the car. This idea about, oh, she got away and escaped from me. He left her thinking she was going back to the car. This is not some fight over not wanting to take a photo in the right place. He gets back down there, and she's acting different, and she's acting very differently. You'll hear about it. And what happens next is he turns around, and he's just, they're talking, and she's saying, look, let's just forget about it. We'll, whatever. He's looking out over towards the cliff area, and he feels a shove from behind. And he turns around, and he says to her, what the hell was that? And it felt to him that she tried to push him towards the edge. And he turns around, and he says to her, what are you doing? And she starts screaming. However he said it, help, help, help. she starts screaming. And she's backing away after pushing him, and she's yelling, help, help, help. She's not saying he's hitting me, he's killing me, or anything like that. You'll hear from the witnesses. They thought somebody fell off the cliff. And he's turning around, he's saying, what are you doing? Why did you push me? And he's walking towards her, and she's yelling, help, help. And he puts his hands on her to calm her down, and she starts swinging. She starts kicking, he's grabbing her, ends up on the ground. This scuffle was unplanned, unexpected, and escalated quickly. They're on the ground. I described what happened. She's punching him, she's kicking him, he's on top of her trying to stop, hits him, she tries to grab that arm, hits him with the other arm, kicking him. She picks up the rock and hits him with the rock on the side of his head. And she tries to hit him again, he stops, he gets the rock, and in a split second, human reaction, under attack, he hits her with the rock. It was a reflex, it was a reaction, it was in response to the force that he had just experienced. But he stops. He stops. Because the hit made her stop. And as soon as she stopped, he stopped. It was about this time these two witnesses got there. One of them doesn't even see him hit her at all. The other will tell you, she saw one hit. One hit. They got there. They said when they heard it, they came around the corner, and by then he was standing and he had the rock and he didn't hit her. They saw the very tail end of this. They don't know how it started. They didn't see who started it. They got there at the very end. He hit her once and he stopped. After that, the witnesses are there. She's yelling out to them. She crawls down to them, and you hear from them. He stands there. He doesn't come after her. He doesn't aggress towards them. He doesn't yell at them. He doesn't try to grab her and continue to throw her off. She had stopped assaulting him. He had backed away. And he saw that she was okay. He saw that she was talking and yelling to the witnesses. He saw that. And they make their way down the trail. Now, the ambulance comes. There's a lot of blood because you'll hear that part of the head. The scalp, it bleeds a lot. They take her to Queens, and you'll hear when they get there, because she was not in any type of critical condition, she never lost consciousness or anything like that. The ambulance has to wait outside for 20 to 30 minutes or more because of triage, because there's more serious patients. So they're sitting in the ambulance waiting, okay? She eventually tells the police detective that he wanted her to take a selfie. She didn't want to. And he said, I'm sick of this shit. And he grabbed her, tried to throw her off the cliff, picked up, had some syringes, which apparently she says she can just flick out of his hand. And then she tells the detective he beats her with the rock 10 times with all his might. Over and over and over and over again. I know that wasn't 10, but you get the point, okay? Over and over again. She says 10 times with all his might. He beats her with the rock. You will see photos of it. You will hear from the medical experts in this case. 2 from Queens, and we have a forensic pathologist who will talk to you about that. The physical injuries, while the laceration is significant, is inconsistent with being hit in your head 10 times with all your might. She had no skull fractures, no brain bleeds, no orbital fractures. She never lost consciousness. The 2 doctors said there was no substantial risk of death. They said that it wasn't serious bodily injury, and she went home the next day. I'll be the first to tell you, the photos you're going to see are graphic. There is a bad laceration from the hit from the rock. You'll see it. You'll see it. There's a bad laceration. But you'll hear, medically speaking, from the medical doctors in this case, it's not as bad as it looks. You're going to see there's blood everywhere because you'll hear that area, a lot of blood vessels, there's blood everywhere. She never loses consciousness, no risk of death from the injuries, stitched up, went home the next day. And it was a rock. He hit her with a rock in response to her hitting him. So, meanwhile, Gerhardt's up on the mountain. And this is important. Okay, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from him, what was happening, going through his mind. This is, like I said, the evidence will show this is a human story. Okay, human story. He's stunned about what happened. He's in shock. He doesn't go after them. They go down. And he immediately goes into almost a despondent state. He realizes his marriage is over. He realizes she's yelling to them, "Call the police, he's trying to kill me." He realizes his career could very well be over. He saw that she was hurt. And you hear, he was disappointed, he was remorseful, he was upset about the whole incident. He never wanted it to come to that. He never wanted her to be hurt. And he was disappointed in himself that he reacted that way, the way he did. He was remorseful that he reacted in that split second. And he went into a deep state of depression, sadness, disappointment, to a place where he became suicidal. And they're going to say the evidence shows his consciousness of guilt that he stayed on the mountain. The evidence will show, it shows that he was human, dealing with this, what just happened, realizing he could lose everything, and his marriage is over. So he stayed up on the mountain, and he was suicidal. He was going back and forth between jumping off the cliff and not thinking about his kids. And the one person he wanted to talk to was his 19-year-old son, Emil. His son, not Miss Koenig's. And he calls Emil, and you'll hear, it was an incredibly emotional phone call. He was calling him to say goodbye. He was calling him to tell him he was sorry. He was calling him to tell him that he wished he was a better man. And he'll tell you, he feels terrible about putting his son in that position. He'll tell you he never should have done that, but that was the emotional state he was in at the time. He never in that conversation confessed about my goal was to kill your mom, but she got away. He never said that. He talked about what happened. He talked about how he hurt her. He never said those things. Not that way. Not that way. Emil tries to talk to him. Dad, don't kill yourself. A horrible situation for a boy that age to be in. But it made him think. He stayed up there longer. Finally, before the sun set, he decides, okay, I gotta come down. It's time to just come down and deal with this. He had worked through some of those emotions. He said, I'm gonna come down and just deal with this. So he comes down while the sun is still out onto the main road where the cops are. Not trying to escape by coming down to the main road where all the cops are. Not waiting till it's dark. Comes down. He's been up there processing everything that just happened, going through his emotional phases related to it, and now he comes down. And the cops grab him, and they think he's fleeing, so they grab him, and he's he's a little, they apprehend him. They apprehend him. He'll tell you, he feels awful that she got hurt. And you'll see it. I'm telling you, there's blood everywhere. There's a big gash. It was just one, maybe two hits with the rock. And then that's it. That's it. Medically speaking, not that bad. Visually, the photographs look horrible. Just letting you know. But you hear from the doctors. It was not life-threatening. It was not serious bodily injury. They stitched her up. 3 days later, she leaves the hospital. 3 days later, she logs on. He mentioned it. She gets an attorney within a day or two. Someone who's attorney specialized in criminal defense, TROs, things like that. He gets an attorney. She gets an attorney. 3 days after this incident, she goes onto their joint accounts, moves 130 grand. It's primarily his money without his permission. She's in touch with her attorney. They file a restraining order against him. The hearing's coming up. She knows she has to take the stand, testify under oath. Instead of take the stand, testify under oath, be cross-examined, she dismisses the restraining order against him. Shortly thereafter, you hear that she files for divorce. And you hear how even as recently as last week, her and her attorney, that she signed off on this, files something saying, because he attempted to kill me, I should get full custody of the kids, I should get the house, I should get half his retirement and keep mine. Things that she would never get absent these allegations. Just last week. Digital forensics. They got good guys that work there. They went through his entire computer, every last search. They were looking for searches like kill, wife, dangerous, hike. They didn't find any of that. They didn't find anything of that. He was looking into infidelity and things like that. He was trying to process it. You'll see how she was as well, listening to audio books about affairs and things like that. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you wait till you hear everything. Even the law on self-defense. Even the law on self-defense that you'll learn at the end. I ask you to keep an open mind. He never wanted her to get hurt. He feels terrible about that. He's disappointed in himself. He had a human reaction, a human reflex to her hitting him with the rock. And then he stopped. And then because of the person that he is, he was so disappointed that he went into this state of depression, suicidal thoughts. And that's why he was on the mountain. This is going to be a complex, long human story. It's also, the evidence will show, going to be a sad one for everyone involved. For Miss Coney, their kids, and for Gerhardt. But it's not a simple story. The evidence will show it's not so simple of she had an affair, therefore he had a motive to kill her. The evidence will show human life, human emotions, human interactions are often much more complex than that. So I ask that you keep an open mind, listen to this entire human story, use your logic, reason, and common sense. She said he was trying to load the syringe in the middle of the fight. The evidence will show if he had a plan to use syringes, you think he might have it loaded ahead of time. They mentioned the things that were missing, the syringes. The evidence will show the rock is found right there. Right there. The evidence will show if somebody's going to hide evidence, they'd hide all of it. There was no syringes on the mountain, no attempt to throw him off a cliff. The witnesses got there at the very end. They did not see who started it or how it started. I thank you for your time this morning. I thank you for keeping an open mind, as we know you will. As you now know, there are two sides to this story. And it'll be your job at the end to use your reason, logic, and common sense and see which one makes more sense. Was this about not being willing to take a selfie? Or was this about a lot more? Thank you.
Help! Help! Help!
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Okay. If you could please state your full name for the record and for the members of the jury.
Gerhard Koenig.
Gerhard, how old are you?
47.
Where were you born?
South Africa.
And were your parents from South Africa?
Yes.
What are their names, and are they still alive, and are they still married?
Yeah, Peter and Animal, they're alive and married.
Okay. And they've been here, is that them here in the front row today?
That's them.
Where do they live now?
San Diego.
Growing up, what did your parents do for work?
My dad's a pharmacist, and in South Africa, my mom didn't work.
How long did you live in South Africa, or maybe a better way to ask that is, how old were you when you moved from South Africa?
I was 14.
And where did you move to at that age?
San Diego.
Who moved with you to San Diego at that time?
My parents and my younger sister.
So what grade were you in when you moved to the United States?
9th grade.
Did your dad find work as a pharmacist?
Yes.
What did your mom do in San Diego?
She ran a home daycare.
Siblings?
Yes, 2 older brothers and a younger sister.
What year and what high school did you go to, and what year did you graduate?
I went to Rancho Bernardo High School, and I graduated in 1996.
By the way, was growing up in South Africa, was English your first language?
No.
What was?
Afrikaans.
Okay. After graduating from high school, did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you go?
UC San Diego.
What did you major in?
Bioengineering.
Now, the jury has heard about how later in life you married Ariel Koenig. Was that your first marriage?
No.
Okay. Were you married before that?
I was, yeah.
And to who?
Jesse Patella-Ray.
Okay. How old were you when you and Jesse got together?
16 or 17, 11th grade in high school.
And then how old were you when the two of you got married?
20.
After graduating from college, what did you do?
I worked as a bioengineer for 5 years.
Okay. Doing what kind of work?
It was a biotech startup company. We were doing tissue engineering.
Okay. We don't need to get into exactly what that is, but it's in the field of bioengineering?
Yeah. So specifically, we were growing tissue-engineered blood vessels, and so we were taking skin cells from a person and culturing them in the lab and growing large diameter blood vessels specific to them so they can use it for hemodialysis access or cardiac bypass grafts.
And where were you living when you were doing this work?
In Marin County, just north of San Francisco.
Okay, in California, but up by San Francisco?
Yes.
Did you and Jessica have kids while you were working and living in San Francisco?
Yes, 2 kids.
What are their names?
Ophelia and Emil.
Okay. And what years, or how old are they?
Ophelia is almost 25, and Emil is 20.
Now, the jury has heard that you're a medical doctor. After doing this work in tissue genesis for a while, where'd you go to medical school?
At the University of Pittsburgh, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And is that a good medical school?
It is. It has a really good reputation, yeah.
So Ophelia and Emil were born before you started medical school? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you choose Pittsburgh?
Because of the reputation of the school and because the cost of living in Pittsburgh was low.
Okay. And you had the 2 young kids?
The two young kids, and I wasn't going to make any money, and it was a great place to go to school.
Did you graduate from medical school in 4 years?
Yes.
What year did you graduate from medical school?
2010.
After graduating from medical school, what did you do?
I did a 1-year internship, and then I did a 2-year research fellowship.
What was the research fellowship in?
It was an NIH-funded fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, and I did mostly blood transfusion research. Specifically, I was working on autotransfusion. It's when you take a patient's own blood that they were losing in the operating room, and I was figuring out ways how to give it back to them safely.
Okay. Did you and was that in the Pittsburgh area?
Yes.
Did you eventually do a residency?
Yes.
And in what field did you do your residency?
Anesthesiology.
If you could explain to the jury, what is anesthesiology? I mean, we all kind of know what it is, but generally, I mean, but how do you define anesthesia?
Yeah, anesthesiologists are, it's a specialty of medicine, and we're trained to acutely treat organ system failure and techniques to limit pain and awareness. And so basically what we do is we take care of patients that are either very ill or injured, and we keep them alive until they can get patched up. And we make sure that they don't feel or remember anything.
Okay. And why did you choose anesthesiology for your residency, and did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, I loved it. It's all hands-on, which is kind of what my personality is and my background in engineering. So I like that about it. Okay. And yeah, I mean that was.
So you enjoyed it.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, what years were you doing your residency in anesthesiology?
2013 to 2016.
And where was your residency at?
In Pittsburgh.
Now, you mentioned your residency 2012 to 2016. Did you at some point you and Jessica got divorced?
Yes.
Or approximately when was that? Or when did you separate?
We separated in 2014. Yeah.
Is that during your residency?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after 15 years of marriage, and we tried to make it work. We got married very, very young.
Okay. Did you after that you guys were both living in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
And were you involved in Emil and Ophelia?
Oh yeah, 50-50 custody.
50-50 custody.
Mm-hmm.
You finished your residency in 2016. What did you do for work when you were done with your residency?
I was hired as an anesthesiologist by UPMC. I worked at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital, and then I was also hired by University of Pittsburgh as a part-time assistant professor.
As a part-time what?
Assistant professor.
Okay, so in terms of your work that you were you doing clinical work, actually treating patients in the hospital?
Yeah. So 4 out of 5 days, I was doing clinical work, anesthesiology, and basically 1 day a week. So 20% of my time, I was doing teaching and research.
And so teaching, who were you teaching?
Anesthesiology residents, mostly at the hospital. And for the last 3 years that I was in Pittsburgh, I was the site director for the anesthesiology residency at my hospital. So I was in charge of the teaching of the residents at the hospital there.
And that was all in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Okay, now, after separating from your first wife, did you at some point start dating again?
Yes.
And did you try out dating apps?
Yes.
How'd that go?
I used some free dating apps in the beginning and met some people and finally signed up for a paid app, eHarmony.
eHarmony.
Mm-hmm.
And after you signed up for eHarmony, is that how you met Ariel?
Yeah, she actually found me on there, and we connected on there and chatted on there for a little while, and I think we connected in February of 2016, and then we met in the bar at the end of March 2016.
Your first time you met her, first date-ish, what you want to call it, was at a bar?
Yes.
In Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then did you guys continue to see each other?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I should correct you. And after that, did you guys continue dating?
Yes.
I think you said you met in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. When did you and Ariel get married?
2018.
Between 2016 and 2018, where were you living?
We were both living in Pittsburgh in like kind of different suburbs of the city. She lived north of the city, close to where she worked, and I lived kind of to the west of the city. We were about an hour apart, so we spent 1 week at my house with the kids when we had the kids, and then we'd spend 1 week at her townhouse up north.
And that was in Pittsburgh?
In Pittsburgh,
okay.
Yeah.
And you were working in the job you just described to us?
Yes.
Now, after your first divorce, you had 2 kids. Did you want to have more kids with?
I did.
With Ari?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that in my profile on online dating, and.
That you wanted to have more kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you and Miss Koenig have kids together?
Yes, 2 kids.
And what are their names? And tell us when they were born.
Olin was born right in the middle of COVID, May 2020.
Okay.
And Vigo was born just a few weeks before we moved to Maui in 2023.
Just a few weeks before Maui?
Yeah.
Okay. in 2023.
Yeah.
So you guys are still living in Pittsburgh when, well, at least all in 2020. You guys are in Pittsburgh. Did there come a time when you and Ariel decided to make a move and move to Hawaii?
Yeah.
Tell us about why that came up and what was the interest and if it was a joint decision.
Yeah, it was a joint decision, and this is something that we kind of bonded over ever since we met, and we both love Pittsburgh and love the city and the town and Steelers fans, but we wanted to move somewhere where the weather's a little nicer, and she knew I had family in California, and so we had talked about that for a while. And then after we started having kids, we started talking about it some more and realized that actually our main priority is safety and just finding kind of a place where we can raise our kids in a safe environment.
What do you mean by safety?
Just like the random gun violence, like school shootings and things like that, were really concerning for us. We wanted to go to somewhere where that's relatively rare or less of a concern.
How did you guys decide on Maui?
I came to Oahu actually once during residency, when I was doing my research fellowship, and just kind of fell in love with the atmosphere. There's just kind of a joy to life here, and the tempo is just different than anywhere else that I've been in the United States.
Okay. So you guys decide on Maui.
Well, and then we went to Maui for our honeymoon, and our friend's honeymoon too, and that's kind of how we got introduced to Maui.
Got it. Now, you said that it was a joint decision about kind of putting the kids first and safety.
Yeah.
Was it gonna moving from Pittsburgh to Maui? Was it going to have an impact on both of your careers? And let's start first with yours. Tell the jury if how was it, if any, gonna affect your?
Yeah, it was gonna have a big impact on my career. So I was gonna have to give up the teaching and the research completely. And my job in Pittsburgh was at an academic medical center. And even when I wasn't working for the university, I was interacting with students and residents and things like that.
And on Maui,
Maui, it was just going to be like a community hospital, and so kind of very, very different.
And what about the research part of your job?
Yeah, so I have to give all that up.
And you're willing to do that?
Yeah, we were basically committed, both of us, to going somewhere where we could focus on the family and slower pace of life, at least until the boys were out of high school.
Okay, so now you just shared about the effect it's going to have on your career. What about Ariel's career? Explain to that. She talked about being, at least for a while, in the nuclear industry. So when this decision was being made about moving, what was going on with her career, and what was her? How was this going to affect
her? So by the time we made the decision to actually move, which was like in the summer of 2022, it actually didn't affect her career that much. If we had made that decision earlier, it would have had a much bigger impact.
Why wasn't it going to affect her career that much at that point?
So she was working. So before COVID, she was working 100% in-house, full time, and then during COVID, her job went remote, like most people's jobs did. And then during COVID, we also had Olin, and she realized at that point that she didn't want to go back to working in person again. That she felt she could accomplish a lot more at home, working and just be much more efficient. And it also allowed her to just be home more with the kids and the family.
Was she still was she still in the nuclear industry when you guys decided to move?
No. So and then she actually quit her job a few months before we started talking seriously about moving. And she was applying to jobs at software companies and other industries and nuclear as well. And then we decided to move, and so this was all kind of happening at the same time.
Okay. And was she able to get this job? She talked about a TerraPower that allowed her to work virtually?
Yes, and so she was actually hired, I think, like as I was interviewing in Maui, she got hired at TerraPower. So she started her job at TerraPower while we were still in Pittsburgh.
Okay, but they were going to allow her to.
And then after the move, yes. So she got a fully remote job based out of Pittsburgh for this company that's based in Seattle. And then we moved to Maui, and then she kept working for the same company.
Okay. I want to ask you, Emil. So
Yes.
Ophelia is older than Emil?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys start thinking about moving, how old was Emil, and how did that factor into the timing of when you were going to move and if?
So Emil is actually the reason we moved when we did.
Okay,
so,
explain that. Explain that.
Yeah, so Ari and I had talked for a while about moving out of Pittsburgh, and the trigger was going to be when Emil graduated high school.
You guys are waiting. You guys are going to wait till he graduates.
Yeah, because we didn't want to leave him, and we didn't want to ask his mom to, if we could take him.
So what happened?
He basically talked us into letting him ask his mom, and because he's like, if you guys are going to go somewhere sunny after high school, I want to go with you, and I want to go before high school is over because I want to move somewhere earlier so I can make friends and kind of get connected to the community. And I said, I don't think your mom's going to let you leave. And he said, let me just talk to her. And after months of that, I said, okay, if you want to ask her, you can. And he asked her, and she actually said yes. And so that triggered us to kind of say, oh shoot, now we can move now. We can move earlier. And so
let me ask you about that. So at this point, Emil was about what age?
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he talked about how you were married and while he was growing up, and then at how old was he roughly when you guys got divorced, you and his mom, roughly?
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so from when he was born till 9, you obviously very active in his life. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, you had him every other week. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then come a time now he's 16, and he's actually asking if he can go to Maui with you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we've had a really good relationship.
Okay. And so that kind of made the timeline where you guys could go sooner. Is that right?
Yes.
And what about Ophelia? By the time you guys were moving, was she already over 18?
Yeah, she was over, and she had moved out of the house already, and so yeah, she didn't come to Maui with us.
Okay. Now, so when you first moved here, did Emil then finish high school on Maui?
Yes, Maui High.
Okay. We heard about how Miss Koenig's parents, or Ariel's parents, also moved to Maui. How did that happen?
Yeah, no, they. That was really nice, actually, how it worked out. But because we didn't have any family here, and two young boys. But when we told them we're moving to Maui from Pittsburgh, and they were living in Florida at the time, they said that that's too far, and they actually decided
away from you guys.
Yeah, and so they decided they're going to move to California because they didn't want to move to Hawaii, but they had never been to Hawaii, and so they had this trip planned where they were going to go look at a few different places in California, and we convinced them to come to Hawaii too for a few days, just to basically, visit with us.
Yeah. And trying to see if they like it.
We just told them, just come visit with us, and we'll show you where we're going to live.
Yeah.
This was right before we actually moved, and
did they like it?
In less than 24 hours, they were like, "We're coming here." Yeah,
and that was okay with you?
Yeah, it was great because they ended up buying a house just down the street from our house, and we see them. We would see them all the time, and they're a big help with the kids, and it was just nice to have family on the island.
So you, when did you guys move then to Maui?
So I had to give 6 months' notice at my job. So I got a job offer in like August of 2022, but we didn't end up moving until end of February of 2023.
Okay. And your job offer on Maui was what?
It was so the group's called TMG, and we're the only anesthesiology group on the island. It's a private practice group, so
you applied with them?
Yeah.
And they hired you?
Yes.
So, I know this is a big question, but I'm going to ask you to kind of just maybe summarize. You get here to Maui, March 2023. You got these two young kids, your son's here, your in-laws are here. You got a job. What was life like for you and your family from March 2023 until December 2024? Can you just summarize what it was like?
Yeah, it was amazing. The move was a little stressful at first, getting here, but once we were here and settled in, it was our dream life. So we bought a house really close to the hospital, so I could walk to work, and it also meant that I could take all my call shifts from home. And whenever I was done at the day, I could be home in a few minutes, and it translated into me being home a lot more than I was in Pittsburgh at my previous job, and so that meant that I was spending a lot more time with the kids and with Ari and with Emil. I was doing a lot of home improvement projects, and then as a family, we were doing lots of exploring. Like every weekend we would explore Maui. We did a lot of beach activities. We went to the beach almost every weekend, snorkeling, surfing, paddleboarding, hiking.
Okay, so it was a good life.
Yeah, we made a bunch of friends through my work and through Olin's preschool, some of his friends and friends' parents, and we were getting settled in.
Yeah, and let me ask you, Ariel, when you testified, when the detective asked her about how the marriage was before December 2024, she said it was a good marriage. Do you agree with that?
I thought it was a great marriage, yeah.
Okay.
I totally agree.
I just had a question. That being said, during that time period, did it ever come up that area between that time period, did moving back to the mainland ever come up?
It did. So her job, and when she was first hired by Terra Power, they had asked her to move to Seattle, and they said, "Hey, would you move to Seattle?" And she said no.
Okay.
And then a few times they had kind of asked her again to, if she would consider that.
Okay.
Our plan was always to at least stay in Maui until the kids graduate high school, and then we can kind of focus on our careers again and let the career drive the decisions.
Now, I was asking a little bit about your marriage during that time period, and this came up with Ariel. In your marriage back then, who handled the financial affairs more so, like, taxes, life insurance, finances between the two of you?
I did.
Okay. And why was that so?
I'm a very meticulous kind of person that keeps track of everything, and so it's just kind of more naturally in my,
Yeah, pretty organized.
Yeah.
Did you have, like computer files with different, insurance, taxes, all that stuff?
And all of our things were joint. We didn't have any separate anything, and so I ended up taking care of most of those things.
And those computer files,
and they were all in a shared drive that we shared, and so she had access to everything, and she contributed and as well. But
Okay.
I took care of most of it.
Okay. And you would kind of from time to time look into the files or update the files, or
all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you just described a great life and great marriage. Did there come a time in 2024, Gerhard, when that changed?
Yes.
First of all, in 2024, at some point, well, let me ask you this preliminarily. Did Ariel have to travel for work?
She did, yeah.
Okay, and that's because she was working virtually?
Yeah, just like three or four times a year.
Okay. Did there come a time in 2024 when Ariel traveled to South Africa for work?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was roughly?
At the end of August of 2024.
And who was she going with, to your knowledge, at the time?
It was a pretty important trip for her because it was just the CEO of the company, another man that was high up in the company called Jeff Miller, and herself.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you this. By the way, when you guys were on Maui working, and she was working virtually, like, where was she actually doing her work? Like, when she was working?
Yeah, she had a home office set up, but it was
in her house.
In our house,
Okay.
but it was in our bedroom. So, and there was no divider or anything between it. So her desk was basically right next to our bed. So like a third of the space in the bedroom was taken up by her office.
And when what were her hours? Was she on Seattle time? She started?
Mostly West Coast time, sometimes East Coast time. So she would usually get up
Early.
either 4 or 5 a.m. and start work around there, and then work until around 2 p.m.
So were you, because it was in your bedroom, were you exposed a lot to her work and her things she was doing and the people?
She has a huge monitor on her desk. She has one of those desks that can go up and down, and it's facing into the room, and all of her meetings are on speakerphone.
Okay. Prior to this, leading up to this South Africa trip, you mentioned did she go with a man named Jeff Miller?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about Jeff Miller at that time?
No.
I know you mentioned no concerns, but was there anything weird on that trip, behavior-wise, that you took notice of? The South African trip?
Yeah, it was a really quick trip. It was just 2 nights. But the one weird thing was that on the second night, I remember noticing that she never contacted me at the end of the day, and that's kind of out of character. Whenever she went on work trips, she would always kind of check in at some point, and, at the end of the day. Even usually we would check in several times during the day as well, and just do text. We would text a lot.
Okay.
And the one night on that trip, she never reached out. And I was at work, and by the time I got home and realized that she never reached out, I knew she was asleep, and so I didn't reach out to her either. But normally she would reach out to me when she's done with her work day.
Did you see much of it at the time, or?
No, I took note of it, and I asked her about it, and she just said, like, I'm so sorry. We got back late from dinner with the hosts that were hosting us, and I'm sorry, I should have texted, but I didn't.
Now, she returns from South Africa. Later on in 2024, did you and your family go on a trip to Kauai?
We did, yeah.
When was that, roughly?
In October. I think it was October. Yeah, we told Emil as a graduation present we'll take him to one of the other islands that he hasn't been to yet for a little trip, and he picked Kauai.
He picked Kauai. Now, did anything happen on this Kauai trip that made you become concerned to a degree about Mr. Miller?
Yeah, a little bit. What
happened? Tell the jury what happened.
Yeah. So we were there. At the end of, I think from like Thursday to Monday or something like that. So it overlapped with her work week a little bit, and she was able to take most of the time off. But there was a few meetings that she still had to do that she couldn't. And so and they're early morning meetings because they were West Coast time, and I just overheard her talking to him on the phone and from the other room, and it just seemed that they had a very familiar tone. More so than what I was used to, the way that she used to talk to him and the way that she talked to her other work colleagues.
Now, you get back from Kauai after the trip, from October to December. Did you notice any other red flags or concerning behavior?
Yeah. So
what happened?
The biggest. Well, the only thing that I noticed was that she was constantly on her phone. She was just constantly on her phone.
Was that more so than usual?
Yeah, much more than usual. And she would hide the screen from me. So
what do you mean by that?
Like, if you're sitting next to somebody and they're on their phone, like, you can just notice that they're sitting in a way. They're constant. They're always just like moving their.
What if you walked into a room when she was on?
Yeah, when I walked in the room, she would turn the screen off or turn her phone upside down.
Did you ask her about it?
I did several times, and she would always say, "I'm talking to Gianna. I'm talking to Gianna," which is her best friend.
Who's Gianna?
Gianna's her best friend.
Okay. So you did ask her about it a couple of times.
Yeah, more than a couple.
And you continued to see this concerning. Well, was this behavior concerning to you?
Yes.
And
I was curious.
Okay.
I was concerned. You're right.
And did she told you it was, don't worry, it was just Gianna?
Yeah, and she was like defensive about it.
Okay. Now, what did that lead you to do in early December? All this behavior, red flags.
No, when she kept doing it and she kept being defensive, I unlocked her phone.
Okay.
And while she was sleeping. Now,
do you recall when you did this? There's been talk about a San Luis Obispo trip, right? Were you guys going to go on a trip in December?
Yes.
And with who?
With our friends Bryant and Gianna.
And so, what day of the week were you going to leave for the trip, if you recall?
So, Ari and Gianna were going to be there on Wednesday.
Okay.
And Bryant and I were going to join them on Thursday.
So the girls were going first?
Yeah, and then we're all staying there until Sunday.
The girls were going to go spend a night together?
Yeah, so they had like a girls' day planned, and they wanted to just go for the first day. The trip was mostly for Gianna's birthday.
So that was going to be on a Wednesday. When did you look into her phone?
On Monday night.
Okay. Right before the trip, a couple days before the trip.
Yeah.
So tell the jury what you discovered.
So Monday night, when I looked at her phone, I went to the screen time application on the iPhone, and then I noticed that the app with the highest usage was an app called WhatsApp. And I was
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is a communications app. So it has texting, it has voice calls and video calls. So instead of using your phone's built-in texting or voice or video, you go through WhatsApp.
Okay.
And it's separate from the phone.
So then once you saw that?
Yeah, so then...
Well, first of all, I mean, was that surprising to you?
It was. I had not seen her on WhatsApp at all over the previous months. And so I was very surprised about that. And then I also saw that she had turned off all the notifications for WhatsApp, so she had everything silenced for WhatsApp. And it wasn't like on the main screen. It was like a couple pages over in a folder, so it was kind of hidden.
So did you open the WhatsApp?
Yeah, so I opened the WhatsApp.
What did you see?
There were 2 conversations with Jeff Miller. And the way WhatsApp works is that your account is always linked to a phone number. And so the one conversation was a conversation with his work phone, and the other conversation was a conversation with his personal phone.
Okay. And so let's talk about the conversation with his personal phone. Tell the jury what you saw.
Yeah, it was. So what I saw. So this was Monday night. What I saw was that the messages from Monday and from Sunday, so the previous 2 days, it was like a full-on conversation the entire day long, and it would start off. Yeah, and it would start off at like 2 a.m. Hawaii time. So and Jeff Miller lives in Maryland, and he travels extensively for work. Like he probably travels 3 out of every 4 weeks, and I know this because I'm always hearing them on the phone and talking about that. So basically, wherever he was, he'd be texting her good morning, but it wasn't just like a good morning text. It was like 5 or 6 texts. It's like a whole good morning. I had a great, I slept great. I'm looking forward to the day. I hope you're sleeping great. And then at like 5:45 a.m., her good morning.
She would be responding.
She would respond, and then the whole day long, like, this is where I am. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm thinking, until good night at the end of the day. And that was for Sunday and Monday.
Okay.
So for the 2 previous days.
So Sunday is a weekend, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you saw on a Sunday. We saw the text from December 1st.
She's I'm at work. I'm on call for the weekend, and she's at home decorating and hanging out with the kids and
texting
them all day.
Okay.
And then
go ahead.
When I scroll back past that, it's very strange because then between so the thread was created on June 4th or something like that, because WhatsApp puts when the thread was created in the app.
Okay.
And there was no messages between June 4th and August 30th, which was like a few days after the South Africa trip. And then between August 30th and Sunday, it was very strange because there was like fragments of conversation or little short things, and then mostly just pictures and songs and links. And it was basically Jeff sending her a bunch of pictures of himself, a bunch of song links that she had saved, and her sending him like a bunch of pictures too of.
Did you, when you said it was strange because there was things missing, did it seem to you like things were being deleted?
Well, yeah, because obviously that was. There was an abrupt cutoff between, like, what's before Sunday and Monday and that conversation and everything else that was on there.
Let me ask you this. Seeing all of that, here you are, a couple of months now, you had some suspicions, some red flags, asked her about it a couple of times, she denies it, defensive. Now you open it up and you see this.
Yeah.
Tell the jury how you felt. How did it make you feel?
I was devastated. There's obviously something going on,
okay. So
I didn't know what to do.
Okay. So what did you do?
So I had actually started using WhatsApp myself when we moved to Maui, because that's the main communication platform that the anesthesiology group uses, and so I was using it every day, communicating with the rest of the group and during our business meetings. And so I knew that WhatsApp since even though it's primarily an app on your phone, there's a web interface. You can log into WhatsApp on your computer through the browser as well, and it'll basically just duplicate everything that's on your account.
And then what did you do the next day?
So I took her phone upstairs to my computer, which is in the hallway upstairs, and I logged into her WhatsApp on my computer.
So you could watch her.
So I could
activity.
see, cause yeah.
Okay. You mentioned being devastated. I mean, prior to this, did you have any, aside from we talked about the red flags, but marriage-wise, I mean, everything seemed okay?
Everything seemed fabulous. We were. We were very happy together. No red flags in terms of the marriage itself.
Okay. So now, you want to learn more. You go into what do you call it, like detective mode, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you logged on and you're able to watch her. And did you do so the next day?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day?
So the next day, it was basically the same type of thing that they were doing on Sunday and Monday. So they start off by saying good morning, and then just wasn't communication the entire day. But this day she started deleting messages, and so one of the first things that she did is she deleted all of the messages from Sunday and Monday.
Okay, so when you went, make sure you put the mic a little closer. So when you saw the messages the night before.
Yes.
And now you're looking at it on the computer next day, and those messages you saw the night before are deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And then what?
And then I saw them communicate kind of in real time, because I could see it pop up on my screen too. And as soon as the conversation proceeded, kind of passed, she would kind of keep deleting the previous messages. So she was like, not deleting them in real time, but like throughout the day, she was deleting the previous messages.
And the content of the communications and what was being deleted, again, was it concerning?
Yeah, I mean, it was the same type of conversation that she was having with them on the previous 2 days, which is not a conversation you have with a coworker. This is a conversation you have with your spouse. I mean, this is. Yeah.
And after watching that all day long, what did you conclude? I mean, in terms of what was going on. Did you believe?
I mean, she was having an affair.
Okay. Let me ask you this: while that was, did you, because she was deleting these things, did you try to save some of the messages?
Yes. So the first thing I did, actually, the night that I unlocked her phone, because on WhatsApp you can also export the thread basically and save the thread, and so I exported the thread to my phone. So I had copies of what was on there when I first discovered it, and then the next day on my computer, the only thing I could do on the web interface is take screenshots.
Okay.
Of the.
And you took some.
Yeah.
All right. So now you are faced with, this. You got this trip in a day or two. Do you confront Ariel right away?
Not right away. So the way that this was happening was that our trip to San Luis Obispo, there's no direct flights from Maui to San Luis Obispo, and so we coordinated that the layovers were going to be in Phoenix, which is where Brian Gianna lives. And Ari was taking a red eye on Tuesday night. And so on Tuesday, when I was first discovering and watching this kind of in person for the first time,
let me stop you there. So just to help the jury. So Monday night is when you first found the WhatsApp chain, is that right?
Right. So Monday overnight.
Tuesday
morning, I wake up and I start looking at them interacting in real time during the day.
And then Ariel's supposed to leave that night.
And so she's supposed to leave that night.
Do you confront her before she leaves?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then so she leaves. Who do you first reach out to talk to about this?
Yeah. So on Wednesday night, I'm supposed to leave to fly to Phoenix to meet Bryant and then go to San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
And Wednesday, like in the middle of the day, I call him and talk to him.
Okay. And why did you call Bryant to talk to him about it?
Few different reasons. One was that we were, about to go on this trip with them, and I wasn't able to like I knew I was going to have to confront her as soon as I got to San Luis Obispo. So now it's Wednesday, and I'm convinced of, I'm seeing what they're doing, especially what she was sharing with them on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, she was spending all day in San Luis Obispo with Gianna, and she's basically keeping him up to. I mean, first thing is, like, as soon as she lands in Phoenix in the morning, she's like, just landed. I have an hour and a half. If you're free, we can chat. Can't wait to talk to you.
Is she texting you, keeping you up to date?
Like, I'm getting. I also got a just landed text, but like nothing else.
Okay.
But she's like, reaching out to him, and on WhatsApp, like, you can see when a message has been read, and so as soon as she saw that he read her just landed text, she called him, like, right, she didn't wait for him to respond.
Okay.
And stuff, and like, I'm not getting a call, I'm not getting any of this stuff, and then during the day, she's sending him pictures of the places that they're of her and Gianna doing stuff, and
So you're seeing this?
So I'm seeing this, and that's at that point I'm just like, I can't go to San Luis Obispo and not confront her about this right away. Like,
and going back to Bryant, right? So I know.
Yeah.
Did you guys have like fun activities planned? It was supposed to be a fun couples
yeah,
trip?
so I mean, it was supposed to be a couples trip, right? And it was Gianna's birthday, and actually, Ari planned it because she used to work for, one of the power plants that she that was her responsibility for refueling is just outside of San Luis Obispo. So she used to travel to San Luis Obispo all the time for work, and so
were you
planned like
were you
a bunch of fun
reaching out to
activities.
Bryant and you said there's several reasons. Was one of it to kind of let him know, like, hey, this might not be the fun trip we had
Yeah.
planned?
So the first reason was like, hey, like, this is, I'm just giving you a heads up, like, I'm gonna confront Ari with basically an affair.
Was there other reasons why you wanted?
And then the other reason was that, the other reason why he's my best friend and I wanted some advice, but I specifically wanted advice from him because they had just gone through infidelity in their relationship like 6 months earlier.
Bryant and Gianna.
Bryant and Gianna. And so
they were dealing with that.
Yeah, so he had been dealing with this, and I was looking for advice and just needed a friend.
Just to be
talk
clear for the jury, in that situation though, was it reversed?
It was, yeah. Brian had like a one-night stand, and Gianna found out about it. And
so they had been dealing
kicked
with
him
that
out of the
and
house
that.
and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you talked to Brian.
Yes.
Okay. Do you fly up on the trip?
Yes.
When you get there, do you confront Ariel right away?
Almost right away. I mean, like right when we get there, they already have dinner reservations and stuff like that waiting for us. And so we go to dinner, and right after dinner, when we go back to the hotel, is when I confront her.
Did you talk to Gianna before you confronted Ariel?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you told her what you had found.
I basically just gave, I told her briefly what I had found, and then left to go talk to Ari, and left Bryant to explain to her more.
So, where do you confront Ari? Were you in the hotel room?
In the hotel room.
You confront her with it. Tell the jury how that went and what Ariel's initial reaction was.
Yeah, I confront her with it, and she's immediately remorseful and doesn't deny anything, admits to it, and is crying and
let me ask you this. You say admits to it, and when Miss Coney testified, she kept using the term you guys use the term emotional affair, but in that time period, what did she admit to? Having a
she admitted to having an affair. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With Jeff Miller.
Yeah, she admitted this was completely inappropriate relationship.
So you mentioned
we called it an affair from the start.
And you mentioned she was remorseful and crying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here we are now in San Luis Obispo. This is going on. What was your emotional state like at the time? In other words, what were you thinking needed to happen? And you guys were going to try to work this out or not, or while you're on the trip?
Yeah. No, I mean it was tough. I mean a lot of emotions for sure. But we. But Brian and John were really helpful, and we were away from the kids and away from work and away from everything else, so we can kind of just focus on this.
Okay.
And
you guys reached some kind of conclusion as to whether or not you guys were going to break up or what?
Oh yeah. So we both wanted to work on it. We both she basically said, like, I'm so sorry, I can't believe I did this, and I'll do anything it takes to heal our marriage, and you know, you and our kids are more important than anything to me, and you know, I'll do whatever it takes. And we start talking to Brian and Gianna, and they kind of help us talk about some things, and we figure out, you know, what the next steps are going to be.
Now, during the trip in San Luis Obispo, did the topic of her possibly moving out come up?
Yes.
And,
yeah,
and
that was one of the big conversations we had.
And did you guys settle in on, okay, she's not going to move out just right now, we're going to try?
Yeah, so I preferred for her to move out.
Do you mean like break up?
No, we were both committed to working on the marriage, but and this is what Brian and Gianna did too. So Brian ended up living in a hotel for like 3 months, and it helped them just focus on the affair and healing from the affair, and then they kind of moved back and kind of, you know, start working on everything else, and I felt that was, you know, an ideal solution.
Does she want to do that?
Well, both of us, we decided together not to do that, and because we had, you know, the two big complicating issues for us was one, our two little boys. So we at the time they were like 1.5 and 4.
So at this time when she was having this relationship with Mr. Miller, how old were the boys?
1.5 and 4.
Okay. And you're saying, obviously, if she moved out, it would have been traumatic on them.
Yeah, so we didn't want.
Okay. Okay. So you guys, it's okay. You guys decide to not do that then.
Yeah, we didn't want them harmed.
Okay.
So
let me ask you this: in order for her to not move out, to avoid that harm. Sorry. May I approach Sean?
Thank you. Excuse me 1 second.
You want water?
Yes, please.
You mentioned the kids. Was there a did Ari have other concerns about her moving out?
Yeah, and the other concern, and again, this was a joint decision, is that we wanted to protect her reputation with family and friends, and so Bryant was able to move out, and really nobody else knew. It was just Ari and I actually that knew, and that was it.
So in other words, if Ari moved out on Maui, you talked about you guys had formed a pretty good close group of friends. Her parents.
We did, and everybody lived right there, and it's a small community, and I mean, people were going to know that she moved out and would ask why, and
so that was part of the joint decision.
Yes.
So you guys are up there, San Luis Obispo, decide that we're going to try. It's not going to move out. What about where there's some talk about if we're going to do that? At least, initially, was there some talk about what was needed to happen as it related to Jeff Miller and her job?
Yes.
What was that? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, so I mean, she obviously needed to terminate the affair immediately, but also to terminate all contact with Jeff Miller, and that would involve her quitting her job and getting a new job.
Initially, what did she say? I mean, was that something she was agreeable to initially?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so we decided that was the plan, and she said she just needed a little bit of time, and so she didn't want to quit her job right away, but that she would limit contact with him, and so she actually sent him an email through work, like a work email, and said basically, hi Jeff, from this point on, all of our communication needs to be in email only. If we do meet, because they would have virtual meetings all the time, if we do meet, it would have to be with one other person present. And she did this without talking to me, but showed it to me afterwards. Said, hey, this is what I did. Is that okay? And I said, that's fine.
So the plan was that she was going to quit her job and maybe find a new job, but in the meanwhile,
for sure she was going to quit her job and find a new job.
Okay.
But in the meanwhile,
there was going to be some boundaries related to her interactions with Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Was she supposed to go on another work trip with Jeff Miller soon after the San Luis Obispo trip?
Yes.
To where and when?
So the San Luis Obispo trip ended on Sunday, and then on Sunday I was going to fly back to Maui to take care of the kids, and she was flying to Seattle, and she had a week-long business trip in Seattle starting right after this
Oh, right
trip.
after? Mm-hmm. She was going to go straight? And Mr. Miller was supposed to be there?
Yes.
Did you later learn anything about the hotel situation related to that?
Not even later. It was. I mean, so while we were in San Luis Obispo and while we're still talking about all these things, I told her basically, I'm not okay with you going to Seattle. And she said, no, I totally understand. And she said, I'm going to cancel that trip. And she admitted that she had changed her hotel from the hotel that she was supposed to stay in with her primary team that she works with at Terra Power to the hotel that Jeff Miller was in, and they already had dinner plans for Sunday night.
Okay. And then she canceled that trip.
But she canceled all of that. So she told work she had a family emergency and couldn't go, and so we flew back together to Maui on Sunday.
You get back to Maui on Sunday, and there was some kind of initial conversations about what needed to happen with her job and whatnot. When you get back to Maui, are you still kind of just trying to figure out how to deal with this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone other than Gianna and Brian?
No.
Okay. And was that for the reasons you talked about earlier about Ariel's reputation?
Yes.
But you did, we saw the email that you sent at some point to Mr. Miller's wife, right?
Oh, yeah. And I did that in San Luis Obispo.
Yeah. And that was in San Luis Obispo. Okay.
Yeah, that's the day that I found out.
Yeah. And
that's not true. That's the day that I confronted her about it.
And why'd you do that?
I just felt that if I was in her shoes, I would want to know.
Okay. Okay. So now you get back to Maui, and to your knowledge, immediately after was as far as you knew, Ariel limiting contact with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Did she ever start to look for a new job?
Yes, right when we got to Maui, she was updating her CV and her LinkedIn profile and looking for jobs.
All right. At some point, did you start listening to some audiobooks and trying to get some advice about how to heal from this?
Yes.
And what did you learn from those books about what was necessary if you guys were going to even have a chance at this?
Yeah. Listen to several books and talk to Bryant a lot, and there's a lot of different things that the books recommend. But the five main things are basically, the first is always to terminate the affair, obviously, and terminate all contact with other cheating spouse. Okay. And all the books talk about, and if this is something at your workplace, you need to quit your job or move departments or something like that, because it's something that's commonly happens between coworkers. And then the second thing is that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work to understand all of the damage that they've caused to the relationship, and because it's not immediately apparent, just how deep the trust issues are going to impact things, and potentially putting the family dynamics and the kids at risk and things like that, and all the different ways that you hurt your spouse. And so that was the second thing. The third thing is,
was there anything about privacy?
Yeah. So one of the main things is actively rebuilding trust, and that means that you're going to have to proactively give up privacy and then also tolerate some invasion of privacy, meaning basically you need to tolerate if your partner is saying hey, can I see your phone for a sec and see who you're talking to, or hey, I can I see who you're emailing, so
not get defensive.
And not get defensive. Yeah.
Okay. Now, and did you discuss those things with Ariel?
Yes.
Okay. And was she doing these things?
In the beginning, and then very inconsistently the rest of the month.
Very what?
Very inconsistently the rest of the month.
She was kind of initially willing to do some of these things, but then seemed to become unwilling?
Yeah, so basically, it seemed like her whole attitude changed really within a few days of us getting back to Maui.
Tell us about that.
She started minimizing the affair and trying to say that it wasn't like a big deal, and she started blaming me for the affair and just saying like, well, you caused some of these things, and some of the telling me some of the things that I was doing that potentially contributed her doing.
Was she open to your questions about, hey, let me see your phone, or who are you calling?
Like on and off, she would get defensive and get irritated at me, basically asking those things.
So when she was kind of now backing off of some of the things you guys initially agreed to, did that cause you to kind of go into detective mode again and look into try to obtain more information about the extent of her relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah.
What new information, if any, did you learn at that point?
I mean, I was trying to talk to her about the affair and just trying to get more details, because we didn't talk about it in detail in San Luis Obispo. We were just kind of talking about big picture. Are we going to stay together?
Okay.
Are we going to move out?
But she admitted
all
to
these
it,
things.
though, right?
Yeah, she admitted to it. And then later, a few weeks later, I was looking, and the two main things that I found out. Let me just back up. So I was trying to ask her more questions about the affair, and she wouldn't basically engage and answer questions. And so everything that I found out is I basically found out on my own. And I found out that when they were in South Africa on our phone bill, actually, there's records of them texting just through regular text, like up through past like 10 o'clock on that night that she never got back to me. Okay. And then again, like a 1-minute phone call at 5:30 the next morning, local time, and I was like, that seems odd. And then in that combined with in the work thread that they had on the WhatsApp, not the personal one, the work one, the next morning they're talking about work stuff, but then they're also talking about how they can barely stay awake and they're both so tired and
so that made you wonder.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, what else did you learn? What else new things did you
concern?
learn?
And then the other thing was just the sheer scope of the number of deleted messages, because I saw that WhatsApp has a statistics area where you can go to for the app that shows you how many total messages have been sent or received since the last reset of the app, and she had deleted over 10,000 messages during that time.
Over what period of time?
I'm assuming during, so the thread was created on June 4th, and I'm not sure when. She said that the affair started after the South Africa trip, is what she admitted to me. So it was either over 3 months or 6 months.
And you just start doing some
but it's like 50 to 100 or like 60 to 120 messages a day. If it's averaged throughout the whole day, and then 19 hours of phone and video calls too.
Okay. This is probably a dumb question, but did that make you feel better or worse about the situation?
No, it made me feel worse, and I was just feeling worse about the whole situation overall, because it takes some time to kind of process all the emotions involved with it and realize all the implications of this. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
I was getting worse definitely in December.
The new information that you discovered, did you discuss it with her or try to?
I tried.
And how did that go?
She really wouldn't engage about anything with the affair. She kept saying like, stop asking me questions, it feels like you're asking me 21 questions, like things like that.
After this new information, and now it's kind of seems like it's regressing her attitude, did you ever ask her to move out in December again?
I did. Okay. Yeah.
Tell us how many times?
2 times.
And what happened?
So the first time was around the middle of the month, I just told her, like, you're not doing what you said you were going to do, which is to take accountability for your actions and to basically do whatever it takes to heal the marriage. At that point in time, she became very apologetic and said, "I'm so sorry. Like, you're right. Like, I'll do all those things." But again, that didn't last, and so.
Was there a second time?
The second time was, and I remember the date because we had our first couples therapy session was scheduled for December 27th, and December 26th we got into a big argument about the same thing, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, and.
Did you ask her to move out?
Yeah, so I asked her, to move out, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night.
Okay. And again, okay, so when you would bring up moving out, then she would say, okay, I'm sorry, and then she would say she would recommit.
On the 26th, nothing was resolved that night. We just kind of got in a big argument, and I left and went to go sleep on the couch.
Now, were you having, again, probably a dumb question, but were you having a hard time with all of this?
Yes.
Could we pull up State's Exhibit S-105 that's in evidence, please, Mr. Dirks? Did you turn to any sources to try and help yourself get some advice, get some healing? We talked about the audiobooks. There was this exhibit about Reddit as one after infidelity. What is that about? Were you looking at this? And tell the jury why, if you were.
Yeah, no, it's just a thread about people that are struggling with, finding out their spouses had cheated, basically,
okay.
and advice and also just kind of sharing stories so you feel like you're not alone.
Were you trying to get to a point where you could feel okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, you didn't rush straight to get out of here, I don't want to see you again, kick you out of the house.
No, not at all.
Okay. But it was hard. Was it hard?
It was extremely hard. And
but you were the audiobooks, Reddit, you were trying to get to a good place, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. By the way, there was this mention about the word Darvo the other day by Inuma. What is, did it come up on the Reddit thread?
It did.
And what is that about?
And I don't remember the acronym, but basically it was, I came across it, and it's basically something that quite often happens, and so basically, the person that got caught having the affair, sometimes in the weeks after, they would try to turn the tide. So they would try to kind of take the spotlight off of them and move it to the other person, and basically say like, wow, but you did this and this, Okay. And so it's a fairly common thing that people try to do to just try to deflect.
Defensive. I think it was like attack. I forget what, but basically, there was actually a term for it.
Yeah.
And from what you read, it's when the person who did the cheating tries to deflect and kind of turn it back on you.
Exactly.
Did that resonate with you when you learned about that term, Darvo?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because that's what she was doing. So throughout December, it just felt like she was, minimizing what she had done, and then she started bringing up all these things about our relationship, other things.
Okay, and I'm going to get to that. The audiobooks, can we pull up Exhibit D-126, please? Did you both listen to an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair? Or How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair? See that?
Yes.
And these are text messages between...
I'm sorry, what exhibit is this?
Sorry. D-126. I believe it's in evidence.
It is not.
It is not. 1 second.
Take it down.
I apologize. So I did ask her about it. There was text messages between the two of you guys about an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that a audiobook you both listen to in your efforts to try and get to a better place?
Yes. Okay. I know I listened to it, and she told me she did.
Now, you heard her testify that she told the detective that her interactions with Mr. Miller were some flirty texts. From what you saw back then and discovered, was that an accurate description of the extent of her relationship with Mr. Miller?
Not at all.
Proper impeachment. No, overall. Prior inconsistent. Understand. Overall.
Let me ask that again. You had conversations with Ariel where she admitted to the affair, yes?
Yes.
You saw the communications that she had with Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
There was all this stuff you just talked about. You heard her say that when the detective asked her about it, she said there was no affair, and she described it as flirty text. From everything that you learned about this situation, was that an accurate description of what was going on between her and Mr. Miller?
No.
Calls for opinion. Sustained. That's not stricken.
Isn't that? I'm sorry, I apologize. That's not the same question I asked a second ago?
No.
Okay, let me think of what that last question was then. From what you, let me ask you this. I apologize. Let me ask you this way. From everything that you learned and you knew, was her relationship with Mr. Miller, can it accurately be described as just some flirty text?
No.
Objection. Sustained.
From what everything you learned and knew, was all that was going on between them flirty texts?
Objection. Same objection. Slightly different question. Overruled.
No.
Mr. Otake, whenever there's a convenient break, we'll take our after.
I think we're almost to a good place.
You just let me know.
Yeah, maybe 5-10 more minutes. Okay, if everyone's okay with that. Anybody? Okay. Okay. You know, we just talked about the audiobooks. Did she also admit in text messages to you that she had an affair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, do you guys start counseling?
Yes.
And what did you want counseling to be about?
About the affair.
Okay. And what did counseling turn into?
Mostly other things in our relationship.
Okay.
Also a little bit about the affair, but mostly other things in the relationship.
This might be a good time for a break.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute recess. Ms. McCallum will come get you at 2:40. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All right.
You and Ariel were kind of reading to get, bouncing off each other, learning from. Did you guys text each other about it?
Yes.
And can you just look through this text and look through this document and let me know, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages you guys are having back then related to some of the audiobooks you were listening to?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 126.
Mr. Carter. No objection. Words are marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D-126 is received as evidence.
Mr. Dirks, could we please now publish the first page? Okay. So if we can blow up this top part here, how to help this one here, Mr. Dirks, please? Yeah. So one of the books that she was willing to listen to was called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, yes?
Yes.
All right, we can take that down. I was asking you about if she admitted to you in text message about a secret affair. May I approach with 125? Huh? Yeah, there it is. May I approach her?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to just quickly thumb through that and get a quick look at it. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages between the two of you on December 9th about the affair?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to amendment 125.
Mr. Carter. No objection. Word has been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D-125 is received as evidence.
Can we, Mr. Dirks, publish it starting on the second page for now? Okay, can we blow up the top part? Just that first message, okay? So this, Gerard, was this a message that you sent her?
Yes.
You engaged and continued an elaborate secret affair instead of coming to me and asking to work on our relationship. And can we take that down? And then at the bottom there, Mr. Durst, can we blow up the response? And did she respond to you? If anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. Is that what she texted you back?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Now, Gerhard, you mentioned starting counseling and how it was kind of, about the affair, but kind of turned out to be more about other things in your relationship. There was evidence the other day about this recording device. Did you purchase this audio recording device?
I did.
And why did you do it?
So, what was going on, some of what was going on in December, and it kind of came to a head on that morning, right before our first counseling session, is that she said that, basically she's so upset about other things going on in the relationship that she wasn't sure if she wanted to stay with me, and that, and then she kind of blurted out that Gianna thinks I'm a monster, and she had talked to her mom, and her mom also agrees that this isn't a big deal. And so I was really concerned and suspicious that she was basically lying to them and telling them a completely different version of what was going on in our relationship, and then also what the affair entailed.
Okay. And so the audio device was what?
So I was like, I have to catch her in a lie, basically. And so it was me like thinking like kind of like an engineer. How do I fix this? And I was like, I fix it by getting more evidence. And so so I bought that in the hopes of basically. So I was going to use it to record conversations that we would have, and then the two of us. And then if things weren't moving in the right direction, I can be like, listen, this is what you said. Listen, like this is what she's telling me, because if she's telling a different story to her mom Judy and to Gianna, then I could basically catch her in a lie.
Did you end up actually using it?
I tested it and figured out how to use it, and never actually used it for that purpose. We ended up not ever talking about the affair at home, and that was kind of one of the other things that she was able to do through therapy, is that we were not allowed to discuss the affair at home anymore.
Okay. And back at that time, were your head was kind of just spinning, and were you just trying to figure out how to get through it?
Yes.
Okay. So you start counseling, and you mentioned that you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore. And were you talking about it much at counseling? A little bit. So the counselor that we went to on Maui, the first couples counselor, was fantastic, and it was in-person counseling, and she really listened to us both, and made us both feel hopeful, because she basically said, like, this isn't the end of the world, everything that I'm hearing, and as long as you guys are both committed to making this work, like, this is, we're going to get to a better place at the end of this. And so it felt very, very hopeful in that sense. Okay.
But the counseling sessions themselves were focused on other things, and then also on like general kind of relationship building things.
All right. So heading
in those first
now, into February, heading towards March. Overall, how after you guys are in counseling for a little bit, and overall, how were things going?
Good, actually. I mean, I felt really hopeful, and in kind of hindsight, I would describe it as taking Tylenol when you're sick, right? It makes you feel better. It's not actually addressing the illness. It's not actually, you're not doing anything about the disease itself, but it felt better because we were learning, communication techniques. We were doing a bunch of exercises to kind of define what we wanted our relationship to be like at the end of this, and things like that.
And you you mentioned not talking too much about the affair at home.
Yeah, and so we weren't allowed to talk about the affair at home either, so it kind of made home life easier,
okay.
In that sense too.
Let me ask you this, heading into March, were you still committed to trying to make this work?
Yes.
Heading into March, were you still hoping that you guys could work through it?
Yeah.
So now we're into March, and as we've learned, Ariel's birthday is in March. The trip to Oahu, how did it come up?
I I have to schedule my vacation basically 1 year in advance. So we plan vacation as a group, and we have to cover a bunch of different sites and stuff. And so we have like a vacation lottery like a year in advance. And so I had the week off of her birthday already.
Oh, you had scheduled from before? You'd scheduled your vacation around her birthday?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I had the week off for her birthday. That's one of the weeks that I had gotten off, and I always do that. I try to get her birthday off and my birthday off and things like that. So I asked her, what do you want to do? And she said, well, we don't have to do anything, but I've never been to Oahu. I would like to go Oahu at some point. It doesn't have to be this trip, but
okay, let me stop you there. So the concept of going on a staycation to Oahu was first floated by who?
By her.
Okay, but to be fair, she said, "Well, we don't need to do it. I don't know if it's the right time." And what did you say in response to that?
I said, I mean, there's no reason not to. I have the time off, and she could take the time off. And
did you think it would be a healthy thing for you guys to do, given everything you've just been through the last couple of months?
Yeah, I thought it was great. We had just been to California for a week with the kids, and that went really well. And so we had taken like a nice family trip, and it just seemed like it would be nice to take a couple's weekend away.
Had you forgotten about the affair and Mr. Miller or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay, but you were still hopeful and working towards a better place.
Yes.
And you thought the trip might be a good part of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So she brings it up. She says maybe it doesn't have to be now, but you say, no, let's do it. And do you start to plan the trip?
Yeah, I do.
What day were you guys going to get to Oahu?
Sunday.
And what airline were you going to? Well, you flew over on an airline, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From the Maui airport?
Yeah, I can't remember which airline.
Okay. But from the Maui airport?
Yeah, from Maui to Oahu.
Did you and Ariel check bags or carry on?
Just carry on.
Did you go through the TSA checkpoint with her and your carry-on bags?
Yes.
Were there any problems going through the TSA checkpoint?
Not at all. No, the bags weren't searched or anything.
You land on Oahu on Sunday now, I think you said?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. What was planned for the first day?
The first day, we were going to do like a couples spa therapy, like a couples massage at the hotel.
Okay.
And then just walk around Waikiki and shop and just kind of explore Waikiki.
And was that what you guys did?
Yes.
And how'd it go?
It went great. Okay. Yeah.
1 second, Your Honor. This is 172. Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 172?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you this here hard. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
It's a photo of us at the hotel.
Okay, on the day, at the top it says March 23rd. Does this look like it was the day you guys got there?
Yeah, this is right after we got there.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you guys looked that day you got there?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I please move into evidence Defense 172?
Mr. Barner. No objection. Was it marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 172 is received into evidence?
Could we please publish? Okay. Could we zoom in on the photo, Mr. Darks, please? Okay. So this is the day before March 24th, right?
Yes.
You guys had a good day? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you plan this trip on Oahu to try and kill your wife?
No.
Okay. Were you trying to do something nice for her birthday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Let me also approach, please, or may I please approach with Exhibit D 173. This is okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you this. What is that a photograph of?
That's a photo of us in the hotel room.
Okay. On the 23rd of March.
Yes.
Is a fair and accurate depiction of how you guys looked the day before this incident?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move to admit D 173.
Mr. Barner. No objection. Was the marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D173 is received into evidence.
May we please publish?
Yes.
Okay. Let's zoom in again. Is this the hotel room you guys are in?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the day before the hike, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that now. Did you go to dinner the first night?
Yes.
Second day you guys are going to be there. Were you planning on going on a hike?
Yes.
And why? Why a hike? How did that come up? Tell us about that. Is that something you guys would do often? Tell the jury about that, hiking.
Yeah, so we would hike often, and we would travel often too. So we pretty much wherever we went, we typically would hike at some point during the trip. And we weren't like crazy campers or anything like that, so we wouldn't do like a bunch of overnight things, but we like to do hikes. And she also wanted to see Oahu, and so I was looking for hikes that we could do that would kind of show the island.
Okay. And I'll get back to the particular hike and why you chose that one. But did Ariel enjoy hiking?
Yes.
Something you guys did all the time?
All the time.
Okay. I believe D156 is in evidence. May I publish D156, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. Can we zoom in on that photo? So is that
Yeah, that's at Iao on Maui.
Okay. And that's a hike
It's like a secret hike behind the Iao monument that you can do if you know where it is.
some steep cliffs here and there?
A lot of them, yeah.
Okay. All right, we can take that down. You know, there was testimony about how the hikes that day on the Palipuka Trail, it made her feel uncomfortable, Ariel. Had you guys been on hikes or activities before with equal or greater heights and cliffs?
Definitely.
Did you guys ever go bungee jumping?
We did.
Okay. Tell the jury about that, where that was and what that was like.
Yeah, so we got engaged in South Africa. We did a 2-week trip there and met a lot of my family and friends and did a lot of sightseeing and got engaged. And as part of that trip,
was the bungee jumping?
We went bungee jumping.
Yeah. Off of what?
It's called Blokran's Bridge. It's a bridge that spans a beautiful canyon in South Africa, and it's a 700-foot bungee jump. It's one of the tallest bungee jumps, one of the tallest commercial bungee jumps in the world.
And Ariel did that?
Yes.
Okay. Could we please also pull up Exhibit D149? That's already in evidence. Let's let the clerk confirm it.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Would you guys go zip lining? Or
Yes.
have you gone zip lining?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Costa Rica.
That's in Costa Rica? Costa Rica?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. In your entire relationship, when you know there were, whether it be bungee jumping, the hikes with steep cliffs, zip lining, had she ever expressed any concern about hikes before?
We are both very cautious people. And we stay safe, and so we don't end up going close to the edge. Our friend Gianna likes to go and pose for crazy pictures, and we didn't pose for the super crazy pictures, but we would always do the hikes and without any concern.
Okay. Even ones with steep drop-offs.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Now, there was testimony from Detective E. Numa about some of the searches you did on hikes. And first of all, there was some searches in there about Maui hikes. Why were you searching hikes about Maui in that early March time period?
I was looking for hikes on Oahu, and then while I was looking at hikes, I just started kind of looking at hikes that I had meant to look up in Maui too. We hiked a lot on Maui, and we had done all of the kind of the ones that are easier to find out about, and so we were talking to a bunch of people that are from Maui and getting recommendations for hikes. And so when I was looking up hikes, I was looking up some of the Maui hikes as well. I also looked up some hikes on Kauai that I'd heard about that I wanted to do in the future.
Did you also hike with Emil?
All the time.
Okay. On Maui?
On Maui, yeah. He loved hiking and jumping off waterfalls.
Okay. So you do the research. Do you come across the Palipuka hike?
Yes.
And what did you learn about it, and why did you choose that one? What were the things that made you choose that one over the other ones that you researched?
It it just seemed like a really cool spot that you end up in, where there's this hole in the mountain you can look through and take pictures. The hike itself seemed fun because it provided a bunch of great views, but it was also kind of close to Waikiki, and it wasn't too long of a hike.
Why did it matter if it was really long or not?
We didn't want to spend the whole day out, so we were only going to be here from Sunday to Tuesday, and so Monday was our only the only day that we were here the whole day, and we wanted to hang out by the pool for
So
part
was
of
the
the
plan,
day.
go on this kind of shorter hike and then go hang out at the pool the rest of the day?
Yeah.
Did you also make a dinner reservation at
Yes.
Set?
Yes.
For that night?
Yes.
Did you explain to Ari ahead of time that you had found this Palipuka hike?
Yes.
Did you tell her a little bit about it?
Yeah.
Did she object to it in any way?
No, not at all. She sounded excited.
Excuse me?
She sounded excited.
Okay, second day. Now, you said the plan was short hike, spend some time at the pool, go to dinner. Let's talk about that day. So that was that her birthday, we've heard?
Yes.
So you guys wake up, and already in evidence is State's Exhibit 133. May we publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give her a birthday card that day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're not going to read the whole thing, but did you mean the words you wrote in there?
I did.
Okay. We can take that down. Did you also get her a birthday present?
I did.
What did you get her?
It was a necklace, like a Koa wood silver necklace.
Okay. You wake up, what do you do before heading out to the hike?
We had breakfast at the hotel, and then next door to the hotel was a bakery where we got some coffee and some pastries.
Okay. May I approach with D175?
Yes.
What is this a photo of? Well, do you recognize it?
Oh, that's Ari at breakfast at the hotel.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how she appeared on the day before you left for the hike?
Yes.
All right. Could we please admit D175 into evidence?
Mr. Carter. No objection. What has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D175 is received into evidence.
Can we please publish? Okay. So this is a photo from that morning before the hike?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, as you're, were you going to drive to the hike?
Yeah, we had a rental car.
Now, did you receive an email that morning that you shared with Ariel before the hike dealing with life insurance?
Yes.
So, first of all, let me ask you, let's back up a little bit. You talked about January, February, and you guys kind of get to this place where you're in counseling, and you guys decide you're going to be together, and you're working on it. Did there come a time when part of what you did during that time was assess the life insurance situation of you and Ariel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
And really, it was pulling the trigger on life insurance. So I used to have life insurance in Pittsburgh through my employer, and didn't have life insurance when we moved to Maui, and it was always on the to-do list, and just got busy with life and other things. Originally looked into it the previous year, but never went so far as to contact the life insurance agent and actually go through with it. And in January, we were kind of working on big picture relationship things, and I was like, oh shoot, we still have to get life insurance. And so I talked to Ari, and we both applied for life insurance at the same time at the end of
Did
January.
you get the same amount?
No.
Why not?
The idea was that if one spouse would die, the other one would be able to continue on and live in the same house. And so it was, since I made significantly more money than she did, it was basically enough money that she could pay off the house if I would die.
So what was the plan in terms of the amount you were trying to get on your life for her?
$1.5 million.
Okay. And then when you guys did the analysis of what, if something happened to her, you would still have your salary to pay for the house and whatnot.
That's right.
So what was the amount that was decided for her?
$250,000.
Okay. And the $1.5 million that you were trying to get on your life, was she the beneficiary?
Yes.
Okay. And vice versa?
Yes.
Okay. So 250 if something happened to her, but 1.5 million to her if something happened to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when you went about securing the 1.5 million on your life for her, did it happen in two parts?
It did.
And so the first part was for how much?
1 million.
And when did that roughly get approved in relation to March 24th?
A few weeks before.
Okay. The morning of March 24th, did you receive an email about the other 500?
Yes.
And what was the email?
That policy had gone through, and I needed to DocuSign the final document to make it effective.
And did you DocuSign it that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, can I approach with D116?
Yes.
Dr. Corney, I'm showing you D116. I want you to look at it, and there's a lot of pages to it, but just the first page. Like, tell me what is D116?
This is the email from AAA Life that is asking me to DocuSign the policy.
Okay. And what date and time did you receive? Well,
I received it on Monday, March 24th at Monday, March 24th, 2025 at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the email and attachments you received on the morning of the hike?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask to move it into evidence.
Mr. Cornyn? No objection. What has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D116 is received into evidence.
Could we please publish the first page, Mr. Dirks? Okay. So let's look at this, okay? So, Gerhard, at the top it says, please DocuSign. It has your name. It has the AAA life insurance. I guess that's AAA. Is that who you did?
Yes.
Is that who you got your life insurance from?
Yes.
And the date there is March 24th, 8:02. Is that right?
That's right.
And this was for the extra 500 you were adding on to the million of life insurance you got for her a few weeks before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss this additional 500 that went through with Ms. Koenig, and that the email came in and you DocuSigned? Did you tell her about that before the hike on March 24th, 2025?
I did, because we were in the parking lot after the coffee shop, and I was on my phone. I was like, oh, you know what, my, the last of my life insurance just went through. They're asking me to DocuSign it, and so I was doing that.
All right, we can take that down.
Just want to let her know that I'm not like just texting or something, like, because we were out together.
Okay. So you were telling her what it was that you were looking at.
You're nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so, from that point on, if something happened to you and in an accident or whatnot, she would get $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
You guys drive up to the Poly Lookout after that?
Yes.
You get to the parking lot. Was it crowded when you got there?
It was.
Did you guys go? What did you guys do first after you parked?
We went to go. Actually, I think she went to the restroom first.
And the porta potty?
No, there's a bathroom.
Okay.
At the Lookout.
Okay.
And then we went to the Lookout.
You went to the Lookout. Now, Ms. Koenig testified about this thing about how it looked like there were hikers trying to find a trailhead, and then you said, oh, wait, we want to be alone. Did that happen?
No.
How hard is it to find a trailhead?
It's not hard if you know where it is. It's not marked with a sign or anything, but it's right behind the bright blue porta potties, and there's a permanent rock wall, and it's like rock, like kind of almost like an altar right there. So if you know what to look for, it's really easy to find.
After looking at the Lookout, did you guys start the hike?
Yes.
You head up the trail, and as you're heading up the trail, did you guys stop and take any photos?
Yes.
Okay, and can we, I believe S-131 is in evidence. Can we publish it? Let's just let the court confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so is this a photo that was on right after you, kind of shortly before you, right when you started the hike? It was.
Yes. And
who posted that?
Avery did.
Okay. Okay, let's take that down. Now, you're continuing on the hike. What happens at some point? Well, did something happen that led to an argument?
Yes.
tell the jury what happened that led to an argument. Well, first of all, how far up into the hike was it?
Not very far, just like 5 minutes. Like after about 5 minutes of hiking, you get to a part where it flattens out a bit, and the edge isn't, like the cliffside isn't open, but there's a couple of spots where you can get to the cliffside if you wanted to. So we're kind of still in that area, the same area that picture was taken.
Okay.
And Aries says, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something. I'm working on this project with Jeff Miller, and I'm going to need to travel with him again, and I need you to be okay with that. Is that okay?"
And so she was kind of telling you like, hey, there's just things at work going on. I need you to be okay with this. And asking you to trust her.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you mentioned you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore because of counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you guys weren't talking about it in counseling a lot at that time?
We hadn't gotten to that kind of the core of it yet.
So she brings this up. What is your reaction to it?
I'm very surprised, yeah.
Okay. Were you upset and angry?
I wasn't angry. I was surprised and upset, and I told her no. Like I'm not okay with that. And not only am I not okay with that, like I'm never going to be okay with that. Like we haven't dealt with that part. Like the only reason why I was okay with her still even working there is because we had placed these limits on their communication. But in my mind, like she still needed at some point to quit her job, and this was only put on hold while we were trying to deal with all these other things. She basically said like, well, I can't quit my job right now because I don't even know if I want to stay with you. So we were dealing with like the issues that she brought up first, but it's not like any of the affair had been resolved at all. Like it had just kind of been put on hold. And so
how did you feel that she would even think that this would even be okay?
Yeah, I mean it made me realize that we were just not on the same page at all in terms of like here I am just kind of like sublimating my feelings and focusing on her hurt and waiting patiently for her to do the same to me, and this made me feel like she wasn't intending on doing that ever.
So what did you say back to her? Were you guys kind of arguing about it?
Yeah, we were for sure arguing.
Okay, and then so what did you say anything to her?
I just said
out?
Yeah, I said like I need you to move out. Like this has gone far enough. I need you to move out, and I'm going to tell people why you're moving out, and I'm going to show them what you did, because like unless you face this and unless you take full accountability for this, like we're never going to get through this.
So and that was like after you guys have been kind of arguing for a while about. I mean, an argument starts. You guys are arguing. You're telling her no. You're telling her all these things.
Yeah, I mean the argument developed more slowly than what just happened, and there was other things said too. But that's
how it culminated with you telling her, well, if that's the case, if that's how you feel, you got to move on.
Yes.
Okay. What did she say anything to you about her mom and Gianna?
She did. So like earlier in the conversation, she'd be like, "Well, what if my mom chaperones my work trips with him?" And I was like, "No, like I'm still not okay with that. Like that's not a long-term viable solution." And then later in the argument, when things kind of got heated, she was like, well, "Actually, my mom just said that she'll chaperone the trip, and she thinks Jeff is interesting and can't wait to meet him." And I'm like, "You're obviously telling them a whole different version of what happened than me."
So in the argument, in her effort to say for you to be okay with it and go on the trip, she said, "Well, what if my mom chaperones me?"
Yes.
Okay. After it comes to this point in the argument where you say, "Well, you know what, you got to move out there. I'm going to tell everybody what you did." I mean, it was a pretty. It got to kind of it was not a good conversation. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do next?
I stomped off. I just stomped off up the trail, and this was a point where we were both really kind of just upset with each other, and I went one way and she went the other way.
How far up did you go?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Why did you turn around?
I was kind of at a loss of not kind of a loss. I was, I just didn't want to be there. Like.
Did it make sense for you to keep going on this hike?
No, I like 5 to 10 minutes in, I was like realizing kind of where I was, and I was like, I don't want to be here. I want to go home and like start dealing with what we need to deal with. I don't want to, I got to the point where it opens up and it's like these beautiful views, and I'm like there by myself and upset, and I was like, I don't want to be on this hike by myself, upset, and I don't want to do this hike. I'm going to come back and do this hike at a different time when I'm happy. I was really looking forward to doing the hike.
When you headed back down, were you expecting Ariel to be where you had left her?
No.
And where were you expecting her to be?
I thought she went to the car because I saw her head down the trail.
And there was testimony that when you said when you got there, you said, "Oh, you're still here." Did you say that to her?
Yes.
And is that because you assumed she had gone back to the parking lot?
Yes.
How far away from the parking lot were you guys when this argument started?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Or less, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Now you get back. What is her demeanor and behavior like now?
Like a 180 reversal, basically. So she was like extremely apologetic, and said, basically, I'm so sorry. You're right. Like, I need to take accountability and like, let's just, not ruin the day. I don't want to ruin the day. I don't want to ruin our trip. And let's keep talking about this in therapy. Okay. And she said, like, I won't travel with Jeff.
Did you guys end up taking a selfie?
Yeah. First she was like, again, like almost manic, like super happy, and was trying to basically, get me to be in a better mood. And she was like, I'm gonna climb this tree, take pictures of me in this tree. And so she handed me her phone, and I took some pictures of her in the tree. And then after that, she said, let's take a selfie by the cliff's edge.
That was her idea?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys take one?
We did.
And what happened after that?
Right after the selfie, I just remember kind of staying at the edge there and looking over the edge and just kind of still in thought about everything that had just happened and what's going on. And then I felt like a shove, and I was almost pushed over the edge.
Okay. You felt a shove. Okay. Who shoved you?
Ari did.
What did you do right after that?
Barely caught myself and turned around and looked at her and was like, "What the fuck was that?" Like,
okay. Turned around and it was like, what, like, was like kind of in shock, like, what the fuck was that?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you move towards her?
Yeah, I did. I was like, just asking her, like, what was that, and started walking towards her, because at this point she was like 5 or 10 feet away from me.
Okay. So you walk towards her, and you mentioned when you're walking towards her, where were your hands?
Out.
Okay. Now, did you get close to her?
Yes, eventually. Yeah. Well,
and by the way, when you start walking towards her, is she saying anything?
Not initially. When I turn around and I'm asking her, like, what the hell's, what the fuck just happened and what's going on, and as I'm starting to walk towards her, she starts yelling.
She starts yelling.
Yeah, help me, help me.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then I just keep walking to her, like, what are you doing?
Were you telling her, like, why are you screaming?
Yeah, what are you doing? And I get to her and I'm like, touching her, just putting my hands on her arms, and I was like, what are you doing? What's going on?
What happens then?
She keeps yelling, and she kind of grabs my wrists and throws herself on the ground and pulls me down with her.
So now you guys are on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. When you're on the ground, what starts to happen?
She's holding on to me, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I'm also at this point trying to let go of, like, trying to get free, because she's like actively holding on to me. Like, she has her leg like wrapped around one of my legs and like is actively holding on to me and is yelling. And so I'm trying to, get free, and I get my one arm free, and I try to use it to get my other arm free, and she grabs me by the testicles. And
okay. Let me stop you there. Did you ever, in the course of this whole thing you described so far, ever try to pull her towards, push her off, or drag her towards the cliff's edge?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you guys you're on the ground. She's kind of holding on to you. You guys are. Would you just kind of like a scuffle going on?
Yes.
Okay. And her legs wrapped around you.
Yes.
You mentioned we got right up to the point where you said she grabbed your testicles. Is that right?
Yes.
How hard did she grab it?
I mean, this was, yeah, like,
Pretty hard.
she, like, was holding on to me by my testicles, basically, like, that hard.
Okay. Did she grab it and let go, or did she grab it and hold on?
She grabbed it and held on.
Now, what happens after she does that?
Then I try to free my testicles, and so I'm, like, thrashing with and I get both hands free, and I'm trying to get her to let go of my testicles, and then she hits me with a rock on the side of the face.
Okay. So she's holding on to your testicles. You're kind of focused on that, obviously, and then at some point while you're focused on that, you
and it happened all really fast.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, I'm glad you raised that up. Was this like happening slowly, where you had
it
time
all
to-
happened within, like, I mean, probably less than a minute, maybe
quickly,
slightly more than a minute, but I mean, 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, but you weren't timing it.
From the moment that, like, we were on the ground and she was grabbing my testicles, was like
it happened quickly.
Everything after the grabbing of the testicles happened very quickly.
Okay. And you weren't timing it or anything.
No.
This is just your estimate. Okay. So now she's holding on to you. She's squeezing your testicles, and you kind of dealing with that. And she's on the ground, and you're kind of on top of her.
Yes.
Okay. And you said then you felt you got hit with the rock.
Yes.
Where'd you get hit?
On the left side of my face.
How many times?
She kept doing it. The first blow she landed really well, and after that I was able to block fairly well. She did, like, land a couple more, but not as bad as the first one.
So she still got your testicles?
Yeah. So she's, like, holding my testicle and just, like, hitting me like this.
And now do you stop dealing with your testicles?
Just focused on the rock at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it hurt when you got hit with the rock?
It did.
Could we publish what's in evidence as Exhibit D30, Your Honor? Yes. Okay. Okay. Gerhard, is this where you got hit with the rock?
Yes.
Is that the area?
Yes.
All right. We can take that down. Now, you get hit with the rock. Explain to the jury what happens next and why.
I was able to wrestle the rock out of her hand.
Does she still have your testicles?
Yes.
Still squeezing them?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was able to, like, so we're like, she's hitting me and I'm, like, blocking, and then I start, like, and I get her
Is there a
wrist.
scuffle over the rock?
Yes.
Is it near her face?
Yes. I mean, it's
And then what
right-
happens?
And I finally get the rock.
What'd you do?
I hit her with the rock.
How many times do you think you hit her?
I hit her 2 times.
And when you did, was she still holding on to your testicles?
Yes.
At least initially?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you hit her? Why did you react that way?
Just on instinct to defend myself.
Okay. How fast was this all happening? Pretty fast?
Really fast.
Okay. In between when she hit you with the rock and in between the time she hit you with the rock and when you hit her with the rock, were you able to safely retreat and get away from her?
No.
Okay. Why not?
She was holding on to me.
Including your testicles?
Yes.
Did you hit her in the face or the eye with the rock?
No.
Where you said 2 times, where did you hit her?
On the side of the head.
Okay. So we've seen these photos of the stellate laceration. You caused that by hitting her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue to hit her after those 2 hits?
No.
And why not?
Because she stopped fighting. She let go of my testicles, and I was
Okay.
able to stand up.
And then you stopped.
Yes.
there was testimony about the two witnesses. Did you stop hitting her because the witnesses showed up?
No, I didn't know that they were there until after I stood up.
Okay. Did you see blood?
Yes.
Was there a lot of blood?
There was a lot of blood.
Did you see her kind of scoot down towards the witnesses?
Yes.
Did you try to stop her in any way?
No.
You let her get to them?
Yes.
Did you hear her yelling to the witnesses, he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
Gerard, did you have any syringes on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to poke her or stab her with any syringes?
No.
Okay. Now, Gerhard, she scoots away. She's now with the two witnesses. You see a lot of blood. What do you physically do next?
I'm just in a daze, and I just kind of watch her crawl away and then leave with the other two hikers.
Okay, she got the hikers. What do you do next? Was her bag and your bag there?
Yeah, so I just kind of reflexively gathered up all of our stuff, and then I start walking up the trail.
Let me ask you this. At this point, immediately following what just happened, you saw, you guys had this scuffle. You saw a lot of blood. What was your state of mind and emotional state like right now, right at this point that we're at?
Severe emotional distress.
How did you feel at that time about the fact that you had responded and defended
Horrible.
yourself? Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
How did you feel about the fact that even though you say it was, you were defending yourself, how did you feel about that she was bleeding?
I felt horrible.
Okay. Did you ever plan on hurting her that day?
No.
Did you ever want to hurt her that day?
No.
Okay. You reacted to defend yourself in the heat of that moment. You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. But did you still feel bad about it?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were in some kind of extreme emotional distress, I think you said. Okay.
Yes.
Did you become, at some point after that, suicidal?
Yes.
Why? Tell the jury why. To the best of your understanding.
I just felt hopeless at that point in terms of everything. Like I felt horrified about what I did to her, that I caused this to her, that I had resorted to violence against my wife, the person who I loved the most in the world, and just kind of felt hopeless in terms of our relationship too.
Okay. And that being said, I mean, in that moment, were you defending yourself when you reacted that way?
Yes.
Cumulative. No, over.
Yes.
What did you do next? Now you're heading up the hill. What do you do next?
I just kind of kept walking up and kind of got to the same place that I had made it the last time, where the trail opens up and you're finally on the ridge, and
were you thinking about jumping?
I'd already decided. I decided to jump, and kind of last second was made the decision to call a meal just to say goodbye.
Okay. So this incident happens. You talked about the emotional state you were in. Did you believe your marriage was over?
Yes.
Did you believe, you heard her yelling to the other people that he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
You saw how bloody she was?
Yes.
Did you believe that your career could be over?
Yes.
Okay. Did you you became suicidal? Who's the one person in the world you wanted to call?
My son, Emil.
Before you jumped?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in a good state of mind when you made that call?
No.
How do you feel about the fact that you put him in that position and made that call to him?
so many feelings because he saved my life that day.
Also, convinced you not to jump?
He saved my life that day, but I put him in this position where he is now, where he thinks I tried to kill her. And for the last year, he's thought that. And
We heard him yesterday only refer to you as the defendant and not as dad.
yes.
Do you blame him? Sorry, one second. You take a break.
No, I don't blame him. I had such good intentions of calling him, but
in the sense that you wanted to say goodbye.
Yeah, I wanted to just say goodbye and tell him how he's an amazing person and he should live his life to the fullest. And
okay. Okay. Let me stop you there. Okay. Let's talk a little more specifics about the call. Okay. First of all, where were you when you faced? Well, was it a FaceTime?
It was FaceTime, yes.
Okay. Where were you when you did this FaceTime call?
It was in a spot where the trail wasn't right next to the cliff edge, because the cliff edge at that point wasn't really an edge. It was like a 10-foot kind of sloped part, and then the edge. And so I was basically between the cliff edge and the trail, kind of hanging on to the side of the mountain.
Was it a pretty kind of steepish area?
Yeah, very steep.
And were you kind of like on the side of the mountain?
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And so just to be clear, the place you FaceTimed him from, was that the place that the incident took place?
No.
Okay. On the FaceTime, would it have looked like you were on kind of the edge of a mountain?
Yes.
Were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
I mean, like holding it where he could see your face?
Yes.
Now,
and I showed him the view and where I was. Like,
there was testimony from police officers that it was a windy day and notoriously windy area. Do you recall it being pretty windy that day?
It was windy, yeah, up there.
So you're on the side of a cliff, mountain. You have him on speaker on FaceTime. It's windy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You were extremely emotional at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the context of this phone call, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Ariel you were calling him to say goodbye, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was your purpose to explain to him every last detail of what happened?
No.
Okay. But you did tell him several things, right?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Ariel had been having an affair?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell him that, she got hurt, her head was bleeding?
Yeah, after he asked about the blood on my shirt.
Now, did the word kill come up in the conversation?
It probably did.
What do you recall explaining to him about that?
I don't recall explaining. The one thing I can think of is that I said that she said I tried to kill her.
Okay. So let's back that up.
Yeah.
So you told him that the blood was hers, yes?
Yes.
And you're telling him that you're going to jump.
And yes.
Okay. And did you tell him something about? We're going to get to the part about the police, but you're telling him about how you're going to jump, and you were saying you heard her say to the witnesses, he tried to kill me. Okay. Were you explaining that to Emil?
No. So
what were you saying?
I was talking to myself at the same time too, and I was basically saying because I remember saying wow, this is so hard, because it turns out killing yourself is a hard thing to do once you actually go and do it. Right. And so I was talking to him about saying goodbye and she had an affair and those things, but then I was also kind of talking to myself, and I think I was saying to myself she said I tried to kill her. She said I tried to kill her.
Okay. Were you confessing to him that you were trying to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Were you did you have an intention to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Would you have said it that way? I tried to kill Ari that day.
No.
Okay. But you don't dispute that the word kill probably came up.
No.
Okay. And can you understand how Emil in that conversation could have got that impression?
Yes.
Okay. So what else happens in this first call? What do you mean when you say he tried to convince you not to jump?
He just, and I mean, to his credit, I mean, he just reminded me that I had a choice, basically.
Okay. Reminded me that I have a choice.
Yeah. Because he said, like, you know, do you really have to do this?
After that, he got off the phone with him. Well, he didn't jump, right?
No.
Okay. There was a second call an hour later.
Yes.
And he testified that he was at his Ari's parents' house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that call, did he tell you what he told to Ari's parents?
Yes.
What did he tell you that he told Ari's parents?
He said, well, yeah, he said, I told them that you tried to kill Ari.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
I was like, why would you say that? And then
you didn't mean that in the first call?
Right.
Okay, so you're telling him why
and
did
I
you
didn't.
tell him?
At that point, I was like so confused at why he would say that.
Okay. And then what did you say to him after that?
And I said, I gotta go. I gotta get off the phone.
And did you say to him, because you were going to kill yourself again?
Yes.
Did you say to him?
I said, I never mind. I gotta think about this. I'm probably gonna kill myself.
Okay. Did you say something to him about, I gotta go so the police won't find me?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that? Why were you trying to avoid the police?
I didn't want my choice of killing myself taken away at that time until I had made the decision to either do it or not.
Okay. While you were still deciding if you were going to kill yourself, you didn't want to be seized by the police.
That's correct.
Because once they seize you, you wouldn't be able to kill yourself.
Yes.
Okay. After the second call, what did you do?
I just stayed on the mountain, kind of in the same general area.
Okay. Were you actively moving around, dodging the investigators?
Not really. I moved around a few times, but I mostly just sat and actually like was in and out of sleep most of the day. If like my recollection was that like a couple of hours had passed, and then I realized what time it was,
okay.
And it was getting.
Let me ask you this: there's
dark.
been some talk about Ariel's bag. Did you initially have the bag?
I did.
What'd you do? What happened to the bag?
I honestly don't remember where I left. I must have left it at some point on the mountain.
As you were
during that time.
During that time. Okay. Now, your bag that you had with you.
Yes.
What did you use that bag for?
It's a little crossbody Patagonia bag, and it's the bag that I take to and from work and home every day.
Okay. You mentioned walking to work. Do you walk to work?
Not every day, but often, yes.
And when you do walk to work, you bring that bag?
When I walk to work and when I don't walk to work, too. So this is the bag that I take into the hospital with me, and it has, like, my water bottle for the day, my sunglasses, snacks, paperwork for work.
Okay. You need paperwork and sometimes pens.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Not sometimes pen, always a pen.
Okay.
I that's like the one thing I have to leave in my house with because I'm writing all day long, recording all the cases that I do.
Did you end up taking a SIM card out of your phone?
I did.
How did you remove it?
With a paper clip.
Okay. Now, you end up. You said it seemed like a couple of hours, but obviously it was longer than that.
Yes.
Right? At some point, do you come down off the mountain?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that? Tell the jury why you did that.
I I decided I wasn't going to kill myself, and then I realized that it was going to be dark soon, and so I decided to turn myself in.
Okay. And so you actually came off the mountain when the sun was still out? I mean,
Yes.
when it was still lit?
It was still lit. Yeah, it was still light outside.
And that was to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Because if you didn't want to be caught, what would you have done?
Kept hiding until dark, and
Okay. So you come down, and there was talk about you walking, down the road when the 3 officers got there.
Yes.
And were you trying to flee from them?
No.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. What happens when they pull up to you?
So I was walking down the road, and I was on in the little grassy area between the road and the
one that was on the photograph.
Bushes.
That one was like that little grassy area.
And I heard a car behind me, and I looked, and it was like a minivan, and I just thought it's like tourists coming back from the Poly, and I was like, wow, I can't believe there's still tourists at the Poly. And so I just looked at it briefly, and then kept walking, but then the car stopped kind of opposite me.
Okay. And what happened?
And I saw these 2 huge guys jump out of it, and they're both dressed the same, and I could see a police badge on the one.
Let me
that's
stop you there. So
closer
you
to
knew they
me.
were police?
Yeah, immediately.
Okay, and so what happens then?
They yell, "Please get down on the ground."
What'd you do?
I lay down on the ground, like
Now, what did they do?
on the grass, in the grassy area.
What did they do?
They ran over to me and held me down and struck me several times and handcuffed me.
Okay. Did you fall on your face with the officer falling on you in that transaction or interaction?
No officer fell on me at all during the entire thing, and I did not fall on my face.
Did they hit or punch you in the face?
No.
But they did, as they testify, strike you a couple of times?
Yes.
In where?
And my ribs and like my upper legs, like thighs.
Okay. So after this moment, now you're arrested. Did you have injuries from that whole day?
Yes.
Okay, we talked about the injury to the side of your face.
Yes.
What other injuries did you have after you were arrested?
Just my ribs.
Okay. Did you have any bite marks on your arm?
No.
Did you have any scratch marks on your face or body?
No.
And HPD photographed your injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some additional questions, and we're getting close to the end of my examination, Gerhard. I know it's been a long day. Your work bag on Maui. Well, let me ask you this before I go there. The bag that you had on,
Yes.
on the hike, did you see the big blood stain on the back of your shirt?
Yes.
What was that from?
It's from the bag
Okay,
that I was.
Explain that.
So during the scuffle, my bag, I was holding both bags. I put both bags down to take the selfie, and I had both bags again.
Why did you have her bag?
Because she had given it to me when she was climbing up on
Okay.
the tree. And then
the scuffle happened.
The scuffle happens, and my bag both bags, went flying basically, but my bag must have been right by her head, because after she left, when I picked my bag up, there was a bunch of blood on the back of it.
And then you put the bag on your back, and that's
Yes.
how the blood got on your shirt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your work bag. You're an anesthesiologist, correct?
Yes.
And you, that work bag was always on Maui, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you work in more than one location?
Yes.
And why did you have medications and syringes in that bag?
That's the bag that I use in the operating room every day, and I have medications in it that I use for work. Most of the medications that are in there are used for emergencies when I'm on call.
Okay, let me ask you about that. When you're on call, do you sometimes you're at home and you have to rush in to a different, is it always the same location?
Yes, when we're on call, we're always on call for the hospital. So
Okay.
I work at several locations, but all of the call shifts are for the hospital, really close to my house. And so I can take call from home. Oftentimes I'm in scrubs already, and I have this work bag either right by the door or in the car. That way I can respond directly to either the emergency room or to labor and delivery or to the operating room without having to go to my locker.
Okay. Could we please publish State's Exhibit 94? Your Honor, I believe it's in evidence. One second while you double check.
I believe it is as well.
Okay?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, so testimony was this was in a bag. Just a couple of things. So like, what is this? What is this?
Those are bags of saline. The one on the left is still sealed, and the one on the right has medication in it.
Okay. And this is a stethoscope, is that right?
Yes.
What is this thing up here? This and that?
Oral airways for emergencies and elective surgery.
Okay. These are all stuff that you had at home regularly when you were either on call or depending on where you were going to work.
Yeah, this is everything that's usually in my bag, and it's everything that I would need to respond to different emergencies.
Okay. Could we please also publish State's Exhibit 103 that's also in evidence? Okay, this was also in your bag according to them. Is that your work ID?
Yes.
Okay. The last shift you had before this trip, we can take that down. Where had you been working?
At the hospital.
Okay. Do you remember in what unit?
Labor and delivery.
Okay. So after that shift, would it be normal for you to have that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I keep the bag with me for the entire shift. It's a 24-hour shift. I start at 7 a.m. and I keep going until 7 a.m. the next day. And so when my shift ends, unless I'm actively at the hospital taking care of something there, I'm at home when my shift ends. And so I was at home when my shift ended that day, and that's why I had the bag with me.
Oh, you're at home because you're on call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to this trip to Oahu, did Ariel know about this bag and the fact that you had medication syringes in it?
Absolutely. I've had it at home often.
Okay. Now, just a few last questions. Gerhard. You testified that you reacted to defend yourself when she had hit you with the rock, and it's all happening fast, and she has your testicles, you grab and you hit her, and it was all happening fast. So you were defending yourself in that moment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stop as soon as she stopped?
Yes.
Okay. But you also said you felt horrible about it.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how those things can coexist?
It's I believe in the right to self-defense, right? But I mean, in the moment, it was kind of an impulse. It wasn't like a conscious, like, I'm going to analyze this from like a legal perspective. It was, but yet the result of it was harm to my wife.
Okay. How do you feel about that? That she's got hurt?
Horrible.
You've learned that she is filing for divorce and seeking full custody of your children, yes?
Yes.
Do you want joint custody?
Yes. More than any. That's.
Okay. And there's been testimony that you've been in custody, yes?
Yes.
Have you been able to speak with your two young boys from jail?
No.
Kara, did you have a plan to kill your wife on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to throw her off a cliff?
No.
Did you try to stab her with syringes?
No.
When you hit her with the rock twice, why did you do it?
In self-defense.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Barnard,
Good morning.
Good morning.
On March 24, 2025, you were married to Ariel Quinning, correct, Dr. Quinning?
Yes.
You and Ariel got married in 2018, is that right?
Yes.
You dated for 1 or 2 years before getting married, correct?
Yes.
When you met Ariel, you were working as an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And yesterday you described what anesthesiology is, correct?
Yes.
You used very technical terms, right?
Yes.
Maybe the more plain term is that you are the one who puts people to sleep before an operation, correct?
That's what people typically call it, yes.
It's not actually sleep, right?
It's not actually sleep, right?
But you're the one that essentially puts them out, and then after the operation they wake up again, right?
Yeah. That's
Anesthesiology
part
is
of
a
it.
very specialized field of medicine, correct?
Yes.
You decide...
One second. Could you just pull the mic closer and keep your voice up? So everybody can hear. Thank you.
Okay. You decide how much of each anesthesia drug to give a patient, correct?
Yes.
You give too little of the drug, and it's possible the patient could wake up during the surgery, right?
Yes.
You give too much, and the patient could never wake up at all. Is that right?
That's correct.
Ultimately, you're the one with that control, right?
Yes.
Now, you first became an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, again, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that money is the main reason you moved to Pittsburgh, correct?
No.
Objection misstates his testimony.
Answer stands.
Sorry. You testified that the cost of living in Pittsburgh was very important to you, correct?
Yes.
And money is very important to you, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Your testimony today is that money is not important to you.
Not very important to me.
Not very important. Okay. Now, while you were dating Ariel in Pittsburgh and eventually married to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. She went to graduate school while you guys were in Pittsburgh, correct?
That's right.
And she ended up working in the nuclear engineering field, correct?
She was working in that field when I met her.
And then near the end of 2022, you and Ariel decide to move to Oahu, right?
To Maui.
I'm sorry, Maui. And you moved and you closed on a house at 19 Pu'uehu Place on December 14th, 2022. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was around that time, yeah.
The sale price of that house was $1.5 million, correct?
That's right.
And together you and Ariel had a down payment of $300,000, correct?
That's right.
And when you moved to Maui, you had a job lined up, right?
Yes.
That was at TAMG, correct?
Yes.
And TAMG is a group of anesthesiologists that provide services to all the different hospitals on Maui, correct?
The one hospital and surgery centers and some outpatient clinics.
And actually on the island of Maui, TAMG is the only provider of anesthesia services, correct?
We're the only big group of anesthesiologists. There's some independent anesthesiologists and I believe one CRNA that flies over to sometimes work at a plastic surgery outpatient center.
TAMG is the biggest group in town, right?
Yes.
And because of that, TAMG can set the prices, right?
No. We just went through contract renegotiation with the hospital, and we had to use research, based on salaries across the United States in comparable locations.
And that salary got you to your salary was then end up being between $500,000 and $6,000 per year. $500,000 and $600,000 per year, correct?
I never got to work under that contract for a full year. When I moved there, we were making between $300,000 and $400,000 a year.
Okay, so you were making $300,000 to $400,000 a year while you were after you moved to Maui from January 2023 to December 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
And Ariel found a contract position working remotely for a company called TerraPower. Is that right?
Yes.
Ariel made less than $200,000 per year, correct?
Yes.
You made substantially more money than Ariel, right?
Yes.
Okay. On March 24th, 2025, you and Ariel were on Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you came to Oahu because it was Ariel's birthday weekend, is that right?
That's right.
And Ariel's birthday is actually March 24th, correct?
Yes.
You bought the airline tickets for the trip, correct?
Yes.
And of course you bought round-trip tickets, right?
Yes.
So you were scheduled to go back to Maui on March 25th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
You booked the hotel for the weekend trip, correct?
I did.
You sent spa information to Ariel before the trip, right?
Yes.
And then you booked the spa, correct?
Yes.
You did not send Ariel electronically any information about the Palipuka hike, isn't that correct?
I don't think I did.
We're going to go back in time a little bit, Dr. Koenig. So yesterday you testified that you started to become suspicious of Ariel in October 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Some red flag behavior in like late September probably, but it was probably mostly in October when I got really suspicious.
Well, you testified yesterday that you only became suspicious in October after you heard a phone call. Isn't that right?
Specifically about Jeff Miller. But I was suspicious about her phone behavior prior to that Kauai trip in October.
And once you became suspicious, you went into what you called detective mode. Is that right?
Eventually.
Detective mode for you started with logging into Ariel's WhatsApp account, correct?
No. Detective mode started with me asking her why she's on her phone all the time.
And you logged into Ariel's WhatsApp account, correct?
Eventually.
And you would watch the messages every day, right?
I watched them for 48 hours.
You watched these messages as they were being sent, correct?
Some of them if I was at the computer when they arrived.
And the laptop that we've all seen in this so far, State's Exhibit 240, I'll put it up on the screen.
The 40 is in evidence.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Koenig, this is your laptop, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you logged into Ariel's WhatsApp from this laptop, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the messages between Jeff Miller and your wife, correct?
I did.
You downloaded those messages, correct?
Yes. Not from the laptop. I downloaded the messages from her phone, and then I saved some screenshots on the laptop.
We're going to publish now States 118, which is already in evidence. Okay, we have States 118 on the screen, Doctor. This is an email you sent to Bryant Bunting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the first attachment to this email is called Screen Time and Deleted Messages, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 2. This is the first page of that Word document, right?
Yes.
This is the Word document you created while in detective mode, right?
Yes.
And in this document, that picture at the top, and I'll zoom in, that's the screen of Ariel's phone, correct?
Yes.
You logged into Ariel's phone to take that picture, correct?
Yes.
You entered the passcode into her phone, right?
Yes.
You opened the application to show the screen time, right?
Yes.
And then you took this photo.
Yes, I did.
And then you wrote your thoughts underneath, isn't that right?
Yeah, I took notes.
You took notes, as you would do in detective mode, right?
Yeah.
Your first notes were calculating the number of hours she spent on the WhatsApp app, correct?
Yes.
You calculated it and you did some division based on how many work days there were, right?
I did.
And then you speculated about phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Move on to page 3. Page 3 of this shows other screenshots you took of Ariel's phone, correct?
Yes.
And this is as other screenshots of every app that she was using, correct?
The Screen Time app keeps track of all of the apps that you use, and I think there was probably more, but I just did the first 3 pages.
You didn't stop with WhatsApp, did you?
No.
You looked into her entire phone, correct?
No, I looked it down to 3 pages of the Screen Time app.
You were in detective mode and you didn't look through her actual text messages?
I did look at the text message threads on her phone.
You looked at the text message threads on her phone, right?
I did not look through all of her text messages. I opened the texting app to see if there's anything that looked suspicious there. There wasn't, but really I went straight to WhatsApp because that was the most used application.
You looked through her emails, correct?
Not at this time. I did end up looking through her emails later, mostly with her consent. Like as I'm seeing her on her phone and she's writing an email, I'll be like, "Hey, who are you emailing? Can I see?" And then she'll show it to me.
This was after then you confronted her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's focus on this part of the detective mode for now. You looked at her phone calls, correct?
I looked at the phone calls that she made through WhatsApp. I didn't actually look at the phone calls on the phone.
Okay. So you're suspicious of your wife for 2 months already, right? When you do this?
Yes.
And you look through her WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
You don't look through all of her text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you don't look at her phone calls, right?
Right.
These are photographs of the screen of the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't take a screenshot and send it to yourself, right?
Not of this, no.
Not for these photos?
Mm-mm.
Ariel didn't know you were taking these photos, isn't that right?
No.
Okay, we're going to move on to page 4 of this document. Oh. I'm sorry, we're going to move on to page 6 of this document. Now, actually, I'm sorry, we're going to just go to page 4. At the top of this document, this is still the Word document that we were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, it is called, again, Screen Time and Deleted Messages, right?
Yes.
So most of the page we're looking at is what you copied and pasted or downloaded from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
But the very top of this page says deleted messages from Sunday 12/1, parentheses, all deleted, right?
Yes.
You wrote that part.
I wrote
correct?
that part, yep.
Okay. So you were able to see and record all the deleted messages from Sunday, December 1st, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you read these messages, right?
Yes, I did.
You read them, and starts out, we'll go for the first couple section. Mr. Miller says, "Good morning," right?
Yes.
He says, "I hope you're getting some good sleep," right?
Yes.
And he talks about his sleep, correct?
Yes.
Then Ariel says, "Good morning," right?
Yes.
There's nothing sexual in these messages, is there, Dr. Koenig?
No.
This is two people saying good morning to each other, right?
Yep.
And you were upset because in your mind, this is what spouses do, right?
Say good morning. I wasn't upset that they were saying good morning to each other. I was upset about the entire relationship that they had.
You're upset that they were talking at all like this?
Not just about good morning, about the whole thing.
About the whole thing, okay.
Yeah.
You talked about that they were sending each other links for music, right?
I did talk about that.
And those links are actually contained later on in this document, correct?
They were in earlier conversations. Can't remember where they are in the document.
We moved on now to page 5 of States 118. Actually, we'll just keep moving forward. Okay, so we're on page 6 now, and you included a screenshot of the WhatsApp now, correct?
Yes.
And part of the screenshot, we'll zoom in, is your note at the very top says these are deleted messages from Tuesday. Eight 12/3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so far at this point in detective mode, you've looked at messages from 12/1, correct?
Yes.
You've also looked at messages from 12/2, correct?
Yes.
And now you're on to December 3rd, right?
That's right.
Okay. And December 3rd is the day that Ariel is going to San Luis Obispo, correct?
Yeah, she was actually not arriving until the next day, but she was leaving Maui on that day.
And then she had a layover in Arizona, correct?
That's correct.
And in this photo we're looking at here, Ariel is texting Jeff Miller about being on the plane and getting ready to go to sleep, correct?
Yeah, that's one of the messages that's on there. So this is just the messages that were not deleted by the end of the day that day. So there's a lot more messages that happened during the day, but she had deleted them in different parts of the day. But yeah, the last message on this page says, "I hope packing went well. I'm on the plane and ready to sleep."
All right. And then your notes about what you think about these messages continue onto the next page, correct?
Not really what I think about it. So I was keeping notes of when I took the screenshots and what I was seeing at the time, because the way the screenshots work on the computer is that I have to basically copy and paste the screenshot, and that takes some time. So sometimes in between me copying the page and pasting it into the Word document or somewhere else and saving it and going back, she had already deleted other messages. And so I would just take notes and say, like, this message was sent before I could screenshot it, or and then sometimes she would delete some of the messages, and then later she would go back and delete more, and so it created a very confusing bunch of screenshots that I had. And so I took notes to kind of help myself piece it back together at a later time, and if that makes sense.
Yep.
Not really my thoughts about what I was thinking about the screenshots at the time. Do you understand? I was just taking notes of like the order in which that they came in, and so I can make sense of the screenshots later.
And naturally, you were upset as you did this, right?
I had a lot of different feelings at the time, suspicious and sad and not happy.
Suspicious, sad, not happy, upset?
Yeah, that's probably fair to say.
Okay. All right, we're going to take this exhibit down. And again, this exhibit you actually emailed to a Mr. Bunting, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bunting was at the time your best friend, right?
Yes.
And
one of my best friends, yeah.
Mr. Bunting was married to a woman named Diana, correct?
Gianna. It's spelled with a D, but she's Brazilian.
Okay. So he was married to a woman pronounced Gianna, correct?
That's correct.
And Gianna was Ariel's best friend, right?
One of her best friends, yeah.
So you send this email to Bryant Bunting on December 4th, 2024 at 3:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that's before you leave for this trip, correct?
Yes.
And this is a trip that's going to include you, Ariel, Bryant, and Gianna, correct?
Yes.
You also had 2 other attachments to Mr. Bunting, correct?
I don't remember if you could show me.
All right, we'll publish page 1 of this exhibit again.
Sorry, what number exhibit?
This states 118. Okay, and we'll zoom in on the middle of the page to attachment names. There were 3 attachments to this email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the first was screen time and deleted messages, right?
Yes.
And that's the document that we've gone through so far, correct?
Yes.
The second document is some saved chats with pictures, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those chats, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pictures, correct?
Yes.
Nothing sexual in those chats, right?
No.
Nothing sexual in those pictures, correct?
No.
And the last file is chat.txt, is that right?
Yes.
And this is what you actually download from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you download a chat from WhatsApp, you get a file with a txt, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said already that you were upset when you were reading these messages, correct?
Yes.
You were upset that she was talking about her personal life with another person, correct?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about her kids, right?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about the kids putting stuff up on the Christmas tree, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the context of the whole conversation, yeah, I was upset about that.
And you're upset that your wife was keeping these messages secret from you, correct?
Yes.
So before you confronted Ariel, you emailed these documents to your friend Brian, correct?
That's right.
And you actually emailed these documents to Bryant, before you even got on the plane, is that right?
That's right.
So before you even talked to Ariel about this at all, you were already telling Bryant, is that right?
That's right.
You didn't give Ariel a chance to explain herself about these, correct?
Not before I talked to Bryant that day, no.
And you also told Diana, correct?
I did tell Gianna the next day that I was suspicious that she's having an affair.
So you told Ariel's best friend about your suspicions before you told Ariel, correct?
A few minutes before, yes.
You did that because you wanted Gianna and Bryant on your side, correct?
That's not correct.
You wanted Ariel's best friend to hear about this emotional affair from you, right?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't want Gianna to hear about this from Ariel, correct?
That's not true.
Well, you told Gianna first, isn't that right?
That's right.
You wanted Gianna and Bryant to judge Ariel, correct?
That's not true.
You wanted to isolate Ariel from her best friend, isn't that right?
That's absolutely not true.
So after you tell your best friend and Ariel's best friend about this, that's when you actually confront Ariel, correct?
That's correct.
And you're upset, right?
That's not the primary feeling at the time. I was feeling a lot of other feelings, but I was also upset.
You were mad, right?
I was not mad.
You were not mad when you confronted your wife about these messages.
I was upset.
Okay. It's natural to be mad in this sort of situation, isn't it?
You could be.
And in this confrontation, you called Ariel a lying bitch, right?
I did call her that at some point, not in the beginning of the disclosure.
You called her a whore, right?
I did call her a whore at some point. Again, I think within like the first 24 hours and not during the initial disclosure.
And after this all came out, after you confronted Ariel, called her a lying bitch, called her a whore, you wanted her to move out of the house. Is that right?
That's right.
You used an example yesterday where you talked about somebody else moving out for about 3 months and staying in a hotel, correct?
That's right.
And that's what you wanted Ariel to do, right?
No.
You just said you wanted Ariel to move out of the house. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but you just asked if I wanted her to specifically move into a hotel for 3 months. I had no... I did not want her to move out of the house for 3 months and go live in a hotel.
You just wanted her out.
I preferred to have her move out while we're dealing with the aftermath of her having an affair.
And Ariel didn't want to move out of the house. Is that right?
We both didn't want her to move out of the house. We both decided that together after talking about it.
You just said just a minute ago that you wanted her to move out, right?
That was my preference in the beginning, and then we decided that we're not going to do that. There's plenty of examples of people holding contradictory beliefs, and then you talk about it and think about it and figure out which way you're going to go.
Dr. Koenig, Ariel's children were 4 years old and 18 months old at the time that you wanted her to move out. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
No mother would want to move out of the house with their kids that age, would they?
I wouldn't think so.
But that's what you wanted, right?
I wanted her to move out of the house for us to deal with the affair, and I didn't want her to move out of the house and harm her children. I wanted both.
Now, another thing that you wanted is we wanted Ariel to quit her job, right?
That's right.
And this is the remote worker job that she was able to find on Maui, correct?
Yes.
There are no nuclear power plants on Maui, right?
That's correct.
So if Ariel wanted to stay in her career and advance her career, she had to work remotely, right?
That's correct.
If you were to stay on Maui, right?
Yes.
And once Ariel quit her job, as was your plan, she would have been 100% dependent on you and your salary, correct?
She would be dependent on our assets, which were all shared. We had a shared savings account. We had a home that was shared. We had vehicles that were shared. We had food in the house that's shared. I mean, we had a lot of things in the house, and they were all shared. We would lose her income as a family for a short period of time. She has a very good resume. She would be able to get a job, probably within a few months. But if it took a few months, we were prepared for that.
When Ariel quit her job, as was your plan, you would be the only breadwinner, correct?
I would have the only one with a paycheck coming in while she didn't have a job. That is correct.
she would be dependent on you and your goodwill to keep a roof over her kids' heads, right?
No.
She would be dependent on you and your paycheck to keep her kids fed, right?
No.
You wanted Ariel to give up her career, correct?
No.
You wanted to make sure Ariel never had contact with Jeffrey Miller again, right?
That was my strong preference, for her to not have contact with Mr. Miller ever again.
And in order to do that, you wanted access to Ariel's phone at all times. Is that
That is
right?
absolutely not correct.
You actually had Ariel's phone in December 2024, isn't that right?
I wouldn't say that. Like, her phone, at many points in time, I had her phone in my hand. I would not characterize it the way you just did.
And you monitored her communications in December 2024 after you confronted her, isn't that right?
I, on several occasions, asked to see who she was communicating with, and she would show me. And the only time that I monitored her communications was for 48 hours when I was watching the WhatsApp messages, and most of those I was watching on my computer, not on her phone.
So today you're saying you were only monitoring her communications a little bit, right?
I don't know what you mean by a little bit. I just described to you how I was monitoring her communications.
Yesterday you testified about what you thought Ariel needed to do, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You testified that she needed to, quote, proactively give up privacy, correct?
Yes.
And you also said that she needed to be okay with giving up her privacy. Is that right?
That's right.
That's what you wanted, right?
That's what I wanted.
She didn't end up doing that, did she?
No.
And that upset you,
Although
right?
she did do it. She did do it initially. She did it in San Luis Obispo, and she did it for a very short period of time in Maui, and then sporadically again in December. And honestly, she changed her behavior. So in January, February, March, she was not, like, I didn't feel like she was hiding her phone from me anymore. I didn't feel, and I knew her passcode hadn't changed. So she was doing a lot of those things.
You knew her passcode hadn't changed, right? You just said that.
That's right.
The only way to know that is by testing it, right?
No, you could also see them put in their passcode. And when somebody's sitting next to you and they're not hiding their phone, you can easily see who they're writing, what they're saying. You can easily see their passcode. And if somebody's not worried about sharing the passcode with the person sitting next to them, you're basically showing it to them, and that's what was going on.
So you watched what Ariel was doing on her phone in person, right?
Yes.
Now, another thing you mentioned yesterday is that you believed the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right?
That's not what I said.
You testified that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right? You said that.
I wouldn't characterize it like that. I would not say the work. The way you're making it sound is like there's only one work to be done. The work that needs to be done to heal a relationship after any kind of issue like this involves both parties. And I was talking specifically about the part that the cheating spouse has to commit to doing. I was not saying that that was the only work that needed to be done, like you're implying.
Dr. Gurnett, if we could not go into anything implied, I'm just asking you a question, okay? I'm asking you what you said.
Your Honor, he's trying to answer the questions, should be allowed to answer.
If it's non-responsive.
But that was not, if he's asking questions, he's answering.
Is there an objection?
My objection is to him reprimanding the witness when all he's doing is answering the question. So that's my objection.
Overruled.
Now, you testified, I'm sorry, after you confronted Ariel about this affair, you wanted her to meet your physical needs, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
You wouldn't characterize it as Ariel being unwilling to meet your physical needs? Would you?
I would characterize that I was in a relationship with Ariel for 8 years, and we had a physical relationship, and I had physical needs as part of that physical relationship prior to me finding out about the affair, and I had physical needs after the affair as well.
Okay. And she's a regular. We're talking about sex here, right, doctor?
No, I'm talking about physical intimacy with the person that I love the most, which includes sexual and non-sexual intimacy.
You believed that Ariel should meet your sexual needs after you confronted her about this affair, correct?
No.
You don't believe that?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Dr. Koenig, after you confronted Ariel, you needed her to meet your sexual needs, correct?
No.
That's your testimony today?
Yes.
Ariel stopped having sex with you on December 24th, 2024, correct?
The last time that Ariel and I had sex was on December 24th, 2024. We did not have sex after that, and we both decided not to have sex after that.
You're upset that she wouldn't have sex with you, right?
That is not true.
When Ariel didn't have sex with you, you believe she was withdrawing from the relationship, isn't that right?
That's not true.
Ariel didn't want to have sex with you anymore, isn't that right?
That's not true.
Ariel was unwilling to quit her job, right?
She was willing to quit her job initially, and then later she was unwilling to quit her job. That's correct.
Ariel was unwilling to give up her privacy to you forever, correct?